A lot going on today. We've got our primary event is going to start with the lawyer panel, not panel, the lawyer session. So we're going to have a number of attorneys here speaking about a number of different things, from governance to domiciling to laws to securities, stuff like that. And we are also going to have two small breaks. One is going to be about half an hour. One is going to be about 15 minutes. In between those, we are going to have Charles Hoskinson come out and do an interview, as well as a number of other great speakers. So we're going to get kicked off because we don't have a lot of time to waste. We've got a very packed schedule today. And we're going to start off with a guy who's very well known in the DAO community, specifically in the DAO community as it regards to lawyers. So please welcome Ross Campbell.
Hello. I think, is Steve also joining me? So forgive me if I seem tired. I usually wake up at noon as a full-time crypto degen. But we're going to kick off a crypto law panel. I know that's a scintillating topic for everyone that's here at this hour. But before I go into my whole spiel about crypto law, legal engineering, LexDAO, and what we're doing in this space, and this so-called reveal of Holly, I wanted to invite Steve to talk a little bit about how he's experienced this space. You joined, I think, a couple months ago. You're full-time DAOist now. And how do you see crypto law? Has it been painful? And how can we help with that pain?
Isn't law always painful?
Yeah, it's good medicine.
Yeah, so I entered the DAO space probably in the spring of last year, and started a small DAO we called it DAOist at the time. Now it's called DAO Planet. And in the journey, found and became really familiar with and friendly with folks like LexDAO, and learning about the different people we're solving in the space. So I really appreciate everything that LexDAO brings to the community, and they've helped me out definitely navigating some things with multiple projects I'm working on. So really excited that Ross is joining us this morning, and finding ways to simplify the legal process, I would say, for all organizations. I see that every organization, my vision, and I think it's held by many, is that every organization at some point in the next 10 years will be incorporating DAO principles and Web3 tools if they want to stay competitive in the marketplace. And this is really a disruptor. What we have the opportunity to do is a huge disruption. Coming from an entrepreneurial startup background, starting many companies, working in every capacity, legal, and removing the friction of a lot of the legal aspects of what we do today is a welcome service. So I really appreciate you and everybody in LexDAO and everybody else working in the space to build public goods that can help us do that.
Yeah, my pleasure. And I'm glad to be able to speak today, and I'm glad you found our community helpful to you. It's the goal to cut red tape in Web3. I see this technology as accelerating, a whole series of public goods, decentralized financial services, cross-border payments, the ability to one-click form companies and groups and raise millions of dollars to achieve objectives. The law is sort of this final boss, but also like an initial arbiter of what you're allowed to do. So I think lawyers that come into this space with an intention to add value can also do well, and we can also build our own products and protocols. So that's something I'll talk about in a little bit related to my presentation, but I thought it'd be helpful to sort of give a background of my perspective on the space, why we're building crypto legal software applications, who those users will be, and also who the heck am I?
I'm going to step off the stage, give you a little bit more space to roam, and maybe keep the mic and invite people to ask questions if there's an opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know if I can fill 20 minutes, to be honest. So yeah, we'll blow through this pretty quickly, actually. So my talk is called Engineering DAO Law. Why should you care about my perspective here about engineering, about DAOs, about law, like at all? Who the heck am I? So Ross Campbell, you can see my name up there. You can follow my Twitter. I probably post too many spicy 3 a.m. tweets, so you're forewarned. But when I started in this space, I actually came from a corporate legal background. I did a couple years big law, kind of had my fill, and I became increasingly obsessed with this idea of smart contracts. When I was working as an associate, I was actually studying ransomware attacks. And in sort of my deep dive on the topic of like, who are these like shadowy hackers that are like demanding Bitcoin to release people's like medical records, I came across an article about Vitalik Buterin and the idea of ICOs, token launches, and I realized a lot of what I was doing as a corporate associate, sort of doing this reconciliation process between agreements, trying to like prove who owned what in an agreement, could be done quite efficiently with tokens. So if we can go to the next slide. This also brought me into sort of the DAO idea. You know, you can launch a token, you can have predictability if you escrow an asset to pay somebody, but launching a company is sort of the next level. So kind of from my corporate legal background, I saw an opportunity to take sort of governance, you know, the rules that we set out to build a business, to build value together, and also put those into smart contracts and code. The space has come a long way. When I started sort of working on DAOs, there was the DAO hack like a couple months before. People thought DAOs were this like nasty experiment that would never work. But you know, the good news is that technology moves very quickly, especially when it's open source and especially when there's financial incentives at play. So at the moment, there's more than 9 billion assets or dollars worth of assets locked into DAO smart contracts. A lot of these DAOs hold more than $1 million in assets. And so it's been unsurprising that more people are cluing into this idea of using smart contracts to run organizations and to also build companies. If we go to the next slide. So this is kind of a nice honeypot for lawyers, I would say. Like we are already trained to think, we already provide legal advice to startups and to groups on how to structure commitments and how to do fundraising and how to build companies. So lawyers, they can see the value proposition here. And sort of part of my venture into the space was working for a project called Open Law through the Consensus Venture Studio. And sort of the early ideas that we saw was like, there's these common sense legal liabilities associated with doing any sort of financial transactions as a group. If you're going into battle or doing a duel, it's very wise to not let your opponent choose your armor. So our encouragement to the space for people that are raising money or launching DAOs was to add a legal wrapper. And we started pretty modestly with an LLC based in Delaware to launch the LAO project, which is an investment club. Metacartel Ventures also followed that format. Raid Guild, who BlockbusterDAO has worked with, has a Delaware LLC to run a services guild. And then we've also seen protocols sort of warm up to the idea of limiting their liability or having predictability about taxation. ENS Foundations based at the Caymans and IDLE, and I think David Kerr is actually advising them, is forming an unincorporated nonprofit association. So I would say DAO law is coming of age and people are understanding that, there's this range of risk involved with using smart contracts. You can't completely program everything away, but the law is a tool in the toolbox to sort of handle these things in a predictable manner. If we could go next. What are lawyers doing for DAOs? So basically, DAOs are just like any other client. It's a group of people that are using DAOs to, account for their assets, to vote, to make financial decisions. And lawyers are helping them form companies. They're helping them fundraise, providing token warrant agreements. And they're basically also trying to provide conflict resolution procedures. I think these things are still a little bit nascent and still need to be developed. But lawyers are sort of coming into the space and I think providing sort of tactical and strategic help to make DAOs run a bit more efficiently. And like I said, allow startups and DAOs to choose their own armor. If we could go next. But it's sort of, sorry, my voice just cracked. It's sort of my understanding though, as a software engineer, in addition to a corporate attorney, that a lot of what lawyers are doing right now can be automated. We can automate, document creation, e-signing agreements as DAOs or between DAO members. And sort of my study of the space and through the Open Law project to LexDAO, I've realized that there is a fair bit of lawyer extractable value. And if we can sort of, follow the principles of Web3, if we can understand how we can cut out middlemen, I think lawyers can actually upgrade their role. Let lawyers be lawyers is basically the idea that, we're not in the best, value add position if we're just being, document monkeys, if we're, just doing filings. Lawyers are strategic advisors, and they will be able to help DAOs through their life cycle and be sort of like partners. And I think that's kind of the direction that I think automation will push lawyers in. Even if it's not super popular to start, I think a lot more people and a lot of people that are joining LexDAO see this as sort of the end destination, and lawyers becoming also coders. If we go next. So that's basically the position of LexDAO. We are a group of lawyers. We're also engineers. We build software products. We provide consultation to DAOs and to Web3 founders. And we do it as a community first effort, sort of in the vein of the Metacartel family of DAOs. We've open sourced a legal library. We've open sourced a smart contract library as well. And kind of, the arc that I see is we should have products that work for us, for LexDAO clients, but these should also be public goods that make it more efficient to do exactly what I was just talking about, to deploy DAOs, to program smart contracts, but to also limit the liability in the ordinary sort of legal, day-to-day. If you could go next. So that's kind of why we invoked and summoned Kali. And if I could, pause for a second and give a bit of background on why we called it Kali. There is a sort of occult aspect to DAOs. If you guys have watched this space, you know about the Moloch DAO framework. You know about maybe the Gnosis Guild Zodiac framework. So kind of we leaned into the memetics of the space. And Kali in Indian tradition and myth is a goddess that slays demons. And I think that's very potent because the legal landscape is a demon-haunted landscape, especially I think in the DAO world, where we're kind of promoting and advising startups and clients that are doing things that are inherently more risky, because crypto has gotten several black eyes through ICOs and through sort of the perception of the space as sort of this Ponzi-nomics casino. So Kali, that's the meme, but more to get into the actual product and the software. Sort of our approach was we started with a hackathon, and we wanted to sort of build an easy way to launch LLCs, but also unincorporated nonprofit associations for DAOs. As sort of legal engineers and professional nerds, we realized, hey, we're actually pretty good at writing smart contracts. So why don't we take the best hits from the space? Why don't we take the Moloch DAO framework? Why don't we take compound governance and tokenization, build our own DAO launcher, but then take our insights as lawyers and advisors and automate what we are doing for clients, their consultations, providing legal wrappers and structures to these DAOs as they deploy, providing presets and governance, thresholds that make sense for what people want to do as, a social club, just launching a token to run a Discord, an investment club, bringing people in to buy NFTs or make our early stage investments, and also just companies, kind of like what we did with Red Yield. So we built an application, app.kalidao.xyz. Launching a DAO there is free. We've deployed on Ethereum, Arbitrum, Rinkeby, and Polygon networks. And I think people can sort of explore this app. I think immediately appreciate that it was built by lawyers to add value and to not obstruct sort of the process of doing legal DAOs. If you can go next. So kind of like what I was saying, we've tried to simplify the process of forming on-chain companies. People can deploy tokens to a series of founders. These tokens are ERC20. They can be traded and swapped. They can be staked as collateral in DeFi. But we've also sort of seen an opportunity to simplify compliant fundraising. So one thing that we've done with our sort of early backers in C Club was we got a bunch of angel investors together. We did accreditation checks, and we built a master sort of whitelist of accredited investors that we put on chain as NFTs. And then we put that NFT list into our fundraising application on Kali. So people that deploy through Kali, you can not only deploy a DAO and have an LLC and a couple clicks, but you can also do fundraising and have people that we've sort of vetted through our pipeline participate in your fundraising. And in my mind, as a corporate attorney, I think you can argue there's reasonable diligence there. So that's pretty exciting, actually. And that's another pain point that we've sort of like zeroed into. If you go next. And also kind of the idea in the LexDAO philosophy is like, let's make it easy to participate and to build value together. Not every lawyer is interested in DAO smart contracts, but they are very good, corporate drafters. So we have this sort of sandbox approach. We have a library on GitHub where people can upload their legal templates, and we can then make it easier for users to then fill out these templates and create legal agreements to attach to their DAOs. We have several templates to start, LLC agreements for Wyoming and Delaware. We have an unincorporated nonprofit association agreement that we call Tuna, Trustless Una, kind of a meme there. And we also have an investment club template based on Gabriel Shapiro's work with Metacartel Ventures that we redrafted for Kali DAOs. But we have plans to expand into Swiss Marine and to some other more exotic structures in the next couple months. But the goal here is to make it easy to participate and to add value, like I said. If you go next. Another aspect of the application is kind of, we want to make it easier and more intuitive to form companies. And basically Web3 founders are very impatient people. Most of them like grew up as gamers. They played WoW. They want their Instacarts. They want immediate gratification. And I think kind of leading into that as a legal application is an interesting challenge. And sort of the way we've threaded that challenge is studying the Delaware Series LLC umbrella statute, which allows a company like Calico, which is sort of the company that we're using to produce the software, to maintain a master LLC filing and franchise, and then under our operating agreement, allow people to create their own sort of sibling LLCs instantly. Blockchains make this easier for purposes of Delaware law because they instantly account for and segregate assets on the ledger. So we think there's a strong position here that we can offer immediate LLC formation. And through the app, we can also make it very clear how those LLCs are linked to the DAO deployments. So that's another feature that we sort of saw as a low-hanging fruit and an immediate value add through Kali. If you go next. So to close, I think lawyers are just getting started in the space. I've only been involved for a couple of years as a corporate attorney turned sort of like crypto engineer building smart contracts, but we kind of have to meet people halfway. Wherever value is flowing, whether it's Ethereum, Avalanche, or any other chain, we should be there. We should advise clients on how to structure with the particularities of the code and how to deploy there. And through Kali, we will make it easier to go on any chain. Like I said, we're on Ethereum, Rinkeby, Arbitrum, and Polygon. But we also want to make it easier, like I said, to use any jurisdiction. So this is a global effort. And that's kind of like the Web3 ethos is like, we shouldn't be completely biased to the US, even though I think that's where a lot of DAO law and crypto entrepreneurs are. We need to make this software and this value add for everybody. So I think that's the next adventure for a lot of DAO people, and also for LexDAO is like, how do we make it easier for founders on any chain and on any jurisdiction to sort of protect themselves and to choose their own armor. That's kind of my presentation. But I do welcome people to check out the app. It's launched, it's live, app.kalidao.xyz. In my opinion, it works pretty well. And people are welcome to join our Discord and give us feedback and become sort of our early tester group. Thank you for your time. I know we have Jeff Costello following.
There for Ross Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up, we've got another well-known lawyer in the space, Jeff Costello. Jeff.
Well-known that's a wild exaggeration, but that's fine. How's everybody doing this morning? Yes, 9:30, 10 o'clock legal talks. Let's do it. My name's Jeff. I'm a lawyer. Hold your applause. I also work with LexDAO. Next slide. But I'm actually a traditional lawyer. I still work in a law firm. This is what I look like when I'm trying to sell myself to boomers and non-crypto people. I'm a licensed attorney, so I'm a Canadian. In BC, Alberta, I'm a licensed attorney. And I kind of, our firm and my own expertise is in tax, estate,
Good
trust
stuff,
planning.
man. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. And corporate structures. But more relevant to the Web3 space, I've been in crypto since 2016. I teach a course to lawyers on how to integrate legal crypto issues into their practice and make them aware of what's going on in the space. They can get professional credit for that, which they need to keep their license. I work with LexDAO. I'm LEAF certified there, although I'm a really horrible Solidity developer. I've been doing a little bit of work with CaliDAO, and what my focus is right now is actually building a traditional law practice that focuses on giving good advice to DAOs and people in the Web3 space on tax, corporate structure, and trust issues. So next slide. So my goal here today is to kind of help DAOs navigate the space a little bit and spend less money and less time talking to lawyers like me. So how should DAOs prepare? And a lot of that comes down to understanding what your issues are before they show up in a bad way. So what I want to encourage DAOs to do is to try to think like lawyers, be like, what are our issues? How should we navigate these ahead of time? So before I talk, I need to give you the traditional thing. I'm not your lawyer. This isn't legal advice, you know, blah, blah, blah. But there are good things to think about before you go see a lawyer. So next slide. So the three most common questions I get from DAOs are, is my token a security? What legal structure should we use? And how should we organize our finances? And there's no one good answer to this. Next slide. So the problem is that this depends on a whole bunch of issues. And this sounds like, you know, a trick from law firms and legal organizations in general, that if we tell you it depends and we tell you that we don't have a solid answer, then we get to keep bringing new clients in. Because if we just tell you the answer is do X, everybody does X and we don't have a recurring client base. But the real problem is that these legal issues are contextually dependent. They depend on the jurisdiction you're in, the type of business model you're running, the way you're doing your tokens. If you're doing a token, how you have your multi-sig set up. There's a whole bunch of interesting issues that need to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. So unfortunately, there isn't one good answer for questions like, where should we establish our organization? Where should we use a Kali LLC to hype up Cali a bit more? Should we do a Cayman Islands trust? Like, there's lots of different structures. There's not one size fits all for DAOs, and that's a bit of a problem. Next slide. But I am going to tell you three things that your DAO can do today that will help limit your ability to have legal issues in the future. Okay? So the first one is planning through some contingencies, doing some contingency planning. The second one is doing what I call a liability check. And the third one is siloing and layering your organization. So we're going to go through those one by one, and then I'm happy to take questions or talk to people afterwards about them in a bit more detail. Next slide. So contingency planning is all about thinking through every single contingency that may or may not happen with your DAO. Is my project going to be a success? Is my project not going to be a success? What happens if I do this? What happens if it fails? And a great example of this is kind of Constitution DAO, right? Great project, really cool idea, really hyped up community. When they didn't manage to win the auction they wanted to win, it was pretty clear now in hindsight, they didn't have a great plan on what to do in that situation. And that has introduced a whole bunch of interesting legal issues to their DAO. What I really encourage DAOs to do is to have a team call and to say, okay, what are we trying to do here? And what happens if we're successful? What happens if we make $1 billion? What are we going to do with it? What happens if we don't? What happens if our project fails and we create problems for our users? What are we going to do then? One of the things that I think that is really useful is working through those issues ahead of time. Because a lot of the calls I get from DAOs or people in the Web3 space are, hey guys, we have this issue that's happening in like 3 days, or we just had this issue arise in our DAO and we weren't prepared for it. And that creates a lot more cost, time, and money that the DAO has to spend fixing something that is broken rather than preparing for what might happen if something was to break. So that's what I encourage people to do, and I do this when I do estate planning all the time, is we do a lot of talks about what happens when you die. What happens if this person dies? What happens if your kids die before you? They're not super fun conversations, but they're super enlightening into how your DAO will survive if good things happen or if bad things happen, and how you can maximize both opportunities. The second thing I want people to think about is to do a liability check. So who holds the liability in your DAO, right? If something goes wrong, whether it's an SC and a security thing, whether it's some sort of other hack issue, is there people in your DAO who are holding liability? Most likely those people are going to be the multi-sig holders holding your treasury, and the core contributors, because those are the people that courts would tend to look to as organizational leaders who have control, command and control over the organization, even in the case that it's a fully decentralized DAO, right? Does your DAO need a legal contingency fund to protect those individuals? I think it, in a lot of ways, like a great example of this was Indexed, I'm forgetting, who had the hack, and they're now in the lawsuit in Ontario, Canada, trying to recover money from somebody who kind of exploited one of their contracts. They had to go back to their community to ask for money, to ask to use the treasury to fund that lawsuit. I think that it would be wise for DAOs as they grow to think about putting aside 0.5%, 0.25% of their treasury as a sort of internal legal liability insurance, right? Think about how you're going to structure your DAO to protect yourself, your leaders, your core developers, and your community in the event that somebody launches a lawsuit against a DAO. Lawsuits, unfortunately, aren't cheap. They're especially not cheap in this space because of the expertise that's required, okay? But thinking through, as a community, who is the most exposed, who's doxxed, who isn't, is a really useful exercise to understand what your liability might be and what kind of, when you may need to go see a lawyer to kind of protect the core members of your community who are contributing a lot of value, or the community as a whole. The other thing that I really encourage people to do if they are core contributors or they are kind of multi-sig holders is to not do that individually. Do that through a corporation that you incorporate in whatever jurisdiction it is. So I'm Jeff. I can set up a Jeff LLC. In Canada, we call it just a corporation. Jeff Ltd is going to be the person who's actually holding the tokens for the multi-sig, or is actually holding the seed phrase for the multi-sig that I'm doing. That way, if something goes wrong, it may not be the ultimate lifesaver, but it's great to have a piece of paper to hold up to say, don't come after my house, don't come after my family. I am actually operating this through a corporation, and therefore I have some sort of protection. Okay, it's a great thing to do. It's super cost effective. You got to talk to a local attorney for that, but it's a super great way that's, again, cost effective and scalable for your core team, multi-sig holders, to start operating not as personal individuals, but as corporate individuals. Pardon me? Because it's easier to set up, for the purpose of this, and there's some tax issues that may be at play depending on what jurisdiction you're in. Sorry, the question was why local? It's easier to set up corporations locally and cheaper in your own state than it is to set them up in exotic locations like Switzerland for purposes like this, where there's only going to be one shareholder, only one director, yourself, and you're just going to be holding you're just basically doing some documents up to say, I'm holding these tokens as a corporation, not individually. You just want to find the easiest way to do it, not the most exotic way to do it. There are tax issues involved in that sometimes. So it's also worth talking about if you live in California, if you live in New York, what some tax consequences are of that, because it may be better to set up in a different state, different jurisdiction. But again, that varies on a case-by-case basis. Okay, next slide. So the other thing that I think is useful is siloing and layering. So apps like Kali make it really, really easy to spin up a DAO. You're basically just paying gas fees to do that. So why not do that lots of times to help create an organizational structure for your DAO that both provides some legal layering, right, in the case of multiple different LLCs or corporations, and also helps you do your accounting. So I practice a lot of tax, and one of the things that comes up in tax all the time is figuring out what your specific expenses and receipts are so that you can claim them back in the form of tax credits, and that's obviously dependent on what you're purchasing, what you're engaged in. So example, paying, if you want to do a movie project, BlockbusterDAO, doing some movies, there's a lot of tax credits available to those kind of projects if they know how to claim them. And one of the things you need to do to claim them is to prove you spent it on the right thing. So if you set up sub-DAOs, so let's say you have a Jeff DAO, and then I want to do a bunch of things. I want to buy some real-world assets. I want to buy some NFTs. I got to pay some kind of contractors or employees to build our website. Set up sub-DAOs for those. Put all of the tokens for those sub-DAOs in the head DAO, and now you've got like an automated accounting structure that makes it really easy for you after the fact when you think about doing taxes. If that's the thing your DAO wants to do. I do recommend paying taxes. just the smallest amount that you possibly can. That lets you better organize your DAO's expenses so that you can claim back potential tax credits or just keep track of your finances in a better way, right? So there's a growing field of accounting in this space. Being able to point them directly and say, this is our account we buy all of our assets with. Here's all the purchases. Using the tools provided by DAO summoners or your proposals to say, like, this purchase is for blah, 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 makes it really easy for then an accountant to go back, whether it's a year later, 3 years later, and say, okay, I see what was happening here. Here's some ways we can like find tax efficiencies. Here's some ways that we can understand what the DAO is doing. A lot of times what I see with DAOs is like they have a conversation on Discord. We're going to buy this thing. We're going to do this thing. Okay, put a proposal in and do it. The proposal doesn't have any sort of kind of description in it. And then suddenly 3 years later, nobody knows what that was for. It's just money that left the treasury. So the goal is to kind of find ways to like tag that, make sure you know what it was for. That helps from a liability perspective. And again, from my world, it also helps from a tax and accounting perspective. So next structure, next slide. So this is kind of an example of something you could do, right? The other thing is that a lot of, especially NFT projects, generate or potentially could generate intellectual property. It's an old school thing to basically hold back and say, we should put our IP, what actually owns the intellectual property, in a different corporation than the operating corporation, so that if anything happened and we got sued, that those IP assets wouldn't be attackable by a lawsuit necessarily. So that's one way you can do that. And Cali, again, to plug Cali, is a great way to spin up an LLC in Delaware, a series LLC in Delaware, that allows you to kind of hold those assets potentially in a different way, in a different kind of structure, and protect them, okay? But I've got here, so I've got head DAO, I've got a cap DAO, which is basically for capital expenses, and then I've got a pay DAO, which is kind of for payments for people. And if you have a budget as a DAO, you can just set up sub DAOs for each one of your big expense categories and flow the money through those to make it really clear how our budget's operating, where our money is going, and how we can then capitalize on some of the tax efficiencies that might be available to us. Okay, next slide. Okay, that's it. Sorry, I hope I didn't bore you too much. There's lots of lawyers coming up today, so I didn't want to be too long. Again, my name's Jeff. I'm with LexDAO. I'm also with Lindsay McCarthy LLP in Vancouver. Definitely send me an email if your DAO needs help. Definitely check out LexDAO. We're great. If I can't help you, I'm in Canada, so sometimes I'm limited on that. We can definitely help you find lawyers. There's a growing kind of number of lawyers who understand this space, who are degens themselves. Jordan, I'm looking at you, and who are able to give you really, really good advice for your DAO. And to be honest, as intimidating as it is to go and talk to a lawyer, the earlier you do it, the less you will likely spend on a lawyer in the long run. Okay? Thank you so much. I ended a bit early. I know that they want their time back, and that's it. If you have questions, come find me afterwards.
Thanks, Jeff Costello, everyone. That was great to hear about. So we've got another set of lawyers coming up here, and I'm sure you guys have all heard about the Colorado co-op options that are available in addition to the UNAs in Delaware and the LLC DAOs in Wyoming. So coming up is, I'm sure I'm going to mess this up. Why don't I just say Yev and Jacqueline? How about that?
Thank you. Hi, good morning. I don't know about it being intimidating talking with attorneys. Talking with you guys, it's fairly intimidating. Yev, do you have a microphone? Sorry. I don't know why I chose the bright side. Just as, give me a sense, how many attorneys are in the room? LexDAO folks here, that's what it is. Okay, cool. Well, good morning.
Morning. It's really, really bright. I'm Yev Muchnik. I'm with Launch Legal and Jason Weiner PC. This is my colleague, Jackie Radabau. And we're here to talk about using the Colorado LCA statutes to kind of wrap your DAO into.
If you want to move, thank you. I don't know how to do this. I'm an associate attorney with Jason Weiner PC. We are based in Colorado. Most of our attorneys are kind of off-site. And we've been collaborating with Yev on a off-council base and me since last summer on Web3 projects and with DAO clients who decided that cooperative might be a good fit. And it turns out my firm is specialized in cooperative law. So we thought, why not? Let's give it a try. And that's kind of how I got involved in 3F mostly.
Yeah, we actually formed the first DAO co-op back in 2019. We didn't actually call it a DAO co-op then. It was just an LCA. And it's the Employment Commons LCA, which is based here and is part of the DAODenver affiliated group of companies, I guess.
Okay. So DAOs. We figured you all know about DAOs really well. So we're going to talk a little bit about cooperatives, tell you why we think they might be a good match or have synchrony between those two models. And before we get to that, and we have about 10, 12 minutes, so we're going to go quickly. Essentially, disclaimer, we're attorneys. Don't rely on what we're saying to do your own thing. Talk to an attorney. We're not your attorneys, and we could. But as of now, we're not. Don't take that as an offense.
Some of these people, and
some of you actually are our clients.
Yeah, so I mean, really we're here, as we said, just to understand why cooperative structures are, we believe them to be a really solid framework and definitely should be part of your consideration in terms of the current legal entities that exist. Co-ops are not perfect for DAOs. We don't think any entities is kind of the perfect fit. But I think at least from a policy and legislative front, we're all working towards that end. But yeah, so we're going to talk about how co-ops and DAOs overlap.
Yeah, and then why Colorado? There are LCAs in several other states, so why Colorado? We'll touch on that a little bit. Next, please. So what are cooperatives? It depends on who you're talking with. Cooperatives can be just statutory business entities. They are a form of governing a business. You govern on a cooperative basis, and tax law actually define what that is. It can be a set of basic principles. So the two most known ones are the Rochdale Principle and the set of 7 principles that come from a labor movement in England in the 1800s, and the Mondragon Principles that come from the Mondragon cooperatives and an actual priest that got into the cooperative movement in Spain and is still really surviving really well. And the whole economy in this city works on a cooperative basis. That's this whole big thing. And then as far as statutory business entity goes, it can be a cooperative corporation. That's a legal business type. And in Colorado, Article 55 cooperatives, 56 and 56 are the cooperative corporations. Just anybody on a cooperative basis can use that statute. And Article 58, that's the limited cooperative associations. That's the statute that we are using to incorporate DAOs that engage in patronage activity. And we'll touch a tiny bit on that next, please. So I just highlighted the 7 cooperative principles, and part of why we think the cooperative movement and the cooperative type of entities and DAOs overlap are because of those principles. Cooperatives operate on with themselves among cooperative entities. They focus on member participation and economic benefit. So the goal there is not to make money for outside investors that are just pure putting money in and waiting for an extractive return, and is not to make profits or returns to the entity itself, but really to the members, to the participants, those that are providing value to the entity. So those are some of those principles. Cooperative has this kind of elements that are very relevant to the design, and when we're looking into the overlapping between those entities, typically cooperatives adopt 1 member, 1 vote. Limited cooperative associations can vary that, so we can say that is based on your patronage. How much you use, how much you engage with the entity can be relevant to the amount of voting power that you have. So kind of maybe looking like quadratic voting, for instance. So business carried for the mutual benefit of the members is a very important factor or designing element of the cooperative. Cooperatives can be membership entities that don't have stock, or they can be stock corporations. So if you're looking into having investors and preferred shares, it's a good chance that your cooperative would be a stock corporation or a stock association. Otherwise, a membership entity might be a good way to go. They provide limited liability to the members. So in contrast to limited liability companies that have varying degrees of liability protection for the members and other partnership models. Here it looks more like a corporation in that sense. I probably should take a step back on that, but it's too much detail. And membership stock is exempt from securities for the members, and then specifically in Colorado, there's exemption also for investors that are based within the state. So those are kind of important factors for.
And I mean, those are pretty big points, right? So as far as the securities exemption, I think that's what a lot of DAOs are looking for with their token issuances. So yeah, if you form your LCA in Colorado, you get that built-in securities exemption for membership, and then on the investor class as well.
I did make a decision this week that to let people know that if you're going to look for the cooperative model and the limited cooperative association to avoid securities regulation, that's not the model. Are there exemptions? Yes. Are there ways of, I guess, going around to a sense? Yes, depending on who are your member, your classes, and how you're using your tokens. But if your goal is just to avoid securities exemption or securities regulation, that's not the model for it. The consideration will still be the same as you would for other entities. Next, please.
Yeah, so when we've been working with co-ops in designing DAO co-ops from scratch, we really look at kind of the membership base, the contributors, whether patronage is an attractive feature. Usually it is. That's why people choose to go with the LCA. If you're tokenizing patronage, how that kind of calculation and unit of account will be structured. And then also just the flow of funds and income into the entity itself. So typically cooperatives aren't ideal for kind of pooled investment vehicles, but you can set up an LCA as an investment club as well. So yeah, so we're looking at activity, the membership base, the number of classes, and then any kind of ancillary or kind of related entities that would be formed around the LCA as well. So whether just for kind of treasury purposes or holding IP or even having governance itself maybe kind of unwrapped without any kind of legal structure.
And then I mentioned patronage, and that's one of the important aspects of DAO co-op design. My understanding is that in DAOs, patronage is generally defined as kind of like you're a patron to this entity or to this group, to this collective, or you contribute to it, you're patronizing it, and generally is a good definition. I'm sure they're better. As far as cooperatives go, though, this applies, and it also relates to how the entity produces revenue. So I can, if my interaction with the entity, my use of the goods or services, or my provision of goods or services to the entity, to this group, generates revenue. That revenue at the end, or the profits from that, can be distributed to me as a patron based on my patronage, because that it's connected. There's a whole line of connection in between activity, the entity's revenue stream, and the profit distribution. If that entity is just selling real estate and has capital gains, the capital gains is not related to my activity in the entity, and that's not considered revenue generated by patronage activities, and therefore not distributed to members. And that's kind of a difference that has very important tax implications for cooperatives. So when we're working with DAO groups, we both spend quite a bit of time trying to define how do you define your members in terms of the interactions between what are they producing? So their interactions with your entity, is that going to produce revenue, and you want to distribute profits? How are those connected? So like it's really an important aspect that I cannot stress enough. Next, please. Gonna talk about
Yeah,
that?
I mean, this is just some statistics with the number of DAO co-ops that we've worked with here and the number that are in the pipeline. So we've got 25 in the pipeline. We've received a lot of really solid feedback from. Also hoping to work with Cali DAO as well to create some templates for structuring some kind of basic version 1 LCAs here in Colorado. But it's I don't know, and the DAOs that we work with seem to have been able to layer that kind of that Web3 tooling and are sort of seamlessly, swimming along and fairly satisfied with the structure as well.
Right. So what we do when we work with a DAO group seeking to incorporate or form as a DAO co-op, we work with them through the design process. We work with them on checklists and defining some of those design aspects at length. We look at business plans if folks have it. Not necessary. We try to really understand how the revenue generation in the process, and then kind of look at the white paper for that aspect and for the relationship in between the entity and its members. And then we draft articles of organization, bylaws, and the bylaws are a sort of version of your constitution. If you have one, we try not to have both, but your constitution can be the public document that is, a summary of those, and then we use that as a guideline if that's available, but not necessary, to draft bylaws and incorporate some of the legal requirements, and then also how you operate. So sometimes we would just add streamlined standard provisions to help facilitate what your work is. But if you have kept track of how you interact, how you vote, how your decision-making process is, your conflict resolution takes place, we really try to incorporate those in the documents to prevent, any conflicts or any default applications from what is in the law. So you might end up with a document that's fairly lengthy. We just don't want to have standard provisions from the law applying to you, but we also want to be respectful of how you operate. I think that's most of it for us today. And a lot of our clients are around, so ask them about that work, how it works for them. It's brand new. Cooperatives have been around for hundreds of years. DAO co-ops are just building on that process. So give us feedback, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, guys, I've got a real treat for you now. This next speaker is not a lawyer. He's an accountant and a lawyer. There we go. David Kerr. You want the stool?
No, I'm good. Thanks, Igor. All right, how's everybody doing? We got a lot to get after, so just gonna get after it. My name's David Kerr. I'm principal of Cowrie LLC. It's a consulting company based around DAO issues. Started about a year ago when my entity structuring and tax consulting business was inundated with crypto issues. Once it took over 80% of the my client base, it just kind of made sense to commit fully to crypto. I'm also a research fellow at the DAO Research Collective. It's a organization funded by a number of DAOs to kind of bring forward the research in the space, to kind of provide material to builders, developers, users to help them kind of understand the space. Obviously, the disclaimer is kind of the same as everyone else's, not legal advice. Next slide, please. All right, so the purpose of this talk is to address DAO planning issues. And it was kind of highlighted around SEC issues and IRS issues, which we're going to do in a little different way than has been done. I saw some of the other slides. We all had the kind of the shared slide deck. And I didn't want to be redundant with what other people talked about. So I kind of want to build mostly on what you heard from Jeff, but obviously Yev and Jacqueline and Ross are doing amazing work as well. And we're going to try to integrate that so we don't repeat a lot of the topics. But instead of kind of laying out, the SEC tests around what is or is not a security, Reeves, Howie, Landreth. We're going to kind of talk about it a little more conversationally as it comes up in real time. So the 3 issues we're going to talk about are kind of common mistakes. I've been seeing how DAOs can position themselves for success, and then entity structuring, which is really my area of specialty. So we'll kind of hit that last. Next slide, please. All right, so the other presentations hit on a lot of the common mistakes. And so this was kind of one that I wanted to stress in particular, because it does really factor into the securities question, which is a huge part of DAO planning, especially given the ambiguity in the laws and the kind of approach taken by the SEC to use enforcement actions to kind of regulate behavior of relatively high profile organizations and operations, instead of maybe going after the worst offenders. And so there's just a lot of ambiguity on what is a securities for purpose of tokens related to DAOs, governance tokens in particular. So one of the issues I've been seeing a lot is decentralizing too early. And so what I mean by this is there's a life cycle where the DAO is just an idea. It might be one person, it might be a group of people who are working on it, who are building smart contracts, who are developing, process of what their vision is. And one thing that has happened in this effort to kind of participate in the truly decentralized space is that group of people is sometimes releasing a token. They're sometimes, sharing governance tokens. They're kind of expanding beyond where they're at in the life cycle of the process. And there's a real benefit to waiting to become a DAO when you actually have, a viable community, a viable protocol. And there's no one rule, so this is more kind of a generalization that's just kind of been applicable for a lot of different situations. And that's quite frankly, if you have to do fundraising from a decentralized entity before you actually have, a viable community, viable token, then you're looking at a number of issues around having difficulty filing your taxes. You've certainly probably crossed some lines around your treatment of securities. And so this is something that you want to avoid. And the kind of the opposite side of the same coin is failing to decentralize, which is you have a community, you have a protocol, you have your smart contracts live, you've released a governance token and a treasury exists. But, if the people who are central to the DAO were to take a plane to the Bahamas and stay there, the DAO would stop functioning. That's just kind of a good test for the fact that you haven't reached, optimal levels of decentralization, both from a, an ethos standpoint, but also from a security standpoint. And so with that in mind, I think the reason for this confusion comes down to kind of a conflation of terms. There's been talk of a safe harbor, allowing DAOs to responsibly develop their decentralization. That has not actually become the rule. From a practical standpoint, it's almost unavoidable because immediate decentralization, like I said too early, or also in terms of just immediate, isn't really a viable structure for ideal operations when it comes to a DAO. And so, from that perspective, what you really want to be careful of if you're at a point where you're planning is not kind of confusing when you need to be decentralized and when you don't necessarily need to be decentralized. And so I think a big part of that kind of comes down to an SEC test called the Howie test, which is really focused around investment contracts and is not necessarily the most relevant SEC case law as it pertains to really scary DAO issues. Because when you look at Landreth, if you are a security, if you have voting rights, you have an expectation of profits, you have, meet those terms, then you are a security whether or not you're decentralized. Decentralization is not a secret sauce, special sauce that you just spread all over any project and make it not be a securities. It's a specific application of the investment contract principle and the test to make sure that you are not one. And so, from that perspective, decentralization is not a magic bullet. And so it really needs to be kind of captured as far as not just from a legal standpoint, why you want to be decentralized, but for the good of your project, understanding what your project is. So that's was kind of a non sequitur from the rest of the presentation, but it was just something that I thought was important from looking at the other slides to kind of emphasize. positioning for success, when you do, start reaching out to counsel, to advisors, and I would recommend doing this sooner than you would think, like a lot of the folks said. There's a real shortage of practitioners in this space. And so getting on calendars, getting, consults done, forming relationships takes time. And if you wait till you actually need an attorney, you're going to have some difficulty finding one right now because there is not a lot of availability in the market. But when I do consults, one of the first questions that I typically ask is, why blockchain? What's the purpose of your project that is getting value from the blockchain, that is getting functionality from the blockchain? A lot of the concepts that I hear are, quite frankly, not in line with what you would consider to be the most optimal uses for a DAO, and certainly not the most aspirational for what DAOs can be. If you're just trying to find easy ways to skirt security laws, there's easier ways to do it. And there's also easier forms of governance than decentralization. So it's a real commitment. And so to kind of enter into the space just because it's kind of the buzziest place right now is a very common problem that we're all facing. And it creates just an enormous amount of problems if you can't define what it is about your project that requires the blockchain, what value you get from it, what benefits you get from it, what functionality you get from it, and what you see as the future. Jacqueline just mentioned revenue, profit, and distributions as something as part of her client intake. I think it's part of every client intake. I mean, this is the question that you need to have answered because so many of this colors what we have to deal with in terms of complexity down the road. I'll skip to distributions just because, member distributions is the easiest way to fall afoul of Landreth. If you have an expectation of deriving profit, from the holding of a governance token, you're not really credible in the sense that it wasn't a security. And so having a member distribution plan baked into your approach for what you want to get out of a DAO, having a relationship with a centralized body who has control over the DAO, these are real fundamental problems that are going to, be the death knell of your project, quite frankly. Like, some of these things can't be overcome. And so having an understanding of how your protocol, how your DAO is going to generate income, what the profits are going to be, what you're going to do with those profits is absolutely essential for any of the decisions around tax planning, entity structuring, legal protections, and then also just operational functionality for yourselves. And so that's kind of what comes down to clarity of vision, is that to be able to articulate all this is hugely important, and not in the form of a white paper that kind of aspirationally talks about what's in smart contracts and might exaggerate a little, but I mean clarity of vision in the sense of what your actual purpose is, what your value is. A lot of the ideas in this space are more redundant than I think people think. It's one thing to have a good idea about what you can use the blockchain for. It's another to ask yourself and ask your community, are you the person? Are you the people who are best situated to develop this? Do you have the funding? Do you have the knowledge? Do you have the expertise? Because someone else is thinking of the same thing you are. There's not all that many practical applications that exist at this level of the Web3 development. Now, in the future, I think it's going to expand. I'm a believer in the space, and I think we need trial and error. So that's not a judgment of, the long-term viability, but at the same time, a lot of the projects have some pretty similar themes once you kind of break apart, native to protocol, investment DAOs, once you start kind of subsetting, wanting to hold real property, wanting to have, sponsorship relationships, and then obviously some of the work that's absolutely fantastic is taking away the more obscure and time-consuming in-person requirements for financial transactions, which is wonderful. But again, once that idea is out there, you don't necessarily own it. So clear vision of what you actually intend to do with your DAO is, an extraordinarily essential part of what we're about to talk about, which is the planning around some of the law requirements, some of the tax requirements, and some of the available entity structures. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a big one. Crypto Twitter is an interesting way to spend half an hour of your day. I joined about 4 months ago, and I haven't found it to be additive to my life quality, but important for work, so we do it. But one of the debates that is thriving in the space is what it should mean to be a DAO, what the definition of a DAO is. We saw all the panels yesterday had their definition of a DAO. And, you know, in spirit, I was in agreement with all of them, but they weren't all the same either. And so, you know, there's this kind of desire to have a purity test of being a true DAO, or the DAOiest DAO, the most DAO. And the reality is, once you start crossing the land of entity structuring, and you're past the point that you know, and a lot of people do believe this, a lot of very smart people believe that a true DAO in and of itself would not have a legal entity structure, that it wouldn't have to file taxes, that it would exist in a place in cyberspace that would be free of jurisdictional tax requirements, then in a lot of ways would be free of the law. It's a valid point. It's not one that I personally hold for myself, but we all, the people in the space who specialize, disagree with some of those concepts. But what's not up for argument is that's a subjective debate over what a DAO should be. And for its existence in the real world, for treatment in the real world, for treatment under the law, for treatment for taxes, we need to ask the other questions, the objective questions. What does your DAO do? Where does it do it? And who actually does it? Because it's the physical location, it's the activity, it's the citizenship, it's the geographical overlay, it's where income streams come from, it's how income streams are generated that define a lot of this. And so simply saying it exists in the cyberspace when there are physical components in the real world or citizenship-based requirements through law, because the fact of the matter is physical nexus has been on its way out of taxation for the past 15 years. The work that's being done at the OECD on that front, you know, the overturning of Quill, which was a long-standing Supreme Court case that required physical nexus for the purpose of collecting sales tax. Wayfair trumped that and said physical nexus was not a requirement. But that wasn't just a sales tax case. I mean, that's how it was talked about. But that's really opening up the door for the idea that you can tax income without a physical nexus, which for the history of taxation is a mind-blowing concept, but that is the future we're looking at. And once states start figuring out how to tax at that level, finding a viable economic argument for why they have a right to the income, there's going to be state tax problems across the board, not just for DAOs, but for a number of internet-based companies and entities, because right now there's no state tax being collected in that way. And so the future of tax is scary. And the objective point is kind of important information for making a determination around entity structure, how to meet that obligation, because down the road, the law can always change. And I certainly understand the arguments that the blockchain is certainly a pretty good impetus for unfair enforcement and can certainly put up obstacles. But at the end of the day, the internet is a copper fiber that runs under the ground, connected to the ocean and ham radio. And there are physical restrictions on it that we don't necessarily think about when we think about the internet as an amorphous, ethereal kind of everywhere. It's tangible, and governments have claim to it, and that's a reality we kind of have to live in. Next slide, please. Okay, so then the right tool for the right job. When you've made this decision to start looking at your legal entity structure, but you have to realize DAOs are not a legal entity. That's part of why the subjective definition of DAOs doesn't really matter that much. You can call it a DAO, you can call it whatever else you want to call it. It's substance over form that dictates this relationship. So, you know, as a tool to bring individuals together for a common purpose, that's a general definition I think we can all accept. It's not, you know, very detailed, but it's just kind of general. But it's the nature of the relationship that might have a real world impact, could result in default legal structure being applied, default entity structure being applied. And in this way, I am talking about US, but it is also worth pointing out that it's very hard to avoid the US when we start talking about these discussions. To be truly free of US citizenship involvement in your DAO is a very difficult process to pull off. It's a technical process, it's a commitment, and it's also a strategical decision to eliminate what is currently probably the most viable funding source, participation source for members. And so that relationship brings the US into the equation, both from a US security standpoint, which gets their jurisdiction simply from a US citizen holding or being able to hold a security, or, you know, potential security, make the evaluation. and the IRS that has a number of US sourced income, effectively connected income requirements that can make what looks like international income, quite frankly, much more tied to the US than we necessarily want it to be. Next slide, please. Same kind of general concept. Legal entities are not tax entities. Legal entities, and this is, I think, a confusion that happens because C corps are taxed at a certain rate of transaction. C corps have corporate tax, and there's kind of a parallel. But taxable entity structure actually sits on top of your legal entity structure. And so some of the entity options actually have a choice in taxation, others don't, like the C corp. Next slide, please. Okay. So the bottom line is that all this complexity intersects around DAOs, and it needs to be planned for before selecting an entity structure, because this all has kind of a finishing point, like how the tax intersects with the legal, that intersects with the filing requirements. And when I say filing requirements, some of these filing requirements are set up with punitive penalties. So it's worse than not paying tax, not making your reporting requirements around having activity in a certain location. If you fail to do that, some of those penalties are upwards of $5 million per offense. And so we're dealing with a situation where ignoring some of the requirements for doing business in the real world, or operating in the real world is a better way of putting it, that there's an obligation that people could be held accountable for, whether it flows all the way up to the members through an enforced general partnership or they've elected an entity structure. There's no real easy way to avoid some of these requirements. And right now, the reason why we have is that enforcement has been so slow that we almost feel like it's not coming, because it's just an amazing backlog on actually having the government catch up to the technology because it's developing so fast. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is my background. I published a paper with Miles Jennings. He's the A16Z general counsel a few months back. It was on legal structuring. If you haven't read it, there's a lot of background on what I've talked about in much more detail. The securities stuff's covered more detail. I'm also happy to answer questions through email, provide some reading, because I know we're going to be a little short on time here. But what Miles and I are working on right now is part 2. And part 2 is going to be released hopefully in the next 2 weeks, no later than the next 3. And it's going to be organizational forms. It's going to be form articles of organization, highlighted issues. It's going to be an explanation of, entity type, these considerations. Next slide, please. And we basically walk these items across all of the entity structures. So there's going to be one for the Guernsey trust structure. There's going to be co-ops. There's going to be Wyoming DAO law, the LLCs, obviously the UNA, the Cayman and the Panama structuring. And after tomorrow, I think we're going to look at the Marshall Plan that was kind of discussed in the morning and kind of talk about it. And if you go to the next slide. And so this chart's actually done. I just didn't want to spoil the reveal when we're done. It's being tweaked, and so I didn't want to be held to it. Obviously, I'm comfortable with the UNA, but we need to kind of fill out the rest of it. But so what Miles and I are looking to do is kind of give DAOs who are starting out a clean path to what they need to decide on, what they need to consider, and then what entity structures actually jump out as preferable given their facts. And so this whole everything's different, there's so much complexity, that's still going to be true, and you're still going to need a lawyer. But we're hoping to kind of move the conversation forward for why you might consider different things. And I know I'm out of time, so one real fast example would be, if you're looking at an investment club, that makes a lot of sense to be the Wyoming DAO, or at the very least Delaware LLC. That would make no sense as an UNA. And so we have to really look at, do you plan on holding real property? Do you plan on having events in America? Do you have planning on events in person anywhere? Where do your people work? How do they work? Do you have employees? All of these questions need to get answered so we can have a better idea of what we're actually advising on around entity structure. So it's coming out in 2 weeks, maybe 3. And thank you for the time.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. David Kerr, come on through. Okay, good, perfect. Well, coming up next, we've got a nice little break for you. We're going to talk about governance with the folks from DXDAO. They build stacks for DAO governance, and if you guys want to maybe come around this way, I'll hook you up with some mics. Just so that folks know, we also have some coffee and bagels in the back. Take a chair, bring your own chair. This is BYOC. Probably wanna.
Awesome. Well, thanks. Welcome. I'm Chris Powers. That is Augusto and Ross, and we are contributors to DXDAO. Today, we're going to talk about governance structures. And so DXDAO is kind of a fully on-chain organization. So everything we're going to be talking about is how we coordinate through different voting mechanisms kind of on-chain here. So can we start with the first slide here? So I think everyone over the last year has realized what many people have known for a while is that DAOs really are a breakthrough technology around coordination. And they give us new tools to do that. But what we haven't yet seen really are new models or systems to fully take advantage of those tools. And I think you see this a lot throughout like technology and history. Which is that like once you have a new technological tool, say like the factory, you have the ability to produce things. You don't actually see the model or system for maximizing that productivity for several years because it takes a while for people to really realize what those tools are. You know, the same thing, obviously, like once you have the smartphone and GPS, then you can create new relationships with customers, like as Uber did. So I think everything we've seen so far with DAOs, we're still like in the very, very basic tooling phase. And we haven't really seen like, well, what are the new ways we can coordinate new systems that are actually like, you know, doing something new? So before we get into what the stuff is new, let's start with what we've kind of done in Ethereum. So can we go to the next slide here? So these are just some early kind of governance structures, innovations in Ethereum over the last 5 or 6 years. Obviously, you know, everything with DAOs go back to the DAO and the DAO hack there, and that really again was something that I think maybe is underrated how much that took control over. Took control over the Ethereum community. I think it was something like 25% of ETH locked. It really showed the promise and power of DAOs early on. Obviously, led to a very MakerDAO has been voting on interest rates now, I think for 3 years. They've been managing the stablecoin DAI that way. There's other innovations like MulletDAO, which innovated with the rage quit, and it was intended to be able to fund public goods around Ethereum. And then starting in 2020, you see the governance token revolution, right? Starting with Compound first, with giving tokens out to users to govern the protocol. YFI is another example of this and really innovating on the distribution front. And then, of course, over the last year, we've seen a plethora of DAOs pop up similarly, all focused on like these like kind of token-based governance. So if we go to the next slide, we can see all of these forms of innovation that we can see, they all rely on capital for governance, right? When we're determining out who has the say in the DAO, who is ultimately making decisions, it's about who has the most tokens, right? And oftentimes with different projects, this is the projects, the investors, the VCs that launch the projects themselves. They're the ones that actually have the tokens. This has created a lot of problems that you've seen with token voting. Obviously, governance can be bought and sold. Most token holders, a lot of them will be speculators and not actually that interested in voting and governing on chain. If you have a token and you're voting on what to do with that token, presumably governance will very quickly go towards just trying to pump up the price of that token. So you need kind of, there's all these problems, I think, inherent with token-based governance that we're starting to see. But this is kind of almost all of the governance you see on Ethereum now is this token-based governance. Next slide, we can talk about what is different. And so DXDAO, which we'll get to in a second, uses reputation, which is non-transferable governance. So as opposed to, say, like the comp token, which you can buy and sell or send and receive to another address, reputation is non-transferable and associated with a specific Ethereum address. So in essence, this means it can't be bought and sold, so there's not a market for it. So this is what DXDAO does. It's a really, I think, innovative model of being able to grow the pie of governance, right, by inflating and bringing in new governance entities, stakeholders, without diluting those in capital. So how does DXDAO kind of use this and function? So we go to the next slide. And then maybe Augusto, you can talk about how DXDAO uses reputation to govern, and what are we actually governing so far?
Yeah, well, since you said we started operating since May 2019, I joined DXDAO in 2020, I think. Yeah, I'm losing track right now. We've been involved in so many stuff. For example, Swapper is a fork of the Uniswap protocol where we as a governance layer over it. Omen is a market prediction platform. Carrot is a conditional token framework that we are actually right now developing. And we are 15 full-time contributors. We are managing a huge treasury. And also, one of the hardest things to do is managing this protocol and products. First, you need to build them. And we have very strong guidelines and requirements on how we are building stuff. It has to be 100% decentralized, hosting on IPFS. We don't have to rely on any centralized service. So I'm involved in the technical development of these applications, and it is very hard. But it doesn't end up there, because when you do it, you have to give it to the DAO, you have to communicate the product to the DAO, explain how to use it, what they can do, how they can govern this. And that's another step, and then govern the entire product.
Yeah, and one of the important things with DXDAO is that the contributors or the people that are building the products are also participating in governance. And so Ross, I'm kind of interested, as you kind of came on and started working for DXDAO, maybe you could kind of talk about that experience, and then how you were not just working and building and shipping products, but then voting on chain as part of being a part of DXDAO.
Yeah, so I mean, as Chris mentioned, the being part of DXDAO and a contributor, it's not just doing your tasks and developing stuff or all the squads we have. It's not just that, it's also voting. I mean, the DAO is only made up of contributors, and because we have reputation, it's kind of on the contributors to actually govern, and it actually takes up a good chunk of time.
Literally, I voted. Ross has a worker proposal right now. I think that it would pass in 6 hours, and I voted for it. You can look for it, or my company Canning Fork did. So it really is this kind of active participation, which I think is a pretty sharp contrast to some of the large, anonymous token-based communities, which you'll have snapshotting, and then there's a team, labs team, somewhere that's not really responsive. Here you have that with the reputation system. You have kind of that ability to integrate those two. So can we go to the next slide here? Yeah, and so what I think has happened in the last kind of 5-6 years in terms of governance on Ethereum and DAOs is you have seen the creation of these new governance primitives, right? These new tools, and I think they're very clearly two big ones. One is token-based governance, and the other is reputation-based governance. And so these are primitives that DXDAO uses. We also have a token, a DXD token that we use as a liquid financial value for DXDAO. And so we see those as the basic primitives. And so now we started working on with those primitives, what are the new systems or models that we can have? So we came up with the next slide you can see is governance 2.0, which is this idea of combining liquid and non-transferable governance into a single kind of a voting power and a single entity. We think this is the way to align the long-term interest. Both also have a stake in, make sure that there's a skin in the game for those participating in governance. Also a good way to onboard new contributors and give them a say in governance. So this is something we've been working with, and maybe the next slide, Ross and Augusto can tell us a little bit about what exactly this is. Maybe go to the next slide. This is a pretty slide, though, so it's okay there we go.
Yeah, so I guess maybe just a quick recap on what Governance 2.0 is and why we arrived at it, because we've been doing reputation, non-transferable voting now for coming up on 3 years. And I think overall we've had a pretty good experience with it. It's been going well, and it's been doing a lot of good, but we've had a few issues along the road there as well, and so that's kind of where personally, not personally, like as a DAO, we found those issues and we came up with some solutions that sort of address those. And the main one that Governance 2.0 addresses is that like we have this token as well as the reputation that doesn't really, there's nothing tying that together with the people that are invested in DXDAO financially. There's nothing tying them to actual governance, which, as we already established, is kind of a good thing in some ways because it has all the benefits of the reputation voting. But if we could have a bit of both, then that's kind of the best world, and that's what Governance 2.0 is bringing to the table.
Yeah, and I think we think it's awesome for DXDAO, and that's why we're like building it. But we also think this is kind of the model for all DAOs, maybe going forward. You know, we're coming at it from the reputation side, where we want to introduce token governance. But I think other communities maybe will come at it from the other ways. And I think you already see this with a lot of like, you know, the certain governance systems. Obviously, Curve being the most famous example, which locking up a token for 4 years is very similar to non-transferable governance. So I think you'll see more models on that. So how does this work? Maybe for the next slide, Augusto. Yeah.
Well, proposals are passed depending on the voting power. This is something that we discussed just before the presentation. Voting power, was it a good name? And I think it is because you have reputation and you have capital, right? So you have your reputation and you have your capital power or the capital that you hold that the DAO management or that you had a financial interest on it. And that combines, give you the voting power in this governance 2.0, where one of the things that we also want to address is how quick can you be integrated into the DAO? Because right now, most of the new people that are joining the DAO, they are just contributors, right? So what is, you don't want to be a full-time contributor, which again, belonging to a DAO, being a contributor is hard. If you want to contribute and you get caught by this DAO dream, you get caught up on it and it consumes a lot of time and energy.
But you get some sweet swag.
Actually,
jerseys.
So it's very hard. It consumes time. So an easy way to get involved in the DAO will be to just buy some DXD, start collaborating, communicating on the forum, and that hopefully is going to bring more people and it's going to make our organization bigger. Well, yeah, ensures long-term alignment between the capital and the organization interest. We have a manifesto. We have contributor guidelines. I think the manifesto is awesome. I think we wrote it together with Chris and other contributors like 2 years ago. You should go and check it out. So that is what the reputation holders are pursuing, and then you have the DXD holder that has a financial interest in the DAO. So the idea is to combine them.
Yeah. And you actually see this, I think, with other DAOs where like they're trying to like the sub-DAO idea, which is like you do have different communities, but at the end of the day, it's like how do those different communities like ultimately interact? And I think like looking at the distribution of like actual power is the ultimate decider. So next slide. Yeah, so maybe talk about some of the technical challenges to implementing Governance 2.0 that we're facing, with DXDAO in doing this.
Yeah, the biggest challenge right now has been cross-chain communication. I can get more into details here, but it's pretty technical. Off-chain voting, we are trying to make voting as cheaper and as easier for voters as possible, because when you enter to a DAO and you see all the things that we are doing, the reputation, DXC, how org works, it's gonna be very overwhelming for a new user. And then conviction voting, this is something I'm super interested in. Eager to start working on it very soon. I think it's going to be a great tool and something that we want to start experimenting with on the guilds. So if you can go to the next slide. I think, next step for DXL. We have an image, right? Like, yeah. Not here. Okay, it's not here. But something very cool that we are experimenting that we are going to be implementing soon is something called ERC20 guilds, which are like mini DAOs, like mini organizations. It can replace even a multi-signature, where you have this liquid token governance, and then you have DXVote, our other stack, or our legacy stack with reputation token, and the idea will be to merge them, right? And it's going to be transformed to governance 2.0. So what's happening if you are a new a company or an organization that wants to start using what we have? We've been asked this question. Hey, I wanna do what you guys are doing with DXVote. It's a long way because you need the reputation token, you need your liquid token, right? So we are designing a path for it. Let's after this talk, if you are interested about it, just contact us.
Yeah, and just as you said, it's a long way. I think that, DXDAO's approach, I think, to a lot of things you can see here with the governance 2.0 model is to both simultaneously be building new governance primitives, right? So like pioneering the user reputation and governance, talking about like token-based governance, like those are all new tools. But then also looking at like the models and the systems that can like best leverage those tools. So you can't really build the models and systems until you have the tools. So it's kind of like a back and forth conversation that we have with ourselves, right? And kind of like building these tools and models and having iterating on them and continuing. I think the countdown is going. I don't know how risk that is, but I don't know if there's anything else you guys want to do before closing off today for governance 2.0 and other exciting things at DXDAO.
Yeah, I think if you're interested in learning more about it, there's a lot going on. The idea's been around for quite a long time. We've only recently really started like putting plans into action and getting everything sorted, and there's a lot of exciting things coming down the road. I think we're thinking about it from a lot of different angles, not just DXDAO improving their own governance, but also opening that up for different roadways. Like as you said, people coming in from having a liquid token, people coming in from having nothing, and there's a lot of power in the governance 2.0 formula and just how it works.
And we're like totally open source and like radically decentralized, so like definitely come contribute and all that too.
Yeah, open source for the win. I mean, that's the way to go. So if you are interested in what we are doing, everything is open source. Come, forecast, collaborate with us. Look for us later if you want to build cool DAO tools. We are doing that. We want to work with you. So yeah.
Sweet. All right. Well, thank you very much, and happy DAO Denver.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. DXDAO, these guys do everything on chain. Talk about a real DAO. These guys are it. Okay, this next session is going to be something we call DAOX. It's kind of similar to TEDx, but without the copyright licensing. So what we're going to do is have Refi DAO come up here and tell you about their DAO and the project that they're working on in regenerative finance. Is that you? Come on up. Here, come on up this way.
Yeah, three. There's three of us. Thank you.
How's everyone doing? Woo! So we're going to be talking a bit about regenerative finance today, and we want to introduce ourselves first. My name is TR, and I am an environmentalist by training. I have a master's in environmental science, and now I'm helping in this DAO space. Have founded a DAO called Acorn DAO, which is part of Refi DAO.
Yeah, hey, I'm Ale. I'm Alejandra Borda. I'm working with 50 years, investing in supporting different pre-seed and seed stage companies that are focused on deep tech and impact, whatever is making good in the world and like have a meaningful mission, and also just contributing to different projects across different Refi DAO with a strategy, different ways they can collaborate and work together. So bringing value across the different DAOs and bringing them all together in a way that we all work towards like a positive sum ecosystem.
And I'm Jade. I'm working on a project that plants real trees, minted as NFTs. So if you want a tree, let me know. I've been a YouTuber for like 10 years, so I'm like the Zoomer in the room. And my goal is just to bring climate impact to the world.
Okay, next slide, please. This is us right here. You can follow us, Acorn DAO, Aliborda, and NFT Treehouse. Okay, next slide. So we're going to,
Actually, one slide.
here's a little, take a picture of this so that you have that. And okay, next slide. So what we're presenting today is who we are and why we are here. Reality is crypto and the environment. What is refi? Why refi? The main tool that we use, carbon, community, and further resources. Next slide, please.
So let's talk about why we're here. I think I attended this conference to meet DAOs, but specifically, what's the purpose of refi DAO? So for those who don't know, the Earth is ever so gently warming in a very scary path. We're actually currently headed towards 2.4 degrees Celsius of warming, which could be catastrophic. Not to scare anyone in the room, but there are the most important years in the next 9 years. By 2030, there could be irreversible climate change. And the 20 warmest years on record have been the past 22 years. So what we believe is Web3 can truly make an impact to this crisis. And here at refi DAO, we're going to show you guys how we plan to do it and hopefully get the support of everyone here.
Next slide. So we have this, isn't crypto bad for the environment, is something we're constantly hearing. And this is mainly because of proof of work being energy intensive, using coal energy. There's a transition of proof of work to be able to use renewable energy. And then proof of stake is a new concept coming out that's 99.5% on average more efficient than proof of work, but it still uses energy. So it does have an environmental impact, but we can offset that environmental impact through refi tokens. Okay, next slide.
And what is refi? Well, it is regenerative finance. So now that we're seeing all the impact that's being done in the environment, how urgent this problem is, how the amount of carbon that we need to actually remove from the environment, we're now starting to see the externalities of our actions. It's no longer a sense of, oh, we're just throwing away this piece of land or we're throwing away some pollution, because there's no throwing away if the away is our planet. So now with crypto, we're able to internalize these negative externalities on the environment. And as you may know, we're able to redesign our money system to be backed by that which we care. So it is backed by ecological health. And well, we use this to build new solutions and new integrations that restore our climate, that restore our ecosystem, possibly even giving the tools and bringing the money to the communities that actually are working on the ground for it. For example, indigenous communities in the Amazon rainforest now have the ability to actually have a very good impact on and decision making on what's best for the environment and what's best for us to do. And also is redirecting our efforts. Our current money is based on extractive methods like oil, gas, whatever you name it. And now we're trying to change that around and flip it and starting backing our money on actually things that regenerate our earth. And well, we're now going to talk about how we do that.
Next slide.
So let's talk a little bit about why refi. So there are a few individual climate crypto projects, and we actually, I have one, TR has one, we're all working on one, but we realize this climate crisis doesn't need just one project, we need all of us together, united. And currently we're facing uneven wealth distribution between the general society. There's wrong incentive models for communities just to focus on themselves. And I think the past second to last conversation from David, I think he was talking about DAOs have a really good white paper, but maybe not a good mission. And it's just all about incentives, right? What if we could create an incentive to do good for the earth? And that is the impact of refi DAO. And refi DAO helps align incentives for communities to do good. And we can talk a little bit about that aligned token that kind of puts us together. But if all of these tree planting projects or climate projects or the community members are incentivized for this project financially to succeed, we can actually connect it back to climate impact and, trying to neutralize our carbon emissions.
Next slide, please. So money, we have this idea of what money is. It's a medium of exchange or store of value. That's not what money is, it's what it does. What money is a fantastic coordination tool to get people around collective sets of idea, beliefs, values, etc. And we're in the regenerative finance space reimagining this money to be more environmentally friendly and sustainable. New era of social justice and human well-being, realizing the interconnectedness of everything. Next slide.
Yeah, so the first stepping stone we're using is carbon. As you may see, for example, with now Toucan, you can actually bridge carbon credits from like the verified projects, like Vera registries, and put them on chain, like in the blockchain to actually use for your transactions. And why is this important? Because like we currently emit about 35 billion tons of carbon like a year, and we need to remove about 50 to 100 billion to actually reduce the climate change impact. And what's wrong with the carbon markets is that they're very fragmented. We have no idea of where, if the projects are actually still continuing. I just saw a report yesterday of some reforestation projects that they planted trees and they measured like 9 years after if there's the health of the forest, and only 1 out of 10 projects actually had stayed with like the trees had stayed healthy, and the other ones had reduced the amount of trees. So actually the carbon credits that people had paid for, they had actually not backed by anything in the environment because the trees were no longer there. So now this allows us to bridge like the carbon credits into the blockchain for increased traceability, programmability, monitoring the efforts are actually happening, and you're able to actually have a very accurate price for each carbon, and correctly set the pricing that they're worth. And we can see that with Klima, for example, that they looked up they started a project, and within like the past few months, the price of the carbon voluntary markets have already raised like 25%. And so we can see like the impact of using carbon has a ton on like the voluntary markets and on the blockchain in general.
Nice. Next slide, please.
So RefiDAO has 3 parts. We have the sectors. So we're not just a collective of projects that plant trees. We also have projects that are in policy and political movements to move government officials to pass certain laws. We have social movements, innovation, and investment. RefiDAO is going to be working, well, I don't know if I can disclose this, but we are working tentatively on a fund to fund other projects that are just starting out to keep going with the climate impact. I would say one principle that I wanted to highlight in this list that I thought was super unique is I was talking to, because I have a tree planting project with NFTs, I was talking to another tree planting project with NFTs, and it got like very competitive. And I was like, my token can only exist because yours can't. And I'm just like, this is so dumb. Like, we're trying to fight the same fight. And we're all about collaboration over competition. And this is so unique because I've seen personally, just in any other industry, your DAO has to be number one or else, it doesn't work. But for RefiDAO, all of us can win. And we are an ecosystem full of collaboration. We host weekly Friday brainstorm jam sessions on climate impact. And this is a little bit of an eco map. You can actually go to refidao.com to see the directory of all of our projects. There's, I think, like over 50. So if you want to read more about my project or others, there's more there.
Okay, next slide. So the case studies. What are we doing in real life impact? We have a $1 trillion market cap organization that wants its stablecoins backed by around 40% regenerative finance. 651 days, this organization has been carbon negative. Lurie has recently come up with a webhook that's offsetting the NFT transactions of Rarible. Regen Network is partnered with Kiss the Ground, which is a documentary that's been watched by millions. Funding to farms. We have tokenized endangered species and made NFTs of the Gomortega Puele, which is a tree species. And Chi and the World Bank are collaborating on a global carbon registry. So, yeah, I think that's our time. And if you could just go to the last slide, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Everybody take a picture of that QR code so you have it.
Free Pope right there.
That's right. POAP.
POAP.
POOP. Awesome. Well, coming up now we have another refi DAO, but in this, I don't know, somebody lost a cap or something. In this case, RE stands for research. This is a research DAO, RN DAO.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. My name is Paulo. I'm a designer trying to design DAOs.
I'm Andrea Gallagher. I'm a user researcher trying to understand DAOs.
Both sides of the coin. Today, we're not going to be talking too much about DAOs because we're assuming that since you're here, you already know a thing or two about it. We're going to be focusing more on the research part of it. We can talk about scientific research, ethnographic research, user research, product research, so many types of researchers. But what we want to highlight is not a particular set of procedures of research, but the mindset of research. Because research is a method of systematic inquiry, kind of like a way to structurally learn about something. And that mindset is what is interesting to us. And we can learn about a bunch of things in the world, right? But we kind of split it up into two spaces, learning about the problem space and learning about the solution space. And also for today, we don't care about that one. We want to focus on the problem space research. There are a bunch of DAOs coming up, big and small, with relations to each other. Most of the times, one human being is part of several DAOs. But what's happening in reality, we think, is that all DAOs are going into different directions, and each one are going to their own places, and there's not that much coordination. Specifically, if we don't invest and focus on this problem space research, we will probably end up in one of two ways. So we could either be a DAO that is trying to solve the wrong problem in the right way, or be a DAO that's trying to solve the right problem but in the wrong way. These are the two most common scenarios, and it's really difficult to nail down both things if we don't invest in this problem space research first. Also, another problem is that if we don't know what problems are trying to solve and we don't understand them deeply, we also don't know what our target is. And we'll have to rely on metrics that are not really impactful metrics, that are not really measuring the impact of what we're trying to achieve, but are more like so-called vanity metrics, like number of Twitter followers of our account or number of people on Discord. And so those metrics are not really the ones that are mapping the impact of what you're trying to achieve as a DAO, right? And also we could be aiming at a target that's not really the biggest target or the most important target if we don't understand the problem deeply by doing these problem-based research. So we are talking about the research that focuses on the problem that human beings have, several human beings doing several types of stuff. Wait. It stopped working. It crashed. We want to focus on problems that human beings have and that are happening in a certain context. And the reason why we want to focus on that is because we think that this kind of research, problem-based research, needs to be funded and treated as a public and shared good.
Cool. So in Web 2 traditional product teams, which is where I come from, the researchers, problem-based researchers really struggle to do this kind of research. Part of it is because you know that it's going to be duplicated work. You and your competitors are going to be doing research on the same spaces. It's also going to be wasted because you have to explore a much bigger space than your product is actually going to focus on. And then third, your company usually wants to use this research as a moat, as a way of protecting their competitive advantage against their other products that are out there. But fundamentally, problem-based research doesn't succeed as a moat. And there's 3 reasons for this. First is if you don't own reality, and the reality out there of your users and the problem you need to understand, everybody else is looking at the same thing. The second is that if you're doing it in secret, you're not opening yourself up to critique and exposure, and you don't get that quality, which means in the end, on average, you're probably wrong. And the third thing is when we are looking at the Web3 ideals of composability and modularity, those start to break as different DAOs and different DAO tooling organizations are trying to solve problems and not seeing how those problems are connected. They're going to be building things that don't work together and don't fit together. So we believe that in order to do this research well and to understand DAOs and what DAOs need and what DAO tooling projects need to build for them, we need to produce this in a shared and open kind of way. So how do we do this? First thing is we're going to need, as a community, to build some infrastructure. We're going to need things like building a map of the entire space, a picture of the broad problems that are out there that DAOs face. We need to build a way for the different research teams that are out there, because people are already out there studying. These teams like Tally and Aragon and others are doing great research already. But where do they publicize it? Where do they fit it into the big picture so that a year from now somebody can look at that and understand how it fits in? We need to do things like find participants, people like you, that we can talk to and understand the experience you're having. How do we get the data back? How do we have a data repository so that we can share it in a way that actually preserves privacy and anonymity in this space? So that's the infrastructure that we see that needs to be built. The lucky thing is that we're starting to see glimmers of that. Deep Work is working on a participant repository, for example. And we need to start sort of an organization of building that up. So we do that. That's how we do it. Who are we? Paolo and I are with a group called R&DAO, and we are interested in research and development for DAOs, by DAOs, and about DAOs. And we see ourselves as not a normal agency. In fact, not really an agency at all. This is much more about an association and a collaboration. We want to build a community and a space where DAO projects, DAO tooling projects, and DAOs themselves come together to talk about the problems that we're facing, where we work with our clients, the people who are engaged, to prioritize and understand which problems are the most painful and are damaging the ecosystem the most. We want to understand which problems need to be dived into, and then create a space where people can propose solutions to those problems, because that's the development part that's going to create something great. What's the place where, and maybe we expand into something that becomes more of a venture studio, to saying like, this is this problem, we all see this problem, can we go get people in there to jump on it? So that's what we're doing. How do we do it? So I'm talking about problems, but all of those problems fit together in that broad picture. And in that after we understand the broad picture, we have to then also go deep. We call this TTT-shaped research. And then you have to use a systems thinking approach to understanding how those problems connect to each other, and how if you can't solve, you have to solve this problem in a certain way so that we can also solve that one. So that's the explorers we're doing. The first research problem that we've taken on is, what are the common paths to becoming a DAO? And what are the problems that block progress?
So if you are part of a DAO or part of multiple DAOs, or trying to do a DAO tooling project, or trying to create a DAO, you probably faced some of these problems, and you're a human that's operating in a particular context. So it's what you are the one that are interesting to us. So we want to talk to you and understand what are the problems that you face so that we can answer that research question. So the only thing that we ask you to do is to join our Discord. It's the only thing that we have until now. We are forming this since like a month ago in a very decentralized way and distributed way. We're also trying to figure out how to be a DAO ourselves and being over this process ourselves and learning from it. And we do 3 workshops a week across different themes, and you can join one of those workshops to see how we work, how we facilitate and manage those workshops, and contribute to this kind of research as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to switch over. Hey, Eric, could you just click it so the video is primary there? Just hit it on the background. Yep, that's perfect. We're going to welcome Eric Benz. He's with Canada. He is the happiest guy in this room, that's for sure, and 420 somewhere. So please welcome Eric Benz.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. How are we all doing today? Yeah? Fantastic. Who here is a cannabis user? Woo! Who here enjoys the smell of cannabis? I'm not here to talk about smoking cannabis. I'm not here to talk about touching cannabis. I'm here to talk about the benefits and the power that cannabis has for industry and for humanity. Using the community to literally disrupt a $1 trillion industry, an industry much bigger than crypto. My background is in crypto and payments and financial services. I've been doing this a very long time. I've started some of the biggest companies in this space, including the likes of GoCoin, Uphold, also recently with Changely. I was CEO at Changely for the past few years, and now I'm using community to literally carry out this big vision we have. Go ahead and play. Something blooming is coming soon. Now, the interesting thing that we have here is the fact the cannabis industry has this really bad stigma associated with it, right? Oh, pot is going to make you lazy. This whole gang banging, gun slinging, cartel running, stoner culture, right? We've become so misguided and cemented with misinformation for so long. And it's time that we strip away these barriers, this stigma, and elevate cannabis for what it truly represents and means. This plant, this powerful plant, is literally cleaning the air quality, right? It's saving lives. It's replacing concrete, okay? We have a serious opportunity here. And the fact of the matter is, the regulatory landscape does not allow the cannabis industry to access capital. That is the biggest problem in the cannabis industry, an industry much bigger than crypto, mind you, right? So how do we leverage innovation and technology in order to empower and disrupt an industry that's so ridden with regulatory friction? CannaDAO, a decentralized investment vehicle for cannabis grows and businesses, right? It's simple. It's an easy model, very easy to understand. And I urge you to go check out the green paper, right, for the DAO, and understand and really get to figure out exactly what we do with community and how we make sure that anybody, no matter who they are or where they are in the world, can actually now be a grower. And they don't have to touch it or smoke it in order to be educated and to feel rewarded from the industry. This industry is opening up, regulatory climate is maturing, and we're at a tipping point now to where we can elevate cannabis. We can redefine what this leaf represents. No longer does this leaf need to be associated with negativity. This leaf can actually be associated with opportunity. And when you're in a room and when you're talking with somebody and you're expressing a cannabis business or something that's going to be done in order to clean up the air or whatever, they will associate that with positive, right? We need to really use what we've done for so long and actually solve this elephant in the room. Nobody's doing this. Why? Because it's difficult. I've been doing this difficult stuff in various different industries for over 10, almost 15 years, actually. Every step of the way, people have said, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't push these boundaries, you can't create these opportunities, and I've put them in their place, and I have proved them wrong every single time. And what I've done for crypto, I will do the exact same thing for cannabis, because it's about time that we actually have an industry that's going to actually save lives and transition and improve industry and humanity, et cetera, blah, 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 blah. I can keep talking all day long and bore the hell out of you guys, but I'm not going to do that. It's very simple what we're doing, okay? The cool thing about this, in terms of the approach, and obviously this being the year of the DAOs, right? That's what we're all doing here, DAODenver, and representing and discussing and showcasing all these wonderful opportunities, right? We've done it all. We've ticked every box. I'm not here to waste anyone's time. I'm here to actually gamify this governance model. Not only do we have a DAO and a community and the proper Canna Council with an industry body leading experts and scientists and research people, right? We also have a play-to-earn game, right? A way for the community to feel engaged and connected and to have fun. Because let's not forget that cannabis is supposed to be fun as well, right? We can still be playful whilst being powerful. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize. Long gone are the days of stoner culture and bong smoking and, you know, this whole notion of, oh, we got to do this, not tell anybody, and mom's going to catch us, and oh, my work, and my this, and my that, and oh, my kids, and blah, blah, blah. No. It's done. And the sooner we remove that stigma and decriminalize and decentralize this entire industry, we're going to see some really awesome opportunities as a result. The game is a lot of fun. Maybe some of you got some handouts yesterday at the Pizza DAO event that we were also sponsoring. You know, that obviously, the green list is live. We do not believe in whitelist. We feel it's a little politically incorrect. The green list is going to be fun. It's exciting. The game has a really unique angle to it. We've really thought of a lot of things here because whilst the metaverse is quite exciting, right? Mark can have his metaverse because I'm building the Cannaverse. And the Cannaverse for me is an even bigger opportunity. And Canna Farm is the first game to be released in the Cannaverse. And the characters that we've tied into this amazing fantasy and, you know, science fiction kind of environment. The present day is the Cannaverse, right? And in the future, we have this bioverse. And these rebel humals, which are these half men, half animals, defenders of nature, right? They've come from the bioverse to the present day Cannaverse to save these seeds because these stoned bankers are literally taking these grows and ruining these seeds And so you have a very interesting kind of model. I urge you all to read the rolling paper. So there's a rolling paper for the game, and there's a green paper for the DAO. Let's not get confused, please, right? Go to canada.org, follow the socials, talk about us. Tell the community how cool we are, how different we are. The entire Canna contributors, as far as the people working around the clock to make this a reality, is all on the website. You can check them out. I don't need to name names, but you'll see all the quality people that we've brought together. I'm very happy. It's taken me over 10 years to build the relationships of the quality contributors that we're bringing on, that we have already. And it's a very big testament to the project that we have, because this is a very big vision, and it will require an army in order to execute it. And you know what? From the previous businesses I've started and ran, an army is what I'm very comfortable navigating. And I will navigate that army into a very, very positive direction and into a very beautiful biophilic ecosystem, because that's what we need to do. We need to harness plant medicine in order to create this biophilic ecosystem we all dream of. Because if I can do this for cannabis, I can do this for anything, right? It's a really interesting thing, the conversations I'm having with some of these people. Oh, Eric, oh my God, this is so cool. This is so great. This model is perfect. Now, if you do this for anything but cannabis, like, we're coming in, we're going to get involved. I said, I'm not interested to do anything other than cannabis. Because cannabis is difficult, and it's the elephant in the room nobody wants to touch and nobody wants to talk about, but no longer. So CannaDAO is a really amazing community-driven project that I'm proud to contribute my time and my experience. And I look forward to involving all of you in that process. Thank you very much for your time today.
All right, Eric Benz, thank you very much. The big green elephant in the room. All right, next up, we have, I might as well just introduce her, Alana.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. GM. So great to see this group of people. We are in such an early time of DAOs, and just us here as pioneers, I'm very excited to meet many of you and to see these rooms become bigger and even more diverse. So if an Ethereum address has no gender, then why does this matter? Why am I talking about diversity in DAOs? And I think we know that this room becomes more interesting when there's more diversity. We know the parties get better, but also teams perform better too. And so over the last few months, since the tools that make DAOs possible have emerged, we've been working on something called Eve, which is an onboarding platform for women and non-binary people to jump into the crypto universe, specifically in investing and education around DeFi. So super excited to talk to you guys about what we've been learning, what that onboarding looks like, and hopefully help you all think about your own diversity plans for your DAOs. Next slide. So intro, done. We'll talk about the future of feminine finance. What does that mean? Some lessons in onboarding in Web3 for women specifically, and then ideas for DAO diversity. We can jump to the next thing. Let's dive in. So Eve is an investment and education platform. We've helped hundreds of women so far get onboarded into crypto and DeFi. Super interesting to see how different that is by gender and by background. So we come at it with a very feminine lens, and it's all built with women in mind. So how it started was with a group of expert women in traditional finance, venture capital, and crypto. And we thought, everyone's super levered, really busy, but they have this expertise that needs to be shared. And what could unite this group to share their knowledge, investment ideas, and deal flow? And when the power of a tokenized community emerged, we realized it's something that could bind us with shared values. So every one of the 20 core contributors and experts who guide our community are actively building something in the wealth space and the personal finance space. So it's been super interesting to see us all come together, to share research, to collaboratively design courses, and to benefit from the way we share community and then the way we share the burden of creating really high value content. So we can finally move away from, what is a 401k and actually into how to do yield farming and staking. So our mission is to guide 1 million women, non-binary people into wealth building in Web3. And we really hope that we can become the vanguard of Web3. What does it look like to create new index funds, the first ESG index funds, and crypto structured products? So this is kind of what we look like. You can check out our website at evewealth.com. Tell your girlfriends, friends, partners. We'd love to have them. And what you can see here is everything's token gated and unlocked in an exploration process. So we have different levels to go through learning about wealth building. So if you jump next, I think there's one more before this, or two potentially. No? Okay, well, this we'll go with. But the Eve DeFi guide is the course that we've collaboratively built together. So we took sort of the best lessons from people in the space like Shipp and 256 and Women in Blockchain and put it into this course. And there's both a solo track and a community track. So if you want to learn about this with a cohort, you can literally find those first 10 friends who will help you press the button. So if you jump, here we go. So we have editorial. We have a weekly editorial investment guide. So this is when we dive into research from our experts with multiple collaborators and contributors. People who are contributors to the research and investment opportunities earn EVE tokens. Everyone else has EVE NFTs, and that's how they unlock the different levels using Guild, XYZ by Agora, and POAPs. And if we jump to the next slide, this is the levels I was talking about. So our POAPs unlock different levels of our Discord and the website. So the way we've structured it is that you can go on a journey and kind of unlock the things that are most relevant to you as you're going along the path. Everything from portfolio shares. So we have anonymous libraries that we're sharing amongst members, and the DeFi Curious course. So we have the Crypto Challenge and the Crypto Alpha Chat. And if you keep going, you can unlock deal flow. So we try to get more women on Web3 cap tables as well, as among other things. So we teach due diligence and all that stuff. So we talked about the DeFi guide. We can jump. Please check it out. It's evedefi.com. And then, yeah, I think by the numbers, I wanted to just share this with the group because it was really staggering to me as we've dove into some of the research. There was this great study by CoinGecko recently, which was that only 9% of the survey respondents who are women had heard of DeFi, but 89% of the men had. And this is a big issue if we're really trying to create a new financial system, if it looks the same way it has before. So this is really key to our mantra, and there's been a really big surge of communities trying to solve this problem. There's Crypto Besties, She256, BFF, and I think that's really important because these niche communities are what's going to allow different perspectives and different users get adoption. And then crypto users, sub 15% are women, and then most social Twitter protocols, their followers are sub 13% as well. Yet women are actually going to inherit most of the 30 trillion in wealth that is being transferred by boomers right now. So it's a huge opportunity. We're super excited about it. And if we jump to the next ones, I do want to share some things that you guys can take away because it's all about sharing in this industry. And I think it's really important as we're all leaders of DAOs or trying to be, to try to take some of these lessons away. So there's an onboarding problem in general for non-crypto native users, as we know, especially around wallets. We experimented a lot to try to figure out how do we get women who are in tech even, or professionals in venture capital to learn and adopt these products. And I think there's some really great efforts happening. Rainbow Wallet has been an incredible tool for us because it's super easy. The UX is great. MetaMask is still pretty tough for people to even understand how to change from different protocols. And and we've just seen like the ability that you can save to the iCloud has been really, really effective. So Rainbow is one we often recommend and suggest. And we're also seeing a lot of new products emerge, including Clutch Wallet, which is a wallet that's meant to be designed straight for women by a woman named Beck. Then on top of that, we start to do these new joiner calls. So we have a lot of demand for technical one-on-ones or technical sessions. So we now have these as part of our Discord. Every week on a Monday, you can jump in at noon and come and actually get somebody to help you in the community, press the button and download your wallet and learn all the steps that you need to join. Super important to have that first person. I think all of us remember the person who got us into this crazy space, and the loyalty and trust that comes with that is really bar none. So first friends has also been a huge insight for us. So how do you not have somebody jump into a Discord that are thousands of channels and emojis and memes and words that they may not know? And so what we do is we have the first step in our levels with the POAPs are to jump into a circle. And a circle are 10 people that you're matched with who become your first friends in the Discord. So I think that's a really great thing to remember is like, how do you introduce people to those first 1 to 10 people who really care about your experience in that space? And then the last two are values-led. We're seeing, especially with women, non-binary, or underrepresented groups, a huge desire for climate-based projects, climate interests protocols, and then also the idea of what other ESG variables could be understood and applied within layer 1s, layer 2s, and all the projects beyond. So that's something we're now working on in something called @Values Index on Twitter with a collaboration with some amazing women. And then finally, role models. The last insight I think is super interesting about our demographic is that women in particular we're seeing are more likely to learn something and then be open to contributing or teaching from their expertise rather than investing and then learning from those mistakes, or learning first and putting a lot of time in and then making the investment. It just never happens. So we're really trying to unlock this learn, earn role model flow in our community next. So stay tuned. And then finally, I'll end off with ideas for you for DAO diversity. So just some quick 5 ideas to think about that I've seen other DAOs do very well. Partnerships with communities like EVE, Women in Blockchain, She256, or SheFi. We're totally open and excited to share, learn, talk within each other's communities and channels, and also help with some of the design of onboarding. Then the next is women and non-binary support channels. I think Index Co-op did an incredible job with this. They launched something called Women in Index Co-op. It's a weekly session. It's run by role models and leaders, 1 hour, mostly a social place for women non-binary to jump in. I think core team design is huge. We talked about this. It's something like for most DAOs and protocols, under 20% of their leadership is women. So having role models on the leadership team is what drives contribution and the network and virality. And then a preferred pronoun policy I think is super interesting. Index Co-op did this as well. We've done this. We've seen it in a few other DAOs where they'll have a channel specifically to have people share, self-elect to share what their preferred pronoun is, or they'll incorporate it into their onboarding survey. And why that's interesting is that knowledge is power, and so if you collect that information even anonymously, it can be really helpful to make decisions going forward. And then finally, obviously this is important to us too, is women on cap tables and whitelists, or I like what was mentioned in the last presentation, green lists. This is really important. How do you find and source those communities of women, non-binary, kind of different, diverse people to be part of your projects and part of the things that you're building? So always happy to chat. My DMs are open, and I would love to discuss what you're building and how to collaborate. So thank you all.
All right, Alana, thank you. All right, next up is Bustin. Can you cue the next, please? Next up, me. Ha. So this is one of the benefits of being your host. I can slide myself into the presentation anywhere I want and talk about my own DAO, my own startup DAO. Hey, folks in the back of the room over there by the bar, you mind keeping it down a little bit? It really carries over here. I think that's the point of this room, is to create sound that carries. I don't know if you guys are aware that this building is actually really, really old. This building has been here since, well, the walls have been here since 1930s. This whole block, actually, Broadway, was called Automobile Row because all of the major manufacturers of cars in the 30s would open up dealerships here. But dealerships weren't what we think of them now. They were these old buildings, like the one right next door over there. It says Franklin Studebaker on the top of it. And the cars would go in there. And if you've been at the Sports Castle where there's other DAODenver events going on, you'll see that there's this big ramp. They used to take these cars all the way up the ramp, all the way to the top floor, and that was their inventory. That was their stock because they didn't have parking lots to store them at. So basically, I was taking an Uber this morning, and the Uber driver says to me, "Hey, did you know that the story about what's in Temple, Denver?" And I said, "What story? I haven't heard about it." And he said, "Well, the story goes that Broadway used to be the widest thoroughfare, so that's why they put all the car dealerships here, so that they can actually drive around. And this building was where they stored the antique, well, they're all antique now, but the cars that were foreign cars. So the Sports Castle was actually built by the Chrysler Company, and this other building over here, the Franklin Studebaker, was, I think, built by Ford. But here in between them was this Jaguar sort of dealership and other imported cars. Well, 1935, Jaguar releases this sort of sports car. And it is one of these cars that, everybody just admires. But they only imported into the United States 50 of them. Actually, if you look it up on the internet, which I did after this guy told me the story, it says they actually only imported 49. So I said, "What happened to the 50th one?" And he says, "Well, there was this race, basically. The guy came in a Jaguar, and one of these 50 new Jaguars, they only got one here in Denver, and he challenged somebody to a race. And so they're racing down Broadway, and he's winning tremendously. The other guy doesn't even have a chance. He's like in a cranked up Ford or something like that. Model T, who knows? And the guy he's so excited, that he wins this race. He pulls into the Franklin Studebaker building because this wasn't built yet. They were actually just pouring this foundation that you're sitting on right now. And it was wet. It was still wet concrete. And the guy flies over the Studebaker building and lands in the concrete. They were able to save the guy, but they lost the car. And the car just sinks down, and so then they, pour more concrete over it to try and, fill up the space. So, I mean, you guys are sitting on, potentially, if the story's true, a 1935 Jaguar. I think they call it the SS100, right? So one of these just sold at auction in 2010 for $1 million. So you guys feel free to dig. Go for it. We'll get you some shovels. But why am I telling you this story? Well, I love stories. I'm really passionate about stories. Like when I say really passionate, I just love hearing stories about the places where I'm going. And what I told you just now would normally be a story if you were at home. But today it's not a story. Today it's an experience because you're here, because you have a connection to this place right now. And that's what I feel is missing in the world, is a connection to the places that we go. I'll tell you a little bit about me, not much, but I came to America as a Soviet refugee in 1979. My family came here because we were Jewish and we were rejected in the Soviet Union. And thanks to the hard work of the good people here in the United States, we were able to come here as refugees. We came here with no money. They didn't allow us to bring anything from the Soviet Union. So we had to rely on the social services system, which we did until my parents were able to get degrees. They were able to get good jobs. They were able to support the family on their own without having to rely on the social system. So I really have a lot of appreciation and respect for our social system. But at the same time, I feel that people that come here to the United States are still not considered equal citizens even after they earn their citizenship, right? When I was 5 years in here, the first thing my family did was apply for citizenship, like on that date, right? Because we were proud. We were proud to be called Americans. And people say to me every day, what do you think about what's going on in the Ukraine? Are you Russian or are you Ukrainian? Well, the answer is I'm both. I'm ethnically Russian because the Jews populated Russia, but I was born in the Ukraine. I was born in Odessa, Ukraine. So who do I have an allegiance to? No one. America. This is my country because this is the country that gave me opportunity. But nonetheless, there are many people who come to this country, and when they do, they don't speak the language. They don't know the system. They don't necessarily know how the political parties work, because where they come from, it's different. And so what's important to me is develop this mechanism by which people can help other people learn about what's around them. So that if they're just visiting Denver, or perhaps they're moving to Denver permanently to reset their lives, to get more opportunity. They may even be coming from a small town or, not necessarily another country. So what's important here is to understand that I have this background where I really love stories, especially when they relate to something that's around me. And I have this passion to help people learn about the places where they are, regardless of whatever language they learn or whatever language they speak natively. And so what happened one day, when this was right before COVID, my wife and I took our kids. My wife's right there. Hi, Irina. Love you. My wife and I took our kids to Italy, and we started walking around aimlessly one day. And I noticed that there were some Hebrew letters on the door of this building next to our hotel. And I said, what is that? And everybody's like, I don't know. What the hell is that? And I speak Hebrew. I can read Hebrew, but this wasn't Hebrew. I couldn't understand it, right? Because I'm Jewish. You should assume that, no, we don't all speak Hebrew. But I couldn't figure out what it was. And then after a while, I realized that it was Yiddish. It was the language that the Jews spoke prior to the Holocaust specifically, because many of them were situated around Germany. And so this language was basically German with a mix of Russian and a bunch of other Slavic languages. And so that's what was displayed on these buildings. And I was fascinated. And I went down on my phone and I started typing it in. And I started doing this Wikipedia thing. And I'm like walking and typing. And my wife's like, you idiot, you're going to get hit by a car. And luckily I didn't. But it was really a poor user experience. And so I said to myself, there has to be a better way to do this, right? There's technology that can do this. And so I went out and I looked, and sure enough, there were 50 companies doing exactly what I was thinking I wanted. Audio tours in a geographic location. But they all cost $5. Or they were some sort of app that you had to download that you'd get one tour for $1 and then you could buy more for $50. Or they required that you start in one spot and end up in another. So when you're going the opposite direction, you can't do the tour because it would be backwards. So I said to myself, there must be a better way. And as a technologist, I do code, I do program, I do hack. I said to myself, let me see if there's some tools out there that I can use for this. And I also spoke to a number of people, like a bunch of people who do, audio content, sort of like radio voices, right? And the first guy I spoke to, he said, yeah, I love this idea of walking audio tours. I can help you with this. My fee is $200 an hour. Now, this guy had an awesome voice, face for radio, but awesome voice. And I said, wow, I would love this guy's help. But $200 an hour, that must be what the other guys are paying, and there must be a better solution. So I went on Amazon Web Services and I scanned everything that they do. You know how many services Amazon Web Services has? Like 250. But they have audio synthesis, they have translation, they have transcription, they have mapping. And I'm thinking, hold on, how much is this going to cost? And guess what? Amazon lets you have a good amount of stuff for free. So I just start hacking away at this. And I start trying to find ways to solve this problem. And what I basically did in about a weekend was I said, honey, you won't believe it. I built the system that you can actually take words, text, translate it into 22 languages, synthesize it, and then deliver it to this app. And you're on a map and you give it GPS access and it allows you to hear what's around you. Now, this is user contributed, but it's also developed using artificial intelligence because there's a lot of information out there, right? It's not great, but there's information out there. Wikipedia, it's okay, but it's out there. So what I decided to do was see if other people would like this. I know I like it because I'm interested in stories and I'm interested in the places around me. And I really want to establish that connection with where I am. And so I said, you know what? Let's see if other people like this. And I brought it to a couple of friends. And I also went online and seeked out a couple of different tour guides and things like that. And everyone I brought it to was like, wow, this is great. And they said, well, how much is it going to cost? And so I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I got to start doing math. So let's see, like an hour's worth of audio with the guy that has a great voice is $200 an hour, but it really takes 3 hours to get 1 hour worth of audio. So that's $600. Well, let's see how much the Amazon route costs if we were paying, which we weren't because they give you plenty for free. Well, it turned out that at scale, meaning 1 million users a week using this system, cost in 22 languages, translated and transcribed, and synthesized into voice, text-to-speech, cost $6 an hour. That's a factor of 100x. And I said, well, okay, that's great. It's much cheaper, so we can do it, right? But how are we going to pay for it? Well, how does Web 2 pay for everything? Advertising, right? If you're not paying for the product, you are the product. And so what I realized was, well, there's an opportunity here to really change that model, but also use what this Web 2 ecosystem is already used to in paying for radio advertising that is not at all locally targeted and not at all geographically focused and not even demographically focused. We can actually give them much more targeted advertising opportunities. And by doing that, we can make this whole system free. Was anyone here to see Max Lenderman yesterday? No? Yes. Okay. He's an ad whiz. He's been in the advertising business for a while. And what he spoke about yesterday, and I very much recommend that you take the time after today, to go to our YouTube channel and review that presentation. But it was about how to connect Web 2 to Web 3, and specifically the title was What Brands Want and What DAOs Get. And the problem is that we're speaking different languages. DAOs are talking about we can do everything as a community. We don't need to hire people. We don't need to hire professionals. We don't need to raise all this funding from venture capitalists, we could have the community chip in, and we can do this all as a community. Well, that's awesome, but brands do not understand this concept. Everything that they do and the agencies that represent them is focused on how do we get this in front of more eyeballs, which is totally the wrong way to look at it, because you shouldn't care about eyeballs. You should care about interactions. You should care about engagement. Well, tell me, what's more engaging than walking around a neighborhood and hearing about all of the things that are around you? What's more engaging than being in front of the place or sitting on the concrete where the car actually sank, right? So what you see up here are 3 links. Link number 1 is our Discord server. Freshly minted, just put it up, just our core team is on there, and we'd love for you to join. But don't do that if you're not going to contribute, okay? Because in order for the system to work, everybody has to contribute. Everybody has to be part of it. You can listen to the tours, but add some of your own. And every story has value. So if you grew up on a farm in Kentucky and there's nothing around for miles except for that farmhouse that you grew up on, I will pay good money to go and hear your story, because that is what interests me. Number 2 is our test flight. If anybody knows what a test flight is, does anybody know what a test flight is? Okay, not a lot of Web 2 people here. Test flight is a mechanism on Apple devices that allows you to download an app and test it before it goes public. And if you do own an Apple device, you should scan that second code, download it, walk upstairs and walk through those back doors, because in the alley between this building and the next one, there's an art gallery, an outdoor graffiti mural art gallery. And I guarantee that it's probably, in my opinion it is, and it might be in yours, better than many of the art galleries that we walk into in a building. Now, we don't have all of those art pieces explained, but the goal of what we're doing is to be able to create those kinds of experiences where you can walk around a neighborhood and see the art and hear the artist tell their story, or hear a transcribed, translated, synthesized version in your own language, or you can contribute that story about the art. So that's my ask for you. If you don't have an iPhone, what the hell are you thinking? Go out and get an iPhone. Everybody has an iPhone. But number 3 is our light paper. And this explains how we set up our ecosystem and who gets what. So people that contribute get tokens. Tokens can be used by advertisers to advertise. You guys see what's going on there? We don't need funding. We don't need venture capital. What we need is community. And we need to prove that by doing it this way, it's equitable for the people that create the content. Because when they create the content, they earn the tokens. And when they earn the tokens, they are uniquely able to, in the marketplace, exchange those tokens for some other kind of equitable coin or stable coin or Ethereum or Cardano or something else through these decentralized exchanges. So that's what I want you to understand, because there are a lot of people who are in here and who were in here yesterday, and they were just scratching their heads. I don't get how this all works. And Max was talking about Web 2 and Web 3, and they're saying, why would we even want to work with the brands? What the hell can they offer us? Well, they've got billions of dollars in advertising spend that they haven't spent yet. and they'd be willing to buy your coins. But you know who else will? That mom and pop shop on the corner that's selling pizza, that hasn't advertised in 20 years because they haven't had a medium to do that except for the yellow pages. And when people stopped advertising in the yellow pages, they went to where? Internet, Google AdWords, right? Well, Google AdWords really starts to get expensive as the market gets saturated, which is by design. They want the pay-per-click revenue to go up, and in order to do that, the pay-per-click costs have to go up. But these mom and pop shops can't spend $10 for one customer. That doesn't make any sense to them. The lawyers can. The lawyers can spend $100 per customer. The people who sell private aviation, if I don't know if you know how much it costs, but it's like $100 a click. A click! But they make their money back, no problem. But for mom and pop shops, it just doesn't make sense. Well, what if I told these mom and pop shops that you can contribute content and earn tokens? And then you can take those tokens and you can get advertising for yourself, but you're targeting only people within 3 blocks. And you're targeting only people that we know haven't eaten because they haven't stopped, they've been walking around. And you can target people in their specific language. Because if you're walking around in Italy, but you're listening to an English tour, then Coca-Cola can teach you how to ask for a Coke in Italian. And the local shop can teach you how to ask for their special in your language. So this is where we're going with the tokenomics of Listen Up. And the tokenomic system is what we call the Meow DAO, which I wrote a paper on as well, and it's online. So what I'm going to ask you all to do is scan this, grab some food in the back, go for a walk. We're going to meet back up here in about 20 minutes. And then we're going to get started with the next section of our program. And you do not want to miss that because we've got Simon Bogdanowicz, who's starting Kudos, a new layer 1 technology. And we've got Charles Hoskinson, which is the founder of Cardano. So you don't want to miss it. So we'll see you back here in a couple minutes. Thank you.
Looks like we're live. Hi, everyone. My name is Adam Miller, and I'm going to be keeping you company for the next 20 minutes or so until the live stream picks up again from the main stage. I'm here at DAODenver, and you can see my company right up here beside me is MyDAO. I'm trying to get out of the way. MyDAO. We have a new LLC entity for DAOs. So if anyone's interested in learning more about our LLC that's made specifically for DAOs, please go to mydao.org. And that's all the promotion I will do. But what we're going to do is we're going to go around and we're going to find people to talk to, and we're going to interview them, and we're going to ask them what they're up to and what their key takeaways are from the conference so far. So hopefully this will be good to keep you company while the people here in person are getting lunch. So here we go. Let's find our first victim. Let's see. Hey, any interest in being interviewed for the live stream?
Sure, why not?
Okay, let's do it. All right. Tell us who we've got here.
All right.
And what you're up to in crypto.
All right, absolutely. My name is Michael Amin Man. I go by Amin. I actually am a project reviewer for a DAO under Rally Network DAO, or Rally Ecosystem DAO. So my role is essentially we'll be talking about the product. We oversee, I'll talk about Rally. We oversee and bootstrap liquidity for providers, for developers that are looking to take in account of our liquidity pools. And we utilize automated money markets through Bouncer and Uniswap. And so through our smart contract APIs for Rally, we allow developers to choose and distribute how to distribute the pool rewards for the users that are on their apps. So that's essentially what I do, and that's where the protocol is entailed. So my role as a DAO, we help provide grants. We oversee a $12 million grant on helping developers to build on the Rally protocol, and that comes in different tiers and spectrums between what we would say from community events, hackathons, bounties for like dev tooling, all the way up to like equity-free funding for products that are already functional in our hand, and token swaps with other DAOs that we can participate and delegate and collaborate on proposals and what have you. So that's pretty much my spiel on my end. But what I've been learning so far on DAODenver is essentially learning to understand the greater ecosystem of people that are coming across different verticals for DAOs, understanding the toolings, the structures and approaches, how people are going about making their DAOs. Been great networking opportunities with understanding how people have taken their approaches for besides their verticals, and on top of that, just being able to know how to navigate and connect with them on Discord, and knowing how to contribute onto the general chat stream. So for me, that's pretty much where I got to say. I'm pretty excited. I got plenty of great value along the way, so can't wait to see how to make more value from the connections that are here. So
awesome. Where can people find you on the internet if they want to track you down or track down Rally?
Oh yeah. So my personal Twitter is Iman89. You can reach out to us at forum.rally.io, and we have our little Rally ecosystem DAO forum, and we have a link where we go about how to apply for our grants and our proposals, and we have a whole bunch of templates and slides that help you going about it, so that me along with our reviewers can go ahead and get you guys in front of us so we can give you guys grants to build on the protocol. So that's the way you can reach out to us.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you.
All right. I see who we're going to talk to next, if she's available to talk. So can you talk right now? So I'm actually doing a live stream. Is that okay? So this is someone I've been needing to talk to for my own networking purposes. So we're going to kill two birds with one stone here, and we're going to come learn about this product and this person. So by the way, what I'm doing right now is I'm keeping everyone company between sessions. So everyone that's watching the live stream on the internet, they don't have a stage to watch right now, so we're going to keep them entertained. So would you please introduce yourself for me and for our audience?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Steph Chan. I run marketing for Tassin. And Tassin does tokens. So one of the big things that we have live today as our product is an end-to-end token launch platform. So if you need help launching a token compliantly, compliancy being the big word here, we can help you do that. So it's like end-to-end, a la carte, whatever you need help with. If it's guidance with legal and compliance, or if it's on the tech side with TGE, smart contracts, distributions, vesting schedules, all of that, we can help whatever you need, either the whole thing or any gap that you have. You can
wow,
fill.
Very cool. So my question for you is, first of all, maybe you could talk a little bit more about compliance. So are you forcing people to comply with particular regulations to use your platform, or are you just offering if they want your help with compliance and you can help them comply with various regulations?
Right, it's actually more the latter. So we spent a lot of time researching and figuring out what regulations are currently available and where, because regulations differ between jurisdictions, countries, and all of that. And so we have the research, we kind of have a general idea, and we are keeping up with the research. So we're consistently having a research team as well as our legal team always on top of all of the latest regulations coming out from the SEC, from the US, as well as all of the other global regulations. And so our product is really meant to help companies that want to be compliant and do it easily. So we kind of automated the system. We help intake KYC, investor accreditation, and all that fun stuff.
Cool. So, one thing I've seen with a lot of DAOs is they exist in kind of a gray area in between being securities and not being securities. And for the most part, we're leaning towards not wanting to consider our tokens securities. We're saying they're really governance tokens. That's what you're buying. And sure, maybe they'll rise in value, but that's not why you should buy them. So what are your thoughts on that approach? Is it going to work in the short run, in the long run? And how does Tassin play a part in that?
Yeah, so personally, I will say that I don't believe that every token is a security. This is just my personal opinion. I do believe that if the token has utility, then it has utility and it's not a security, right? You're able to use that token to accomplish a greater goal, to complete an action, and by that effect, it's not a securities because securities it's more of a stock, right? You buy it and then the only reason you buy it is to hope that the price will inflate in the future. And so, yeah, there's so many new projects, so many new DAOs that have taken such novel approaches to tokens that we're really, from my point of view, moving away from the security aspects of tokenizations and being more of a utility token. From Tassin's perspective, we don't really pick for you. We kind of talk to projects and decide, and the projects decide. So you come to us and you tell us what you want the token to do and what your vision is, and we just help provide some guidance on how to best accomplish that.
Cool.
Yeah.
So could you compare the functionality of Tassin to something like a Coinvise or a Juicebox, and what's different?
Yeah. Well, Juicebox, little bit. For me, Juicebox is more like crowdfunding, right? It's more of a Kickstarter. You can put it out there. Anyone can donate some ETH, and that's pretty much it. Tassin compliance. In addition to all of the guidance that we could help provide, there's also the KYC intake form. So it's a platform that you as a project can control, and you own all of the documents, and you own the entire process. But we just have the system for you to use. Again, if you need help with professional services, and if you need people like a team to actually review the KYC documents, to actually handle all that, we have that as well as like a separate thing. So again, whatever you need help with, we can probably fill in any gap.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm still going to come back later to talk to you more about some of the things I'm interested in.
Yeah.
But maybe one more question for you for now, which is, do you have a favorite takeaway from the conference so far, from DAO Denver?
My favorite takeaway is that anything can be a DAO, and that it's going to be the future because DAOs make it so that everyone has an individual stake and responsibility in what the goal in accomplishing the goal of the DAO, and that principle should be something that is replicated worldwide and needs to happen everywhere, because everyone should have some social responsibility and some self-responsibility to make this world a better place.
Awesome. Where can people find you and Tassin?
Yeah, so you can find me at Hey Steph Chan on Twitter, Instagram, Telegram as well. I'm on Discord at Steph9058, I think is what it is. And you can find Tassin at, oh God, I should know this.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I should know
It's gotta
this.
be, let's see, .com, .io, .something. Nice.
2 seconds. I only post to the Twitter account. I actually don't know the Twitter username. Hi. It is at Tassin _app on Twitter, but yes, Tassin.com is the website.
Awesome.
Live
Thank you
streams
so
maybe a
much.
little.
I know, it's tough. It's harder than talking normally. All right. Thank you so much for your time. We'll talk to you later. Okay, we probably have time for 1 or 2 more victims. So let's see who we can find. I'm gonna first look for someone I recognize, perhaps. Hi, how's it going? Hi, do you have a crypto project that you'd like to tell everyone who's watching the live stream of DAODenver about?
Sure.
Okay, maybe you could introduce yourself and then let everyone know. We're just keeping people company in between sessions
understand.
on the main stage. So.
My name's Mike Reedy. I have a protocol called Bulla Protocol. It's dual DAO accounting. So
Cool.
Web3, what it does is it creates a token as a credit protocol. It's open source, creates a token between 2 parties, creditor, debtor, and amount. It's on chain. And then we have a front end that manages that protocol for people. And the hope is that people will discover the protocol and start to implement it in other payment streams, other credits, and things like that.
So is it like if I were borrowing money on the Aave protocol, instead I could use your protocol to borrow money from a friend?
No, it's more like if I'm a DAO and I want to do payroll, or if you're a DAOist and you want to invoice your DAO, you can create a token, send it off to the DAO. If they use the same front end that we do, they'll see it. They'll see it anyway. They'll see it and then they can pay it. It's a way to document your payments. type of things. You can also tokenize the invoice itself, so they're on OpenSea, for example. If you needed to factor an invoice, that's a possibility.
Okay.
It's more in that realm, like the service. You're a solopreneur person.
Yeah. Where do people find your product if
It's
they want to learn more?
Bolla.network.
Bolla.network. B-O-L-L-A?
B-U-L-L-A. Bolla is a word for signing things. People used to create like a clay pouch, and they put a Bolla stamp on it, and that would represent what they had bought at a market, and they could collect it later. That kind of thing.
Interesting. Awesome. And what's your favorite takeaway from DAODenver or ETHDenver so far?
I really like the Canada, and the presentation that was here got me very excited. I like how he has no fear of the complexities, or regulatory complexities, and all of the government things. He has no fear. So that's what I like.
I think there was a guy from a cannabis DAO yesterday who also had no fear of being high on stage.
Well, yeah, I would be afraid of doing that. But, I love that spirit. That's the kind of spirit I think you need to be into DeFi right now.
Yeah, interesting. All right, awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the show. All right. Okay, we have a few more minutes here. Hey, Eric. I don't think I've interviewed you yet for the live stream. Would you be willing to do a brief interview for the live stream?
Sure.
All right, this is Eric, aka Rotorless. Would you tell everyone a little bit about yourself and what you're working on?
Sure. I'm a lawyer from Canada. I'm active in my legal capacity in DAOs, Bankless DAO, Shapeshift DAO, and a number of other projects. And we're here, coming together, evangelizing the world on different paths they can take, use cases for DAOs, and breaking new ground.
Cool. What's your favorite takeaway from the event so far?
That it's unstoppable.
Cool. DAO's unstoppable.
Yeah, DAO's unstoppable. You can move faster. You can be more agile than you are in a company. You can bring together talent. You can roll out product in shorter time periods, and time frames. And nobody can predict the future, but it kind of looks an awful lot like if you're not a DAO, you won't be competitive in, 5 years or something.
Yeah, I like it. And where can people find you online?
Rotorless. So Rotorless at Twitter, Rotorless at Telegram, Rotorless at Hotmail, just Rotorless.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the time.
Hey, no worries.
All right,
Adam.
see you
Nice to
around.
see you.
Yeah, you too. Would you also like to be interviewed for the live stream?
Sure.
Okay, cool. We have one more willing victim here. So we're just keeping everyone company in between sessions. Do you mind actually stepping into the light? Thank you.
Okay.
Be a little bit better. So would you please introduce yourself to our audience and let them know what you're up to in crypto?
Okay, my name's Jonna Standish. I work for an augmented reality company right now. I've co-founded a Web2 company, worked in venture capital previously, and clearly, it's not even the future, it's now. So I came here to learn, I came here to meet people, and to just find out about what projects are going on. And like Eric, I too am really curious about DAOs and the future of DAOs and helping Web2 companies transition into that new world. So yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Awesome. Is there any project or contact info you want to share with everyone if they want to learn more?
Sure. I can be found on Twitter, Jonna Standish. Everywhere. It's just Jonna or Jonna Standish.
Jonna Standish. Okay, awesome. Do you have a favorite takeaway from the event so far?
It's just the possibilities are endless. The use cases are endless. You could stay up all night just kind of thinking about what's possible, and it just never ends. So it's exciting.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All
Nice
right.
to see you.
You too.
Thanks.
All right. Well, I agree with that. It's been harder to sleep ever since I got excited about DAOs because it's just so exciting. I'm always thinking about it and all the possibilities. Hey. All right. Let's see. We got to find another interview victim here. Let's see. Everyone's busy talking. Don't necessarily want to interrupt them. Let's see. Hey, was it Steve? Am I remembering correctly? Tom, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to be interviewed for the live stream? We're keeping people company in between sessions.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Tom, would you please introduce yourself to our audience and tell them what you're up to in crypto?
I am Tom O'Malley. I am the founder CEO of a company called Current.com. That's Current without an E. And what we do, we're a fresh knowledge movement. That is a community-born knowledge creation engine. Companies access it to gain insights on things like fast-moving trends on crypto, for example, or how the glass shortage is going to shake out due to supply chain disruption. So it's a way to bring curated collectives of people together to create IP. And the reason why I'm psyched about Web3 is because what we're doing is taking our community of 40,000 and we're going to convert that into a DAO so that they own the community. And the purpose for that is with more ownership, we think we're going to be able to unlock just a lot more quality of insights, a lot more deeper engagement, and higher caliber people. So yeah, that's the gist. That's why I'm here.
Awesome. Very interesting. And what's your favorite takeaway from the event so far?
That there is more capital than there are projects.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I like that
and the
one.
advice I got was move fast. Yeah. So yeah, thrilled to hear that.
Awesome. And where can people find you or your project online?
Tom at current.com, or just go visit current.com and hit contact. But there's live panels there now. You can go and apply to one. And what you're going to find is you're going to learn more than you give. And it's that sort of exchange that enriches everybody.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. currnt.com?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. All right, thank you, Tom. Really appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Yeah.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, Adam.
All right. Okay. Ooh. Oh, I see someone I want to talk to, but she's busy. We have to find someone else. Let's see. All right. It's probably just a few minutes until the next session, so I'm looking for another person to interview for all of you. Just as a reminder, it's lunchtime here at DAODenver. I think just a few more minutes to go. My name is Adam Miller, and I'm with MyDAO, MIDAO.org, which is a new legal entity for DAOs based out of the Marshall Islands. And I am here just interviewing folks while we wait for the next session to start, try to keep you guys company while people here in Denver are having lunch. So let's go find our next victim. Here we go. Let's see. Hey, John. How would you like to be interviewed for the live stream?
Sure, man.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. So this is actually the guy who roped me into doing this job here. Would you please introduce yourself and what you're up to in crypto?
Well, I'm John Miller, aka Eureka John, and another Miller here. So we're the Miller boys. And what roped me into crypto? Being broke back in 2018.
Yeah.
But then, besides just the money aspect, I got lured into the whole the freedom aspect, the ability to be anonymous, the ability as we move into the digital age to bring cash with us, and the whole freedom that comes behind that, the empowerment that Web3 gives people and organizations. So yeah, all that is just kind of just like a mind blown. Once I started really going down that rabbit hole and I discovered DeFi, I discovered how to use tools that only accredited investors previously could use. And I was able to do it, and I learned about finance, psychology, game theory, economics, coding, programming. It's all just wrapped up in a nice little package. It's like the best game ever.
Awesome. So what's a project that you're working on right now that people could check out if they want to?
I have a daily video blog called Eureka Street Crypto Hub or Crypto Podcast on Spotify. And it's just me waking up every single morning and just talking about what I've learned in crypto. I have a long commute, hour and 15 minutes to my job and back. And it's a lot of time to listen to podcasts. And I just research every single day and I learn something new. So there's always something new to share. So I like to cater it to new people who are just stuck in this really daunting place of it's like learning a language. You feel like you're never gonna fully learn it, until one day the seesaw just tips and you just know it. And that's kind of what happened to me once I really started understanding DeFi. And then a lot of things just started opening up in the crypto world and I understood it. So it's persistence, and persistence is key in this space, I think.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. I realize now you were interviewing me just a week ago on your podcast, and now I'm interviewing you. So
yeah,
the tables have turned.
Yeah, check out Adam Miller on episode, I believe it was 408 or something like that.
Yeah.
No, 406 it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one.
Yeah.
One more question for you. What's your favorite takeaway from the event so far?
My takeaway is I've learned so much about audio, visual, and live streaming and production and stuff like that. I came in here with zero experience about that, and that's one of the beautiful things about the DAO space. It allows people of all levels of society and skill levels to kind of flatten the playing field, and I never would have been able to learn from directors of photography on major film productions that I'm working side by side with. It's my mouth has dropped, but you know, we're treated as equals in here, and I've learned a lot from him. And I think vice versa, and on various things, and that's what DAOs do and crypto does. It levels the playing field for so many people. So that's my big takeaways, is all the AV stuff that I've learned. You know, aside from the speakers are great too. You know, so yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, going forward, you're the guy who did the live stream production for DAODenver.
Yeah.
And that's an awesome thing to be able to put on your resume.
Hey man, I'll take it.
Awesome. Well, and just to remind people where they can find you online if they want to track you down.
Eureka John and the number 1. That's EUREKAJOHN, the number 1. And then you can find my YouTube channel, Eureka Street Crypto Hub. And then, yeah, man, Discord, Eureka John. So,
cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting.
Right on. Thanks
All right,
for
I'll
doing
see you
the live
later.
stream.
Yeah. All right. That was a good one. Let's see. I'm going to pick a random person here from the audience. Here we go. Excuse me. How's it going?
Good.
By any chance, would you like to be interviewed for our live stream?
Not right now.
No, okay, no worries. How about you, sir?
Oh, sure.
Okay, let's do it. All right. So, yeah. He's gonna put his food down. So what we're doing is we're just keeping people company in between sessions, since there's nothing going on the main stage right now. So
Super.
if you wouldn't mind, just introduce yourself to the crowd and let them know what you're up to in crypto.
Yeah, hey, my name is Ron Kiefel. I live here in Denver, Colorado. And I'm new to this space. My family actually had a bicycle shop we just sold last year. And so I'm really interested in seeing how the DAO environment pans out and what that means for like little business, medium-sized business, if it makes sense. And just learning a lot about the community and kind of taking this business model upside down instead of, the CEO or the president at the top running it. Kind of underneath, you're the support system, supporting the workers, the staff, the community. So just, being creative and trying new things.
Cool. What's your favorite takeaway from the event so far?
Favorite takeaway? Wow, okay. Well, just the idea that you can have a DAO, and then you have subparts of the DAO, and then you can have different memberships around that whole entity. And I'm thinking, can you take this with a smaller $3 million business, and I don't know if it's a DAO or a token, and you incentivize staff and employees and suppliers and vendors, and just that's what this whole thing is about, to be creative and get more people involved in the success of whatever entity you're in.
Cool. That's awesome. Awesome. And where can people find you if they want to follow up with you?
I guess my email, which is Ron Kiefel, Kiefel, @gmail.com.
All right. Awesome. Hopefully you'll get someone to reach out.
Please.
Yep.
Hey,
Awesome.
everyone. Take
nice
care.
talking to you. Thank
Likewise.
you.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I'm going to show you all what the venue looks like right now, so you can get a sense of what the whole thing looks like in addition to the stage. So I'm going to flip my camera around here. Back camera. All right, so here's the stage that you've all probably been very familiar with by now. And as I turn around, here you can see all the chairs in the main audience section, booths around the side. It's just awesome signage. See DAODenver. We've got all of our sponsors, have banners. There's multiple levels, level 2, level 3, people up there as well. More sponsors over here. More awesome LED signage. Even the roof lights up and they write things on the roof. So sometimes it says DAODenver up there or DAO Planet. Beautiful chandelier, bars in the back. If I look to my left here, you can see speaker room, which is also where the parties happen at night when they're not happening in here. So really cool venue. Hopefully all of you will be able to join us in person next year. Turn the camera back around. Thank you. Appreciate it. Would you like to be interviewed for the live stream? Oh, thank you. Okay. Thanks. I got some swag. Oh, yes, this is the Bulla Network guy. So check this out. Everyone check out. I actually want to check that out. It sounds very interesting. I want to see if I can grab one of these producers back here. New looks busy. Bo, you busy? Do you want to be interviewed for the live stream? Sure. All right. Bo is part of the core event team. Bo, would you introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about what you're up to in crypto?
Sure, Bo, Bankless DAO. Spend most of my time at Bankless, a little bit of time at Index Coop, and variety of other places. I'm a DAO punk.
Cool, awesome. And I know you've been extremely busy, but do you have a favorite takeaway from the conference so far?
You know what? The greatest thing is the number of really talented speakers that have come. It's not much of a takeaway, but it was really just a comment on people rallying around this idea that, hey, look, ETH Denver's happening. It's going to be big. We really need to talk about DAOs this year, and DAOs are not getting enough attention. And there's so much learning going on, but none of it's happening in the real world. So being able to bring that to our community in a real world sense, super awesome. Proper takeaway, I mean, that it's a big space, it's an exploding space, and it is creating a lot of opportunity, but a huge coordination problem. If that's news to you, you're probably not a part of this community. So but we're wrestling with it, and we're not coming up with answers, but we're coming up with a lot of great questions.
Yeah. Where can people find you or BanklessDAO online if they want to learn more?
Yeah, I'm pretty easy to find. If you know how to spell my last name, which is Bruskern, my Twitter's at Bruskern, like everything's at Bruskern. On Discord, I'm Bo at BanklessDAO. So if you go to BanklessDAO, you'll find me pretty easily.
I think we should tell people how to spell Bruskern.
That's a trick though. That's the test.
That's the test.
Yeah, there's a T in there. That'll be my hint.
Okay,
There's
awesome.
a T in Bruskern.
All right, thanks, Bo.
Yeah, you bet.
All right, enjoy the rest of the show.
You bet.
All right. So Bo's one of the main event producers, so he's been very busy making everything happen. Anu, are you free for a chat with our live stream audience?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So let's chat with Anu. I'm just keeping people company in between sessions
Sure.
while everyone here is getting lunch.
Is that my DAO? Or DAO Planet?
Let's see. This is for DAO Planets.
Hi.
Yes, this is for our audience, for the
Okay,
DAODenver audience.
perfect.
Yeah. So let's see. Anu, would you
Hey,
please
guys.
introduce yourself and what you're up to in crypto?
Of course. Hey everyone, I'm Anukriti Kaur, and I am the project manager on DAO Planet and DAODenver. And I just started my Web3 journey. And if you're a female and you're listening this, please join Web3. We need more females. I'm the only female on the team, so we need you guys. And yeah, follow me on Twitter. I'm Anukriti Kaur, and I'm happy to talk to anyone and help anyone get into Web3. I've been here for 4 months, and yes, that's it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
And Adam is great. So
I'm great. All right. Awesome.
he's really helpful. He's really kind. So everybody
So
on the
is she.
team, yeah. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Thanks, Anu. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
All right. Enjoy the rest of the
Yeah.
show. All right. I heard that Charles may be around here somewhere. Where is he? Oh, in this room right here? Okay. Where? Okay, all right. I'll try. All right, we're going to go try to say hi to Charles Hoskinson, founder of Cardano, but he's got people standing around him waiting to say hello. I haven't, but I mean, do you? Okay. We're live streaming now, just to make sure you know. Okay. All right, we're going with Steve, who is
Hey, let's see. Am I on camera?
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, we're going this way?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody. Hey. I don't know if I was being live streamed this morning when I was introducing LexDAO, but I want to introduce you to somebody here that's really special. And Adam, Mr. Thriller himself, thank you for doing this intermission live stream.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can just get permission first. I got it. Okay, so this is a part of our live stream.
Okay.
So a very special guest coming up. You want to introduce yourself? People
Hi.
might not know who you are.
I'm Charles. Nice to meet you guys. I'm here to talk about DAOs and anything else they ask me about. I'll be speaking at 1:30 here at DAODenver.
That's Mountain Time, since you folks are all over the planet.
That's true.
Because it is DAO Planet.
Oh, halfway. Really? Yeah. I didn't change anything. It doesn't. It says it's not muted. Are you?
Oh, was it lit?
There, we got it now. You got it now? Yeah. Okay. Damn.
Should we start that over?
Yeah, let's start over. Sorry, everyone. Well, so yeah, I'll just quickly let everyone know what's going on. So we are in between sessions on the main stage here at DAODenver. And so my role is to keep you company by walking around and finding people to talk to about DAOs, about the event. And so right now we're talking to Steve Ekman, who's one of the founders, if not the founder of DAO Planet, formerly known as Daoist.xyz. So Steve, tell us a little bit about yourself and your vision for DAO Planet.
Yeah, so we're all about the collective, and we want to bring DAO principles and tools to every organization. I think the vision, as I see it, is that every organization is going to somehow incorporate Web3 tools, DAO principles of collaboration, and the cryptographic tools of the blockchain to help with governance. And there's amazing things. It's going to touch every organization eventually. I like to say basically, blockchain is kind of like IP was. It's a protocol that we can build all kinds of things on top of, and it's going to touch everything we do, just like the internet. So we're creating DAODenver right now, and this is the first of what we expect to be a series of quarterly major events around the country, around the world, where we can really bring in the speakers and the people that are building the tools and the people that are really in the trenches, figuring out how to use these tools to create better, more efficient organizations that provide more autonomy and more agency for the people working on the projects together.
How can people get involved if they want to be part of DAO Planet or contribute to this mission?
Oh, sure. So DAOplanet.org. So it's DAOplanet.org. You can just sign up and join us in our Discord and become part of the community. And if you want to support us financially, we have a Juicebox campaign. We're actually trending #1 on Juicebox right now. So go to juicebox.money and then just scroll down and you'll see DAO Planet and you'll see how you can contribute. Just drop a couple ETH and you'll receive governance tokens in DAO Planet.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve. Nice chatting with you. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks, Adam.
All right, see ya. Okay, so we are just moments away from the main stage going live again with our next speaker. Over the next hour, we have a couple speakers coming up. After that, we have Charles Hoskinson from Cardano, who I know everyone is really excited to see. And I'm just going to turn the camera around one more time and show you the venue. And pretty soon we'll be transitioning back onto showing the main stage and all the speakers we have at the event today. And one last time, I'll tell you, my name is Adam Miller. I'm with MyDAO, MIDAO. You can go to mydao.org to learn about our new legal entity for DAOs. So here is our venue, and momentarily we'll be switching to the main stage. Hi, how's it going? Okay, we're gonna do one more interview. Are you okay being interviewed for the live stream?
You know me.
Yeah.
I'm Canceline from DXDAO.
Oh, no way! Oh, cool. Okay, well, I'm live streaming, so we got to do this. So, Canceline, please introduce yourself very briefly for our live stream audience.
Which live stream are we on? DAO Planet.
We're on the this is the DAODenver live stream. We're keeping people company in between sessions.
I'm Kirk. Canceline on Discord.
Okay, awesome. And what kind of projects are you working on?
Oh my gosh, I'm retired from having spent 5 years in the space, and then I'm now kind of just continuing to follow the emergent order that is self-organizing on this beautiful technology.
Yeah, awesome. And you're a member of DXDAO.
I am a member of DXDAO.
All right.
I'm a supporter of what DXDAO is trying to do because I'm very interested in the experiments that are going on in the space.
Yeah.
So you could say at the start of the year, 2021, I sort of decided that I was more interested in human coordination and the new stuff that's possible. So I sort of skipped the whole NFT thing. I try to philosophize about it a bit, but mostly, spend time thinking about new ways for people to coordinate.
Cool.
And so I joined DXDAO, Gnosis DAO, in order to put a little skin in the game, to play the game and understand what's going on.
Awesome. And do you have a favorite takeaway from DAODenver or ETHDenver so far?
Just two things, I guess. Just for me, learning. Everywhere I go, I'm picking up little bits of information. So using the DAODenver part of that question first, I would say that listening to talks, and 3 to 5 of them will be great and head off. And then for ETHDenver, it's finding all my old friends. I worked in this space long enough to now know a lot of people.
Awesome. Thank you so much for chatting. Really appreciate it.
Enjoyed it, Adam.
All right, everyone, enjoy the rest of the show.
I was going to say also a Soviet Jew like me, but he's only half Soviet Jewish. So please welcome John Belitsky. So John's working on something called Balcony DAO. Can you give us like a quick overview of what is Balcony DAO?
Sure, absolutely. So Balcony DAO is creating real estate-backed NFTs, which differ greatly from what some people are claiming to be real estate NFTs, which are really the acquisition of LLCs that own real estate. What we're doing is we're bringing the entire real estate and the metadata onto the blockchain to create transparency and liquidity so people can directly access real estate.
That's cool. So, I mean, real estate is something popular. I think the first thing when people hear about the benefits of blockchain and fractionalization and being able to build your own token and assets, the first thing people think about is like real estate, right? I mean, how cool would it be if we could all buy a house, you know, and own it together? What's so hard about that?
What's so hard about that? First of all, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Like that's where you need to start. People speak about real estate like it's this monolith. There's this grand taxonomy of real estate. There are infinite permutations and combinations of capital stacks, legal structures, asset class, and how to transact real estate. And you know, the sad reality is that our friends in the tech space, you know, I kind of straddle tech and real estate. Our friends in the tech space who don't understand this think of real estate as this monolith, and they try to solve a problem in real estate and apply it to everything. And it just doesn't work. On top of there being all of this complication with the asset class, then you have the regulations on top of that. And the regulations are manifold. You have the SEC regulations. Pause. If you're doing has real estate and NFTs and you think that you're not a security, you're a security. Stop. Don't do that. That's stupid. Okay. So then we have SEC regulations. And then beyond that, what no one talks about yet, which I think is coming, is I think that there's state regulations. I think the Department of State steps in and says, you're either transacting a security or real estate or both, which is what we're doing. And you either need SEC regulations to follow, your Reg A, et cetera, or you also probably need to be a licensed broker to sell, which my firm is, right? So there's too many layers here to unpack for most people who are not in this space. That's frustrated the advancement of the digitization and the tokenization of real estate.
Interesting. So, I mean, you've been in, you know, commercial industry, commercial real estate, residential real estate. I mean, what if all of us here decided we were all going to buy a house together, right? And we were going to throw one big party, and somebody gets hurt at that party. Who's holding the liability for that?
I mean, that's a great question. So ultimately what we need is a container, right? And this is where the NFT starts to become really useful. The NFT really can be that LLC, it can become that container. It can be that vessel that assumes that risk and that liability on behalf of all the constituent members, right? Which is how we do commercial real estate transactions today. And so this is where we start to see the future and the promise for NFTs in real world assets and the application of our daily lived lives here, right? The NFT can become both the LLC and a one-for-one representation of the capital asset of the real estate itself, right? And under that fact set, somebody slips and falls, nobody here, you know, has to sell their home that they live in to pay for this investment property.
Okay. And why is it important that it's an NFT, a non-fungible token, versus just minting a token for every building that's out there or for every home that's out there?
Yeah, that's another wonderful question. So, you know, really tokenizing real estate is not the appropriate tech tool to get to the end that people think they're getting at. When you start in real estate, the first thing you learn is that every piece of real estate is unique. There are no two unique pieces of real estate. Real estate is a non-fungible asset. And so the perfect tool to represent that on the blockchain is a non-fungible token, right? And all of the itinerant benefits flow from matching these two assets appropriately.
Interesting, interesting. So, I mean, what does this mean for the industry now? Like, what can we expect from all these people that are working on, you know, putting real estate on the blockchain? Just recently, there was a house in Florida, right? That was, I think, the last number I heard was 12,000 bidders on this house that's being sold on the blockchain? I mean, what's special about that?
Well, first of all, it's very special, and I applaud it. I know Proppy was in some way involved with that transaction, and I believe that that was also another LLC that was purchased that owned the home. And this was a tool to sort of circumvent regulation. I think ultimately that's not the way you want to go. I also do a fair bit of M&A work. You don't want the vicarious liability of buying somebody else's LLC for the slip and fall reasons you described earlier, and all the other itinerant vicarious liability. What we want to do is we want to bring assets onto the blockchain in a way that's sustainable. And the way to do that is I've started a working group for real estate NFTs to create a schema that is open source that anybody can use to define with absolute specificity any asset in the real world, and then take that data, put it on the blockchain, and with that transparency, create liquidity that creates a higher asset value that allows somebody back in the mother country to go buy that asset sight unseen based off of the data that's in the blockchain that they could easily reference. So that's the future, and that's where we have to go. What we need to do is avoid, what happened in the music industry where everybody got greedy and tried to do their own thing. And, 300 years later, there's somebody in Detroit waiting for a royalty check, and he's been dead for, 2.5 centuries. Like we want to avoid that and do this in a way that's intelligent, sustainable.
Right. So the schema sounds like an important first step. I mean, it's where we should probably all start and say, look, let's establish our taxonomy. This is what we're going to, what we're going to say, and that way we're all speaking the same language, even if we're not all using the same blockchain network or the same technology. At least we can establish some standards.
That's absolutely right. We have to establish some standards. We also have to agree on some basic things. Like we need consensus around the fact that real estate is a security, because it is. We need consensus of fact that we need a schema that's durable, intelligent, flexible, and thoughtful, that's created from people that are both in tech and real estate, so that 30, 50, 100 years from now, we're still able to use that. Right? We need to give this sort of like birthright to our industry. That has to start now. I've started it. If someone else started it, I'll join you. It needs to happen though, right? And then lastly, we have to figure out in this room, for those of us that are involved with DAOs, how do we leverage a real estate backed NFT for DAOs? And my theory is every DAO should have some real estate in their treasury. You should have some defensible asset that isn't a self-referential value, like your own token or some stable coin that might get unpegged at some point. You should have a piece of durable real estate so that if you find yourself in a short squeeze, like many of our other DAO brethren are experiencing right now, and people are disputing the intrinsic value of your token, you can say, look, there's this $30 million asset. We own 10% of it. There's $3 million of virtually indisputable value in our treasury, right? And this solves a problem that a lot of our DeFi DAOs have been experiencing, which is the fact that they believed incorrectly that token value is unimportant, and it is.
Yeah, and we're going to be talking about diversifying the treasury and treasury management in general a little bit later. But why do you feel like this needs to be a DAO?
I mean, that's a great question. So firstly, from the beginning of time, since the first real estate deal, which is when Adam and Eve bought their property fee simple with no debt, this industry has basically remained unchained, right? A very enormously small minority of people have made the decisions about everything in our built world, right? How many people here have developed a property? Okay, that's more than typical. That's not a lot of people, right? So the idea is if we create this DAO and we get this community input and we can start to engineer ways to create value, perhaps there's people who are taking forwards on properties. Maybe they're saying, look, I will buy this condo at this terminal value. I will buy this music venue at this terminal value. This group will buy this. We can de-risk transactions. We can build things that the community wants. We can change our lived world by changing who gets to participate in these assets.
Okay, so final question. What is it that Balcony DAO needs in order to grow?
What does Balcony DAO need? Well, we're doing great, frankly. To be totally honest, we've raised some money in our friends and family. We think that we are on the right track. I would like some more devs. Right now, I'm developing this product with one other person and my 11-year-old son. And so like I would like to grow. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to grow, our team out. And so there's some very thoughtful, intelligent devs I've met here. Thanks to DAODenver, for bringing us all together. So I would like to bring some people onto the team there. I would like to talk to other DAOs about partnerships on ways that perhaps we can use token swaps to help build our treasuries and create some real value for each other. That's one thing I'd like to get out of here. I'd like some people to help me with this schema and join this working group that I've just started so that we can really develop this. And I'd like to hear your thoughts. I'd like you guys to riddle me with your hard questions and help me think about this and problematize this so that we could build something that's actually thoughtful and durable.
Awesome. Well, thank you, John Belitsky, Balcony DAO. Thanks, man.
Dude, appreciate it.
You got it. So next up, we're going to invite Simon Bogdanowicz and Pete Hill, who are working on a new blockchain called Kudos. Is this good? Good? Here's one more mic.
Very much.
Hello, hello.
All right, fellas. Well, that's a nice gear you got. I hope you dropped off my swag.
It's in the back.
All right, perfect. Well, I really want to hear about a Kudos specifically because I came up with this title, Fork This, Give Me Another L1. There are so many layer 1 technologies out there today. Certainly not as many as there were 10 years ago. But why do we need new blockchains?
Yeah, sure. And yeah, thanks everyone for having us here today, and good to meet you all. So my name's Pete. I'm VP at Kudos. So to answer your question, great title by the way, Fork Me. I think if we look to, one of our investors came up with a great analogy, and he said, you've got all these great cities around the world. You've got Tokyo, Sydney, London, Paris, Miami, New York, Denver, of course, right, for this crowd. Each of them have got their own community. They've all got their unique culture. They all offer something different. But you can travel around those different cities, right? So there's a purpose. There's a reason why they can all coexist and collaborate. And it's the same with blockchains, I think. So for us personally, we, the founding team all come from the kind of cloud data center network infrastructure backgrounds, 20 plus years experience in doing that and scaling cloud platforms. And so that's actually where we really wanted to come into this space and fill a gap. The layer 1 blockchain provides, Kudos provides access to what is going to be a huge decentralized cloud computing platform, effectively via the smart contracts. So it offers something a little bit different, and it just means that we can now work with all of these other layer 1s as well and become that computing layer for them and provide those computing oracles through smart contracts.
Yeah, so it's really a true first time we've seen the merger between an L1 and L2 compute layer. I think that's what makes it really exciting. And beyond smart contracts, you can also plug into our layer 2 decentralized cloud compute through APIs as well. So it's not just limited to blockchain. Actual big enterprises can come on board too and have us, and then that way we can compete with Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, and the like as well.
That's interesting. I mean, it seems like we've been at least under the impression that blockchain isn't currently and perhaps never will be a great ecosystem for heavy files or large data streaming, movies, and we use hashes to reference these things, but they still exist in a Web 2 ecosystem unless they're on IPFS. I mean, what's the secret sauce here that allows you to store large files?
Yeah. Okay. So let's take it a little bit back further, and the way that we've kind of designed the network is kind of almost like an Airbnb business model that we've applied to cloud play, right? So a huge distributed computer network is what we built, and then the blockchain allows us to kind of decentralize that and to come to the validation of the tasks on there. So on the supply side, if you think of it as a marketplace, you fill the stock room first. So we actually launched with a monetization app back in 2019, and we scaled that to over 500,000 users now. Now that's coming in from 3 different core audiences. It's coming in from gamers with gaming PCs, and we're also working with one of the console makers, and hopefully we'll come out with a version of that later this year. As well. That gives us a very consumer edge network, right? Where you can send things like scientific workloads that don't have any personalized data. So it can just be sharded up, doesn't need any local storage, and it can be pushed to these edge devices, right? But you wouldn't be able to send a Disney film to that because it's sensitive to the IP, the type of clustering that you require to get the performance, high security, high bandwidth, etc. So we've got the gamers, and we go through big brands like AMD that we partner with. We've then got miners and the mining farms, and particularly I'm talking about kind of GPU mining farms here because of the enormous amounts of compute that they can offer. And then the third kind of audience is your service providers. Your kind of not your Amazons, not yours. Yours is the next layer down that we focus on. So same levels of security, compliance, environment they're sat in, but it's that next kind of tier of service provider with idle equipment. And the whole idea is that we can make use of that existing computing power out there. Kudos is just the enabler. The actual blockchain is the enabler to that, and it offers that transaction layer as well. So, sorry, Simon, you probably want to jump in here, but if I take metaverse as just one kind of example to put it into play here, there's reports that have come out saying that to realize the ambitions of the metaverse, we're going to need 1,000 times the amount of computing power, right? So, this needs to be a highly scalable platform that we're building. And to be able to do that, where you're minting the assets, you're transacting the assets, you're recording things to blockchain over the layer one, but then able to access that computing power without having to go separately to an AWS or an Azure or one of those hyperscalers, we believe that's where the kind of game changer is, yeah.
So it sounds like you're basically fractionalizing what data centers do now, and spreading that compute. I mean, that's a pretty disruptive model to something like Amazon Web Services. Is that the goal? Is that
I think we can. They're a $2 trillion, $3 trillion. They're probably $5 trillion company by the time we finish on here, right? We're nibbling at the hill, but there's no way a bite or anything yet. I think, like I said, we're an alternative that's out there.
Right.
There are going to be use cases that AWS provides the scale, but it's completely overcooked for what's actually needed. Requirement-wise.
Now, Simon, what impact do you think this is going to have on community? And we're here to talk about DAOs and how we can establish communities that are more, let's call it proactive or more performant than traditional companies that have traditional organizational structures. What do you see happening to the environment with Kudos?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think a couple of our core values is around sustainability and inclusivity, right? And so by launching our mainnet, which we're launching this month, we're going to be also launching more governance-based initiatives, more community-based initiatives. As executive advisor to Kudos, I'm actually going to be helping them stand up and launch the foundation. And that's going to be a pretty big deal because out of the foundation is going to be really the core purposes around any foundation is around expansion and amplification of their network and the ecosystem that blockchain brings to life. And so in terms of kind of community initiatives, we're going to be looking at actually a three tiers of grants to give around developer grants, startup grants, and the last category is community and education grants. So just bringing people together around and identifying community champions to teach them about Kudos, teach them develop more oracles and more nodes and infrastructure services on our blockchain, and just overall look at growing our ecosystem and having it really take a life of its own, making the community, creating a network effect with the community that builds a life on its own. And we already have great partners like Algorand, Outlier Ventures, many AMD, PlayStation, many others. They're also carrying our flag as well. So we'll be tapping those communities as well to take it to the next level. While still every blockchain says, oh yes, we're carbon neutral, we're this and that. But I think we have an opportunity to be even carbon negative and do some interesting things around carbon offsets as well as part of the foundation and everything that we're doing.
Wow, that's great. So how do you feel about giving grants to geospatial audio tour companies? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. I mean, I think what you guys are doing is really interesting. But tell me, just from the technical perspective, when I sent this out, you said, "Hold on, we're not forking anything. what are you doing? What are you building on?
Yeah, sure. So we're a Tendermint chain. So we've used the Cosmos SDK. So some pretty big, well-known ones in there, like Luna or Terra, should I say, Crypto.com, Akash Network as well. It's a kind of similar effort to us, Pocket Network, etc. So, but we chose Tendermint for a key reason. That's because of IBC. So it's the Inter-Blockchain Communication Protocol. A key. Apart from sustainability, as Simon's been talking about, interoperability is huge for us because we do actually feel like, we fill that gap for other blockchains that we can work with those blockchains and providing that computing layer. So being able to, IBC instantly unlocks any chain within that's got IBC integrated, and I think there's about 200 chains or something now that are either developing in production or have gone live within Cosmos. So it's going to become a huge kind of ecosystem there. We can all kind of share resources as well. And for me, I think and I'm not the techie, by the way, but from kind of experience in the previous internet industry, if you want the old stuff, then IBC is kind of like TCP/IP and what that brought to the internet, and just providing that kind of standardization of communication.
Excellent. Well, TCP/IP hasn't really changed in like 50 years. So hopefully, we can build models that are more evolutionary. But that's great. So what's your ask for our audience?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we are about to go mainnet within the next week. So, it's just right around the corner. We've got hackathon set up. I think there's about 880 developers that are kind of ready to jump on. But, opening it up to the room here as well. We want to work with some really cool, like-minded people. If you've got projects, whatever kind of blockchain use case, or maybe even a cloud computing use case, right? That's stuff that is you're not looking at the moment because it's, we're running that on the standard cloud. So anything like that, we just want to work with you. Simon, on the foundation side, we've got anything?
Yeah. So a lot of asks. Like I said, we're just the foundation is just being set up right now. But really, there's 4 core tenets to the foundation that we have. We have ecosystem growth, which includes startup competitions, hackathons, bug bounty programs, everything else. We have developer amplification and just bringing on more developers, giving them the education, the tools, the resources needing to understand what is Kudos, why we should build on it, what we need for further integrations across IBC and also EVM-based blockchains. And we also have, obviously, just great community initiatives that we're going to be rolling out, more hackathons, more regional-based events and things like that. And also, fourth key piece of the foundation is really enterprise and this enterprise participation. So identifying major enterprises that can utilize our network where we can kind of co-develop POCs in that light as well. And that will obviously further our mission of the advancement of the Kudos network. So we're seeking great developers, we're seeking great connections. The grant program, you can see a QR code right up here. Actually, that takes you to our grant application. So that's live even before our website. It is quite detailed. Don't try to fill out the application on your phone. It will take you probably at least an hour to do, if not more than that. But we're just seeking great minds and that believe in our dream and want to come build with us, and also just expand into all of our partners that we're working with as well.
Awesome. Well, thanks for dropping that alpha here. I know I promised it to our audience. So you're looking for blockchains to work with various different blockchains that have enterprise relationships, right?
Excuse me.
Cool. Well, thanks so much for coming out, guys. This is Kudos.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. You got it. So, well, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. The man, the myth, the legend, Charles Hoskinson. Wherever you like. You can have this one. You like our chairs here? These are from the pawn shop next door. We're on a budget. You know where we are, right? We're at a nightclub in Colorado.
Oh yeah, I spent my 20s in Denver. I used to go to church.
Yeah. Well, it actually is a church. I had no idea the basement was so big there.
It's crazy, right?
Quite large, yeah. Well, we're in Colorado. We're live streaming.
Oh, okay.
So,
hi, everybody.
Do you think we could get it like you're,
Do the thing.
do the thing? I mean, we're here.
Well, this is Charles Hoskinson live from warm, sunny Colorado.
Yes.
Hey.
Woo!
Always warm and always sunny.
Yep.
Sometimes Colorado.
Sometimes Colorado. Well, that's awesome. I mean, having you here is great. And one of the things, I mean, I have a million questions to ask you, but of course, I'm going to keep it DAO focused.
Okay.
Maybe, but compared to me, I mean, you're a young guy. You're in your 30s.
Yeah, I'm 34.
Which I have a hard time understanding how someone your age, like, how are you so damn wise?
Is that a question?
Yeah. It's a softball question.
Oh, why are you so wise and handsome? I like this guy. This is a great place. I mean, I just talk to people. I read every day. I always try to invest a lot of time into learning and into thinking. And, I've always been interested in philosophy-based business. You see, I started in the Ron Paul movement back in 2007. And, it was all Austrian economics and choose liberty and humble foreign policy. And the problem with loving monetary policy as a normal person is until cryptos came along, it was an armchair thing. It's like opining on the nature of God. You're not really going to make a lot of progress on that. And so then suddenly cryptos came around and we could be our own bank. We could develop our own monetary policy for the first time in my life. And so I said, wow, this is a weird intersection of where technology, philosophy, and business is all coming together, and you're able to make meaningful strides on a global scale across the entire world. So I said, boy, this is once a lifetime. I'm never in my life going to have another opportunity like this. And so just go all in every day, with anger and focus, and just push and get it done.
Makes sense. I mean, it may be that once in a lifetime opportunity. I mean, do you believe that blockchain really has the potential to right the wrongs of monetary policy up until this point?
Well, I mean, look at El Salvador as a great example. A nation state has adopted Bitcoin. If I told you that back in 2010, you'd be like, what drugs is this guy on? I want some of those. I mean, it's nuts that magic internet money is more appealing to people than the world financial order, but it's also a response to loss of legitimacy of institutions in general. Every year, more and more institutions become morally bankrupt, and we start asking ourselves, why are they even here? Why bother? And people become more cynical and disenfranchised and distrustful, and we've become very tribal and polarized as a society. And what we sell ultimately as an industry is this idea of bringing people together, collaborating together. Blockchain is a universal construct, and it's an engine for managing trust and audit and oversight and inclusive accountability and all these other properties that we would like to have in our money, in our voting system, and our supply chain systems. And once you drink that Kool-Aid, once you go down that road, you start realizing how bankrupt most of the world really is. So you have no other choice but to keep down this journey, because the alternative is to, live in hell.
Right.
And I don't want that. I don't think anybody wants that.
Yeah, nobody wants. Well, some people want to live in hell, but most of us don't.
The people who financially benefit.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so you've been on the record as saying that if something is wrong, I'm paraphrasing here, but if something seems so wrong with the system and it's not being righted, then somebody's making money.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the ultimate test. If you don't understand why something's screwed up, and it just keeps going on and no one fixes it, then the answer is someone's making money from it being screwed up. And you can look at any system, from tuition to healthcare costs to, war, all these things. You're like, well, these are smart people. Why would they behave in such a crazy way? And why don't they work together to fix it? Well, because at the end of the rainbow, somebody's getting rich off of it. It's just that simple.
Yeah. Well, speaking of monetary policy, I mean, you've also been fairly critical, may have had a reaction or two to people talking about burning tokens. But as DAOs, I mean, we create communities and we have to regulate the monetary policy on a community, based level. Is there any time that it does make sense to have a burn or a mint, or to somehow manipulate, let's say, the currency? Or
Yeah, if you have algorithms that require that, like an algorithmic stable coin, or you're doing a token upgrade, so proof of burn to destroy a token, to redeem a token on another system, that makes a lot of sense. Where it becomes problematic is when you have a cryptocurrency with a deflationary monetary policy like Bitcoin or Cardano, and there's a fixed monetary policy to come in and say, well, destroy tokens. Well, why are they asking you to do that? They're asking you to do that to manipulate the price. And the tokens are already all distributed, so you literally have to steal tokens from somebody to do that. The problem is there's a lot of projects where there's this gigantic pre-mine that insiders control, like a foundation or something like that. And they've kind of indoctrinated an entire generation of investors in this industry to believe that every cryptocurrency is that way. It's not the case with Cardano, and it's not the case with Bitcoin. So there's certainly things like Ethereum did this with the IP, was it 1559?
1155?
1155, that's right.
Yeah.
One of the EIPs.
Yeah.
They have a burning policy now, and it could work, but then you have to be really careful behind. Well, if that's an algorithm, you can game algorithms in very unproductive ways, and so you have to be always thinking like, how do I build the ultimate algorithm that's not manipulatable? And then if it's humans deciding this, how are we any better than the Federal Reserve manipulating interest rates and monetary supply? I mean, I thought we built these things to get away from that, and now we're going back to that because some day trader wants to get a 10x.
Right.
And the greatest burn in the industry, I think, was Stellar. Didn't they destroy like a meaningful percentage of the entire supply? And it did nothing for them in terms of price appreciation. So in practice, it doesn't actually work. But we wrote a paper on it. We read a lot of papers. So if you're interested, there's a proof of burn paper that shows how to do a provably secure proof of burn, and it's something anybody can implement for the monetary policy of their DApp if they want to pursue that end and do it in a provably secure way.
Yeah. Well, that's very interesting. I mean, do you also see that with Cardano that there's going to be that opportunity for folks to, establish? I guess Cardano right now, just like the rest of the crypto market, is somewhat tethered to Bitcoin.
Right.
And do you see that, that flippening or that change?
The great decoupling. If I was equally crazy to the Bitcoin enthusiasts, I'll say, well, yeah, sure, of course, when Cardano passes Bitcoin and we're the largest cryptocurrency in the world, then everybody will be coupled to us, right? No, the reality is that we all have to grow up a bit. And the reason why the coupling occurs is because the trading pairs and a litany of market dynamics. But at some point, it will break because it makes no sense that if the CEO of Google dies or some scandal happens at Google, that Microsoft stock should also go down. So analogously, if some problem happens with Bitcoin, it makes no sense that Ethereum and Cardano and completely unrelated things should also fall down or go up for no particular reason. And that's just an indication of where the markets are at and the maturity of the ecosystem. But over time, my belief is that decoupling will occur when you have more use and utility in the underlying systems. So if there are billions of dollars of loans and NFT transactions and all these other things, and they're creating a natural, multi-party circular economy, then there's a natural appreciation that occurs, or just market dynamics that occur that are disconnected from trading of Bitcoin or these types of things. And we see that in natural resources. I mean, there's certainly correlations between coal and natural gas and oil and other materials, and hedge funds do take advantage of that, but they're significantly weaker than the correlations that we see with Bitcoin and the remainder of the altcoins. And that's just because of the depth of the markets and the maturity and the financial products that exist within the marketplaces.
So one day, perhaps in the next, let's say, 10 years, once there is a flippening and the decoupling, and once people realize that, monetary, or let's say manipulated monetary policy is not the best way to regulate, and we can have true supply and demand economics, perhaps at that time people will appreciate or start to decouple price and value. I think people have a very mixed up relationship or understanding of price and value these days.
Yeah, it's hard to measure, and also the market tends to undervalue things. I thought for sure at this point in the market, people would start paying a lot more attention to correctness and security and decentralization. No, the market signals are actually not there. So it just is depressing as hell when you see things that are hyper centralized and they work until you have to kick them to restart them. And they have all this great success in the marketplace and no one seems to care. And that's just where it's at. And part of that is consumer education. Part of that is just rampant speculation. And, these are ephemeral events. People over time learn more about the technology and they start valuing certain things. And also you live crisis by crisis. A lot of people forget what put Bitcoin on the map was the Cypriot crisis. We were at $4 Bitcoin. We went to $250 Bitcoin in 2013. It was because in Cyprus, the government started taking money out of people's bank accounts. And some people are like, well, they can't do this with Bitcoin, right? Now there's an entire nation state, Canada. It's basically declared martial law and it's going around stealing money from people. And they're trying to find a way to seize crypto from people. Yeah, best of luck with that.
Yeah, good luck.
And so now the entire nation of Canada is having that conversation of, hey, maybe we should have money that the government can't take because they seem to be all more than willing to do that. You see, so events occur, and these events start training people the nature of power and centralization, and they start teaching people that maybe they should be more in control of their voice, their freedom of expression, their right to commercial activity, and right to association. It's the same with deplatforming. We live in an age where if you speak the truth, you could be arbitrarily thrown away and completely cut out of a social network. And canceled effectively. So the minute that happens to somebody, especially someone you know, love, and like, then you start asking, well, I need an alternative. The minute they went after Joe Rogan, there was more conversation that week about decentralized social networks than probably the last 5 years, in that 1 week. So we're educating an entire community the power of decentralization. So I think the undervaluing of decentralization and the undervaluing of correctness and security, they're going to resolve over time. And these are just market anomalies, and they come in the boom bust cycle. I've been through 5 of them. I watched Bitcoin go from under $1 to 30 to down to 4, up to 250, then to 80, then to 1,200, then to 250. Then to 20,000, woo, and then down to 4,000, then 4,000 to 64,000. Now we're at 40. I've watched it, and all along the way, there was all kinds of madness, and you'd see it in the conferences. So when we were in a boom year, they were crazy, especially Mo Levin's conferences, man.
Big parties.
Yeah. But then we were in a bust year, they were like, hey, want to buy a pizza?
Yeah.
How you doing? Yeah, the hype comes and goes, and you have a lot of fair weather people, but the core has remained the same. There's still a lot of familiar faces, and the technology is legitimately getting better. We're having deeper conversations about holistic measurements of energy consumption, of decentralization, certification of smart contracts. There are great companies like Certic and Runtime Verification that do that, and thousands of academic papers and millions of lines of code. So it's a very different space today than it was even 3 years ago.
Yeah, so it's sad that it sometimes takes tragedy or a calamity of some sort in order for people to realize, oh, this is a better system. What's even sadder, though, is that sometimes in this day and age, a global calamity like a pandemic can make things go the other way. I mean, it seemed like during COVID, certainly blockchain has been proliferating, but at the same time, many other things have been centralized,
right?
Like healthcare, right? I mean, how does that make sense?
Well, during a crisis, there tends to be an appeal to authority, and there tends to be a strengthening of emergency institutions, which by design must be centralized because they need to move quickly for an event. Decentralization, the hard part of that is you don't move as fast. You bring more people along and you can preserve principles and checks and balances, and by their design they have to be more transparent. But if a crisis occurs, like a hurricane or a pandemic or something like that, you may not be moving fast enough to save life or prevent death or loss of massive amounts of money. So there's this interplay between emergency crisis powers and the need for checks and balances. But let's be very clear, no emergency lasts 2 years. That's a war.
Yeah.
Okay, and anybody who tries to convince you otherwise is making money from that or gaining power from that. And making people do arbitrary things is not public health, it's compliance. And this is the society that we're in right now. So if we want to get out of it, we need to make sure that we have high integrity institutions, like, for example, the voting is unimpeachable. And then we need to remind the people who are in charge that we're in charge and vote our way out of it. And then also take back certain powers, like the printing press. I will remind everybody we were at $30 trillion of debt. When I went to college, started at Metro State, we were at $4 trillion. We're at 30 now. That wasn't too long ago. As you mentioned, I'm a young guy.
Yeah, you're a young guy.
Okay. $30 trillion is so much money. This is literally enough money to rebuild every single road, train, airport in America 30 times. Just to give you a sense of the scale of that amount of money. This is enough money to have everybody in this country go to college for free for more than a century and give all of you free health care. Okay, and allow anyone who makes less than $25,000 a year to retire at that level for a century. This is not a small amount of value we're talking about, and we don't pay real interest on that. What if we pay 10% on that? That's more than all the tax revenue of the United States. But what prevents that from occurring? Well, the petrodollar. See, so we're starting to have very inconvenient truths be revealed by the current monetary policy, and there's no sustainability in any of this. And we have political parties that seem to live in a fantasy world. Like if they just put their head in the sand, that we're all just going to relent.
Yeah. Or just immediately take the opposite position of whatever the first guy took.
I'll give just a quick example. So I got a ranch up in Wyoming, and so I bought some propane tanks for that ranch, big tanks because we lose power all the time, and I needed to make sure that we had some backup. So I bought them for $25,000 a tank, and I hadn't buried them yet because there was big supply chain delays in getting the labor for it. So 5 months later, the company I bought them from calls me up, and they say, "You still got those tanks?" I say, "Yeah, I haven't buried them yet." They say, "Can we buy some of them back?" I say, out of curiosity, how much? They say $35,000 a tank. In 5 months, the company I bought it from, the price went from $25,000 to $35,000. And they have the balls to tell us that there's only 7% inflation.
Right.
There's no inflation as long as you don't count the price of beef, chicken, and pork, right? It's just like 1984, the dialogue that's coming out. But this is a great opportunity for all of us.
You're referring to the book, not the year.
Yeah. This is a great opportunity for all of us in this room, because if we want to do better, we have to be better, so we have to build better. So all the builders, the engineers, the entrepreneurs, we have to really start thinking about, well, what are the social dynamics we admire and respect? How should we treat each other? How do you verify claims that people make? What does the institution of the future need to look like that's always online, global first, transnational, and has integrity at its core? Hopefully algorithmic integrity, which is the whole point of DAOs. This is the whole point of what our industry has been pursuing at its highest level. And if you look at a blockchain's ledger rules, whether it be Bitcoin or Ethereum or Cardano, it's kind of like a digital constitution. It guarantees certain things. I know Bitcoin's monetary policy is not going to change. If there was ever a time for it, it would happen with the Mt. Gox crisis. That was their 2008. And it didn't happen. The core developers lost personally millions of dollars. And so as a result, it can never change. No one can change it. So that's a right. It's almost like a law of physics, like gravity. So then you start asking yourself, well, what if we could have that same level of assurance in our voting system, or in our healthcare system, or in our education system? And this is functionally the conversation that we're having at a scale of the entire world at the same time, as there's an appetite now to replace the institutions that are no longer working for us.
Yeah, so where can this happen? I mean, among this pandemic, you took the opportunity to visit 6 different countries?
I've been to 70 countries in the last 5 years, but we went to 6 countries in Africa last year in September. We went to South Africa, Zanzibar, Burundi, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Egypt. And we met with the president of Burundi, we met with the president of Zanzibar, a lot of government officials in South Africa and Ethiopia. And there's an enormous appetite in the developing world for new systems, because they need the liquidity, they need legitimacy, they need a restoration of trust, and ultimately they have to manage collectively in Africa over 1 billion people. That's hard. And so you start saying, well, okay, if we're going to do this, how do we avoid the mistakes of Europe and China and the United States? And also, how do we build economies that are intrinsically fair? What people forget about Africa in particular is it's the youngest continent. 70% of the population of Ethiopia is at or under the age of 30. And a lot of them are digital natives. They grew up with cell phones, they grew up with the internet. So they see what's going around the entire world and they say, we can do better. And they're starting to replace a lot of the old leaders with young leaders who are in their 40s and 50s who are also digital natives. President of Ethiopia, for example, is a cryptographer. It's the only one in the world. Think about that. And so that's a unique thing. So it's a great opportunity to open a conversation of, well, what can we improve? In some cases, you're very conservative. For example, Ethiopia, there we have an identity system we're deploying for academic credentials. The Civil War actually proved the need of the system. We're onboarding millions of students, K through 12, and the ones that haven't been onboarded yet, they've lost their credentials in many cases because of the Civil War. So you have this beautiful A/B test, and the government came to us and said, "Can we accelerate this to 20 million people? You know, how do we actually figure this out?" So we're working on it. You know, we're at capacity. In other cases like Burundi, there's an appetite there to move very quickly because they have huge infrastructural problems. Only 3% of the population is online. 11% has electricity. 9 out of 10 people don't have reliable electricity in 2022. But that's an opportunity. We talk about carbon neutral. We talk about alternative grids. And we believe, well, America must do this. Well, if you're building a completely new power grid, why don't you just build that in a decentralized way with co-ops in a completely alternative energy friendly way? Let's work the economics out to make that happen. If you're building a new telecommunication system, instead of having 4 companies decide everything online, the on and off ramps, why don't we build local ISPs and co-ops? That's exactly what we're working with World Mobile on with Zanzibar. They're going to cover 2.2 million people, the entire island and 50 miles out. So all the fishing that's happening in the blue economy. And the hope is to build a decentralized infrastructure where the on and off ramps are community owned, as opposed to being owned by a big company that's somewhere. You see, so these are great opportunities and challenges, and whatever the challenge is, if you rise to the occasion, you can change things. And if you change it in just the right way, you change the world. And everybody in this room has equal access to that.
Well, that was a great segue to my next question, which is, what can DAO governors do? People who run DAOs, people who build DAOs. I mean, the DAO concept, anyone feel free to disagree with me, but it seems like it's a couple of steps down the rabbit hole, right? Like you trip over I heard something about crypto. And then it's like, oh, there's smart contracts, okay. And then you're like, oh, wait, you can run an organization this way. It's several layers down. How do we accelerate that adoption?
So the problem with DAO is that each letter is nebulous. We don't have a good definition of decentralization, although we as an industry are trying to work on one. We don't have a good definition of autonomous, automation, these types of things. Like artificial general intelligence, like what do we actually mean by that? Nick Szabo wrote a great paper on dry code versus wet code, excuse me. And at an organization, like, what the fuck is that? What does that mean? So each one of those letters is nebulous. And what I found in the DAO space is that usually a lot of people who utter that word are doing so to evade liability. So they take something that's heavily regulated if you are in a centralized organization. That would certainly be a security or require a license like an exchange. And they say, well, we're decentralized, we're DAO, so obviously regulation doesn't apply to us. And so the regulators are like, nah. And so there's now going to be a big fight that occurs. And actually what's advantageous about that fight is it's going to force definitions of sufficiently decentralized.
And it's going to force them to learn about it too, right?
Exactly. Now, the good news is there's great research that's being done in each letter. And there's great research in particularly in the O in organizational design. And there's even legislative accomplishments. So the last 5 years, 26 laws have been passed in the state of Wyoming. The one relevant to this event is the DAO law in Wyoming. So there's actually a
DAO
legal...
LLC.
Yeah, DAO LLC. Now, there are some problems that need to be addressed and resolved in practice with the implementation of that, but that's a great example of where a regulator is actually willing to work with the community and try to figure out a way forward. There's a lot of open questions about checks and balances, level of transparency, what is kept secret, what's not, the rights of the individual. Cardano actually has one of the largest decentralized organizations in the world, Catalyst. We just closed fund round 7, 257,000 votes, over 100,000 people actively participating. It's funded this round 269 organizations, and every ADA holder gets the vote. So that's growing and growing, and we're adding another layer with liquid democracy now. So we have this idea of delegates. People delegate their vote to another person, and that person can vote on your behalf. So like a whole governance class is forming of thousands and eventually tens of thousands of people, and every asset issued on Cardano will eventually be able to utilize those governance tools. But then there's a question of what is good governance. So you have questions about ballot design, frequency of consent, voting systems. Is it linear preference sorting or a threshold or quadratic? There are millions of design parameters here, and I would argue that every problem requires a slightly different parameterization of these things. There's a world of difference between a system that has control over your life and rights versus a system that has control over your retirement fund, versus a system that curates like an HOA, a community, and make sure that the driveways get scraped for snow and people are doing landscaping and so forth. So each of these things requires consent. Each of these things has some form of a democratic process. Each of these things are around a concept of assets and geography, but they have different thresholds and stakes and so forth. So that's what we're trying to figure out as an industry. And the good news is this is one of the most fertile, creative areas as an industry. There's literally billions of dollars that have been poured into this. There are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people that are participating in this. A lot of failures, as expected, but actually some great successes that are occurring. And I'm very hopeful that this is, in particular, over the next 8 years, as we leave the 2020s and enter the 2030s, going to be one of the pillars of success of the cryptocurrency space as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of failures and success, I mean, you've had both, but I think people don't necessarily realize the amount of effort being put into Cardano. I mean, in terms of, as a coder, looking at GitHub commits, I mean, it's kind of like not even a comparison. I mean, big community.
Yeah, 3 million people, over 1 million lines of code. We're #1 every year for GitHub commits. There's this bizarre thing I've noticed, maybe because we didn't ever take any VC money, and the VCs own the media, but there's this bizarre thing I've noticed in industry where every time we do something or accomplish something, people move the goalposts. Like a Masari index showed that we were #1 for transaction volume.
Like you'll never launch smart contracts
but we
in September.
Yeah, and even put money on the line for it. It doesn't matter. They just move the goalpost. We were #1 for transaction volume. We even beat Bitcoin. And they're like, well, that's just because of the extended UTXO model. It's like, Bitcoin has UTXO too. It's apples to apples. Come on, man. Well, it doesn't matter. 300 plus projects on Cardano, lots of cool things going on. But, it's neither here nor there. There's an old saying, the dogs bark, but the caravan moves on. I don't fucking care.
Right. You don't watch data price.
Every day we grow, and every day we get closer to our mission. 8 years ago, I was in Bermuda, and I did a TED Talk. And I said, this is what crypto is all about, economic identity and systems and enfranchising the people who are currently left out of the world and making their lives better. Now I can go back to Bermuda come October and actually talk about loans being done, talk about progress on the ground with real people in Kenya and Ethiopia and other places. That's amazing that in 8 years we've gone from an idea to a 3 million person movement that has percolated across the entire world with adherents everywhere. 130 research papers written. That velocity is not going to slow down. The institutions aren't going to just wake up and be like, hey, we're getting like professorships and academic kudos from working on this technology, but let's just stop and go somewhere else. No, they're going to keep writing papers. So that's going to speed up. You're getting more people. The same for the coding. It's becoming a polyglot. Like many people aren't aware that before the end of the year, you can deploy Solidity code on Cardano. So if you're an Ethereum developer, you also can be a Cardano developer. We're just better, faster, and cheaper forever. Okay, so there's a lot of cool stuff that's in that ecosystem that people will discover. And whether they discover it today or a year from now or 5 years from now, no one's leaving.
Yeah.
They're inspired. They're passionate.
I was going to ask about Ailey, but you just promised us the end of the year for Ethereum smart contracts running on
the
Cardano.
testnet is coming out in March for Mamba. All that time we spent with Ethereum Classic, we actually built a full Ethereum node in Scala. We learned how to build Ethereum as well as Consensus or anybody else. It was tough because there were a lot of stuff we wanted to change because the protocol's so shitty, but we did it, and in every category we try to innovate a little bit. And what you've noticed with all these EVM compatible chains, what they usually do is they run a BFT protocol under the hood. We saw that coming more than 4 years ago. So one of the things we did with Ouroboros is we said, look, this is a really different form of proof of stake. You don't have to bond and lock your tokens. You don't have to do any of this garbage and lose
Ouroboros
liquidity.
chooses validators just so that...
Yeah, Ouroboros is the proof of stake protocol Cardano. But the point is that stake pool structure maps very well for like an Algorand style sortition. So you can bootstrap permission chains from that permissionless structure and run them at a high velocity with the same trust model of the underlying infrastructure. Well, if you can do that, you can replicate what Binance Smart Chain and all these other guys have effectively done. Because under the hood, a lot of cases, they're running permission systems or pseudo-permission systems with some curation. But they're no longer permission. They're permissionless because the Ouroboros is under the hood. And so anytime a BFT protocol gets faster, we get it for free.
Yeah.
And we get all that finality and fast settlement and so forth. So it's a good model. And there's 6 years of research that went into it. And you Google any of our papers that are foundational, they have over 1,000 citations. They were peer reviewed.
Yeah.
And people don't seem to understand how hard that is. At these conferences, they only accept about 10% of the papers there, and you go to get yelled at by people who have PhDs and are really smart. Like I went to a conference, Eurocrypt, Eddie Shamir was there. That's the S in RSA. He has the Nobel Prize of Computer Science. I was on a panel with a guy, and he's like, I don't like proof of stake. I was like, oh, fuck. Like, how do we argue with this guy? He's got like 4 PhDs worth of computer science knowledge. I mean, it's like, what do you do? But you go and you take the abuse because it makes you better and it gives you independent validation that you're headed along the right track and the right road. And we're now seeing the fruits of those labors. What we sow, we see the extended UTXO models, massively parallelizable. Plutus is really easy to verify, so you can write high assurance smart contracts. And in an industry where $10.5 billion worth of shit was stolen last year, probably a good idea that we start focusing on security and correctness and verification. Probably a good idea that our languages help us in that particular direction.
Yeah.
If you disagree with me, fine. Keep doing Ethereum, but just do it here because it's 1,000 times cheaper and faster.
Well, maybe it's
makes
because
sense.
maybe it's because you don't have the first mover or second mover advantage in this case. I mean, when smart contracts launched in September, I think everyone had this expectation that the next day, like September 13th, we're going to be like all these dApps.
But Igor, our ghost chain is at capacity. It's Casper the constipated ghost. I mean, we're at 80%, 90% blocks right now, and we have 300 projects that are building and deploying, and there's just enormous amounts of activity. TVL is up over 2,000-3,000% the last 2 months.
Right.
It'll turn on. Pipelining will come in June, input endorsers in October, and we'll get those orders of magnitude kicks up of performance.
Sure.
So I don't worry about it. It's like people, again, keep moving the goalposts.
Yeah.
They say no one will ever build. You have no developers. We've trained 10,000 people with the Plutus Pioneers program. Go to our developer Discord and see how many people are there.
It's true, but I'm going to push back a little bit because, people coming from Solidity had a hard time with the EUTXO model.
Sure.
So it's like if
and people writing single core applications had a hard time when multi-core came. So should Intel just not do multi-core processors? You can't ask that you want a beautiful level 2 model and on-chain, off-chain transactions and high levels of parallelization, local verification and deterministic gas prices, but then at the same time say make it as easy as the accounts model. You can build abstractions and layers that handle some of these mechanics for you, and that's what we did in the history of programming languages. C and C++, you do memory management manually. Java, you don't. You have garbage collection, and it does that for you, but that abstraction costs you something. Okay, so we're in the C++ days of the ecosystem. We're not in the Java days of the ecosystem quite yet, and over time, 6 months a year, those abstractions will be built and developers can pick and choose. If you disagree with that, then go to an accounts-based model, which Cardano also supports.
So you see layer 2 as like this needs to be part of the system. Did you always see it that way? I mean, it's, if I wanted to airdrop everyone some native Cardano tokens, my tokens, I would have to pay 1 ADA per person in order to send that out. But I could do the same on Polygon, and it'll cost pennies.
Yeah, batching is a very important thing. By the way, UTXO allows you to do batching. Ergo demonstrated this recently. They did 5,000 transactions in one transaction. They had 5,000 outputs.
Roll-up.
No, it was just the inputs, outputs.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't even need exotic crypto for this type of stuff because the input-output model, they allow you to do that with UTXO. You can say all these inputs and all these outputs are rolled and batched together into one transaction that we post. It's very efficient. Account space is sequential by design. So it's never easy to parallelize that. You have to do a lot of bizarre tricks to get it there. And then in many cases, you lose determinism. So it's like the difference between local variables and global variables. You know, side effects happen, things happen, and then you lose predictability, and then suddenly a bug occurs, and then people exploit it and steal all your money.
Yeah.
So your base layer should be built in a way that it's bedrock, and if you want high efficiency, you build structures for that. That's why we created Hydra. And over a long period of time, few years, Hydra will mature and grow and evolve to absorb everything. It'll have roll-ups in the head and all kinds of cool batching and great support for microtransactions. And it's isomorphic to the base layer, so value in transactions can move back and forth seamlessly because we co-design them together. So whenever that's ready, it's ready. It's just a component of what we do alongside side chains, alongside Mithril, alongside pipelining and input endorsers and so forth. And again, if you don't like that model, you're more familiar with the accounts model, they just use the EVM sidechain. You see, so it's the best of both worlds. We wrote the white paper for Cardano back in 2016, Why Cardano? And we had this idea of a settlement layer and a computation layer. And we said we'll have one settlement layer and lots of computation layers, and the computation layers can have different philosophies of computation. So some can be like, we want to have lots of programming languages. And others can be like, we want to support legacy systems like the EVM because that's the market standard. And others can be, well, we want to do domain-specific logic for high-volume applications. Maybe a Fortune 500 company comes in and they want to do something on the project. Well, they alone with their customer base generate billions of transactions a month. Maybe there's special accommodations for them because there's so much volume that's going there. But you can permit all of those to live in the same house and with the same security model. But the underlying settlement layer, it gives you very strong guarantees that this whole orchestra is going to play correctly. Then 2 years later, Eth2 started getting announced, and they're like, hey, look, we have Oracle chain and all these side chains.
In 6
and so,
months.
Oh, okay. It sounds very familiar to something else. But okay, so a lot of people are moving in that particular direction, whether it be Polkadot with parachains or these other things, and it just makes sense to do it. And you can't make everybody happy. If you're a Java programmer, you might be happy there, but then a Python developer is not.
Right.
So they have to have their tools and their languages and so forth. It's the same with political diversity. In this room, there's probably a Republican, there's probably a Democrat, there's probably a communist, there's probably an anarchist, there's probably a libertarian, there's probably a democratic socialist. They're all in the same room, okay? Yeah. And so all the power to them. I'm a libertarian-like guy, so I love everybody. Right. So I wanted to build a blockchain that had all those capabilities under the hood, and the community can decide which ones to invest in and build up. And then over time, it can grow there. But one thing we didn't skimp on was security. We thought very carefully about the underlying infrastructure, and we started from bedrock. The GKL 15 paper, which is our most cited paper, came out in 2015. It didn't talk about Cardano and Ethereum, and it just talked about blockchain in general and said, what security properties must all blockchains have, and how do you prove your consensus algorithm, whether it be proof of work or anything else, provides those guarantees. Then you have a proof target for a security model. And layer by layer, paper by paper, design by design, design by design, we built all those abstractions, all those things to get to where we're at today. But that's the foundation. It's bedrock, and it's one of the most cited papers in the entire industry. So that's where we started, yeah. And then now we're getting to the point of diversity, and a lot of people have different opinions. DC Spark is one of the companies in our ecosystem. It's led by Nico and Sebastian, and they're great people. They believe the future for scaling Cardano is probably going to be a roll-up-based solution. We're pursuing a state channel-based solution, a payment channel-based solution with Hydra alongside layer one improvements. These work in parallel. They're not either or. They're not contingent on each other. So they're doing their thing. We do our thing. $150,000 of funding just came in from Fund 7 specifically for roll-ups. And there's good people thinking about these things. Now, other people are saying, well, maybe off-chain computation using an MMM signature like what the guys at ETH Zurich are doing with ACE, maybe that makes sense. So there's a venture called EigenLayer out of University of Washington that's exploring a similar approach to this, and they're looking at that. Again, that's in parallel, because when you have a 3 million person ecosystem with all this money floating around, you can take many bets, 1,000 flowers, and some may wilt, some may bloom.
Right.
And that's where we should be.
I think we could probably talk tech all day, but we might lose half the audience or all of the audience. I want to ask you about the tribalism that's kind of developed over your years in the ecosystem. I mean, it seems like, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. We got a lot of flack for inviting you from some people. We're sellouts to some degree.
Wow.
We are having, we're having Charles Hoskinson speak at the DAODenver conference. I don't know, it's silly to me. We were, kind of put under fire for charging for this, as if, the space is free and the food is free, and people have this sort of mixed up view of value. But it seems like it's just tribalism. Is there room for this in blockchain? I mean, I thought we were here with better values.
Tribalism is analogous to hate. A good definition of hate is taking poison and hoping the other guy dies. It's you're tribal. What are you accomplishing? If you walk into a bar and you see a bunch of people fighting and yelling at each other, you walk out. You don't oh, this is the bar for me. This is unless you're a crazy person. Okay, so similarly, if you have an ecosystem and you're a new person, genuine new person, they walk in and we talk, and then suddenly everybody's fighting and they attack you and so forth. That's just a terrible thing. Imagine, pick your favorite celebrity, politician, business leader who has yet to say something significant about crypto, and they walk in and they show up at an event, a Bitcoin event, an Ethereum event, Cardano event, whatever it is. Healthy ecosystems should celebrate that universally and get excited that this new person's there. Unhealthy ecosystems say, well, you showed up at an Ethereum event. You're a bad human being. I went to the Bitcoin event last year when Bitcoin was the all-time high, $64,000. I had a fucking toilet paper roll thrown at me. And they say, here's your shitcoin. And they threw this roll at me. And I'm just like, really? And you have Max Kaiser running around baptizing people and saying, fuck Elon, we're not selling. And so, and that really is what we want to show the world? This is really how we want to present. When we go talk to heads of state and say, Mr. President, let's talk about crypto. Don't want to talk about crypto. Because why? Because they know the minute they embrace crypto, they're going to get brutalized from every different angle and so forth. And it hurts us in every dimension. Right. I remember the first significant cryptography conference I went to. I was at Crypto in Santa Barbara. And I was excited because we just finished the Ouroboros paper and we were presenting it there. And this is like the top shelf cryptography conference. All the who's who is there. So I saw Diffie. Whitlock Diffie from Diffie-Hellman. He's like a Turing Award guy and everything. He's got his cowboy boots on and his hair and everything. I was like, oh my God, I'm fanboying out. I'm all excited. So I got my wine. He has his wine. And I walk up to him. We start talking for a little bit. And he says, so, where do you teach? What do you do? And I said, oh, no, I'm actually not a professor. I'm a cryptocurrency guy. He didn't say anything. He just picked his wine and walked away. Seriously, I was just like, wow. Okay, so
good talking to you too.
Why? Because cryptographers, they spent 40 years being academic professionals and writing papers and getting PhDs and doing all this amazing work. And then cryptocurrencies come around, and cryptocurrencies just absorb the word crypto. If, in 1999, you say, I'm in crypto. Oh, you're a cryptographer. You're an information security guy. You design protocols, these types of things. Now you say you're in crypto, it's like you're an NFT enthusiast. Right? And so they're like, you've destroyed our field. Yeah. And then whenever they speak about something, they get brutalized on Twitter. I mean, you're used to being criticized on the merits of your work, and then you go to Twitter and say, I'm not so sure about this thing. And then suddenly 5,000 people out of damn nowhere who are fanboys of a particular tribe attack you, try to get you fired, say you're an idiot, say you have a financial conflict. Look at Moxie Marlin spoke. The guy created the Signal protocol. How many people here use Signal? Yeah, a few people. It's one of the most secure protocols around, and it does lots of cool things. He's a real information security guy. He's not a crypto guy, you know. And so he says, I'm gonna look into this Web3 thing because everybody emails him every day. What do you think of Web3? What do you think of Web3? What do you think of Ethereum? So he writes a blog post and he says, you're building everything that you claim is Web3 in Web2, but worse. And here's why. And let me demonstrate it with NFTs and how bad these protocols are in their design. They don't even do integrity checks on the images that are in the NFTs. The response to that should be
like
God,
Twitter.
Yeah. The response to this should be like, God, man, we need to do better as an industry. We really need to clean up our act. Instead, it's like, he's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's doing. Rah. So Moxie's going to leave, right?
Yeah.
And we lose that guy, all that brilliance, all that capability. Imagine having a conversation about private communication. Who better to invite to the party? Because he thought for over 15 years, how do I do this? To an extent that the Department of Homeland Security has him on a watch list. I mean, he's pretty good if the government's watching you, okay? And so now that guy is just being pissed on by the tribes.
Yeah.
You know, it's so crazy to me. It really is. And you speak of tribalism over there in Denver. Half the people there hate me.
Yeah.
They've never met me. They've never interacted with me. They hate me. Like if they had, who's Charles Hoskinson? They'll quote a MetaMask tweet or all these other things.
Well, I mean,
it's so crazy.
Yeah, and I've heard Vitalik speak, and I don't think Vitalik hates you. And I mean, but anyway, we don't have to go there.
Yeah.
Let's wrap things up by talking about DAOs.
Ooh.
How do we, as DAO governors, embrace Cardano as a platform?
So the cool part about Cardano is that we've kind of centralized a lot of thought, conversation, and work for DAO in abstraction around the Catalyst project. So you have this fertile territory of more than 100,000 people who are every day thinking, what is consent? What rights do I have? What voting system should we have? Plus you have all these great researchers that are inside there that design e-voting protocols and these types of things. So you have one level of engagement where you have a great community just to have a conversation with. Then the other level of engagement is that community is in many cases willing to fund people to do research. Like they put $150,000 as a grant into ZK roll-up research. I can imagine them doing exactly the same for generic DAO research or these types of things. And because Cardano is multi-paradigm, if you're an Ethereum person, you want to stay in that ecosystem, well, you can beta test stuff on the Cardano blockchain, these types of things. So that's one dimension of it. The other dimension is we have access to a lot of amazing academics who are interdisciplinary. So we have social choice theory, game theory people, mechanism design people, distributed systems people, programming language people, cryptographers, law and policy experts, all of these things across, I think, 15, 16 universities in the world, all across the sun never sets on IO's research arm. So if you are a researcher and you have some really cool and interesting ideas, just email us, just talk to us. We fund research all the time. We collaborate with people all the time. We've written 130 papers, and that's where we're at. And we need good definitions. We need really good definitions of decentralization. We need good definitions of automation. I talk about the A lot with Ben Gortzel from SingularityNet. He got his PhD in math at 21. He's written 300 papers, and he's an AI expert. Batshit crazy.
Yeah.
But I love him.
Most of them are.
He's like family, and we talk all the time, and and he comes up with these crazy ideas, and we're like, we should put some money into them. We should do some stuff with them. And we talk a lot about how much automation is possible. What should you automate? What should you not? There's also a big conversation of privacy. When we wrote the original DAO paper, Dan Larimer did it in Floyd, Virginia. I helped him edit the paper, and we wrote it for Bitcoin Magazine. One of the things he said, which was right at the time, but it's becoming increasingly wrong, is a DAO can't keep a secret, right?
Well, a Constitution DAO, right? I mean, it's like everybody knows what's going on, so of course you're going to get outbid if you know how much money there is in the treasury.
Yeah, so you need certain cryptography to hide that, whether it be homomorphic encryption or oblivious memory or whatever the hell it is. You need some primitive to allow the DAO to keep and operate on some secret piece of information, reveal it in certain contexts to certain custodians, but the general people don't have it, but they know the integrity of the secret is preserved. So this is just an example of a hard problem. And that's just one small thing of hundreds of hard problems that need to be resolved in the DAO space. So we're open for business as an ecosystem, and my company in particular. And governance is one area of research that we're going to keep investing more and more money, go from the millions, eventually long-term to the tens of millions. And there's lots of cool things to do. But where I'm most interested in this research is governance as it relates to organizational design, so the O in DAO. And what I'm trying to figure out is what organizations are low-hanging fruit for DAO governance. Not everything is the same thing. So what we're trying to do is build a DAO for Cardano, and that's a cryptocurrency. So it seems like that's a low-hanging fruit organization to govern that type of thing with some form of a decentralized organization. But what else could you do? Like, could you do a corporation, a company? So, Wyoming is an example where you could start from that. If people want to pick that up and live that experiment and run their company or their process, whatever that may be, this way, that's something we'd love to talk about and work with. But it's a big ecosystem. There's 300 plus projects and 3 million people. So if it's not us, it's someone else. You're always going to find a friend.
Right.
Well,
the world is certainly, it's changing. I mean, when we were talking before, you pointed up at BlockbusterDAO and you said, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen, right? And of course, that's what anyone would think.
Well,
but
you got to understand, we did the Dish deal, so I know Charlie Ergen and Chris and the other guys to the extent where when they bought Blockbuster, Chris actually showed his dad the South Park episode where Randy bought the last Blockbuster. They forced their father to watch that.
Right.
So we know that group of people really well. And
but what's funny is that yesterday, Tasafila, I think that's how we pronounce it, he's Anon, but he was here talking to us about how he came up with the idea, and now he's actually in talks with Dish. I mean, and so no, at least not yet, no IP lawsuit. So I mean, the world is changing. Corporations are evolving.
Well, you got to be careful though. It's a bit distasteful to take IP that is owned by another company and not engage that company in any capacity and just start with the fundraising side to be like, we're going to raise all this money to go do this thing. It would have been different if they'd already gotten a commitment and they're fundraising towards a threshold. Like they said, hey, if we could get 250 million, would you sell this to us? And they said, sure, okay. So, well, we have this contract, let's go do it. This is the problem with our industry is that people have 2 doses of brain and half a dose of common sense sometimes. Right. So they're real good at the engineering and the technology, and they understand the tools and how you can use these things to create liquidity and refine. It's just the same with the NFT space, where people create NFTs of IP stuff, and they don't actually own the underlying IP, and they go make $1 million, and the person who owns the underlying assets like, you just made $1 million off my thing. Right. Oh, no, it's not. It's an NFT. I swear, it's different. It's an NFT of your thing. It's like the singer formerly known as Prince. Right. It's like, it's not the same. See, it's different. I'm a symbol. So you have to be real careful with that. And you have to understand that just because we have new technology, that doesn't translate to a new business model to the extent that we throw away the baby with the bathwater. There's still laws, there's still IP, there's still contracts, there's still legal entities, there's still all of this stuff.
But should there be? I mean, you guys give, everything's open source and everything's shared, and in general, the blockchain community is fairly open source. What role does IP actually play?
At the protocol level, in my view, none. I think it should all be open source. But there does exist intellectual property because that is an extension of you as a creative. Imagine you're an artist and you create this amazing painting or this amazing song or this amazing sculpture, and for somebody to go and just take it from you and say, well, that belongs to the world now, bye. That's your choice. I believe in freedom and choice. And so I think you should, at the end of the day, have that ultimate decision. But I can't intellectually say I'm building an open source protocol and everybody's invited to use it. But by the way, I own the patent, and at any given time, I can shut you out. That's not decentralization, right? So you have to be careful with what you say and the expectation management and the promises and commitments you make. The problem is, and this is why courts exist and arbitration exists and marriage counseling exists, is humans are really bad at expectation management. Yeah. We think today, right here, right now, that we want X, and then later on we turn out we want Y. And sometimes we rewrite history to say, well, it was always Y. I always wanted Y, these types of things, right? A great example would be a lot of the people who acted in The Room, Tommy Wiseau's movie. Remember The Room?
No.
Does anybody know The Room?
Who's seen The Room?
You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Okay, it's widely regarded as one of the worst movies ever made.
Oh.
Okay. It was financed
So
by
you
this.
recommend it highly?
No, it's so bad they made a movie about the making of the movie, and James Franco played Tommy Wiseau. Okay, it's called The Disaster Artist or something like that. Great movie. So anyway, a lot of the actors who played in The Room when it first came out, they're like, "This is the worst mistake I made in my life. Oh my God, why did I agree to be in this movie? This is terrible." But after the movie was like so bad it became good, and it's become a cultural phenomena. Now a lot of people are like, "Yeah, I was in The Room." Right? So people's preferences and choices change over time with facts and circumstances. And that's great when it's opinions and culture and diversity. That's bad when it's legal agreements. That's bad when there are commitments. There's the flow of funds, these types of things. So the point of the legacy system is there are thousands of years of wisdom about best practices and case law and contract law and agreements and that we as a species have collectively cobbled together. And it makes no sense to say throw all of that away. What you do instead is say what parts of that are relevant to what we do, and do we need to update and modernize for what we do, and what parts aren't relevant anymore. We don't need a lot of laws about, where you should hitch your horse and, how big the wheels of your carriage need to be and so forth. We kind of move beyond that. But we still do need traffic laws, right? We still do need some notion of who has right of way in a street, these types of things. It's just the stakes are higher now because instead of going 10 miles an hour, you go 70 miles an hour. And it's a lot more dangerous.
Yeah,
you see?
especially if we go three-dimensional with,
Yeah, and drones are running to this very thing. How do you translate traffic laws and congestion laws for a city where you have drones and autonomous vehicles and these types of things? Do we throw away all that? No, you change your laws or you update and modernize them to account that we're now in a three-dimensional space instead of a two-dimensional space.
Right. Well, we have so many more things to discuss, but we're out of time. I really appreciate you coming by. Hopefully we could do a podcast soon or something.
Yeah.
Awesome. Charles Hoskinson, everyone.
Igor. It's a lot of fun. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
So, coming up next, do we have a coming up next? You want to do it now? So I believe this is a panel, or is it just Frog Monkey? Well, we're going to talk about decentralization and constrained delegation with Frog Monkey. Okay. This might.
Thanks, everyone. Bo here from DAODenver. Frog's going to come up here in just a moment. And as soon as we get a few photos out of the way. So just sit tight. Thanks.
Hello. There we go. Everyone.
Frog Monkey, everyone.
That is my name. Legal name is Frog Monkey. Please don't check my birth certificate. Quite the act to follow after Chris. Yeah, so I guess a bit about myself. Was previously at BlockbusterDAO for about 8 months. That's where I cut my teeth on DAOs. I work at an editor at Bankos HQ, and I'm currently doing research on organizational design and governance. Really fun stuff, if you like to nerd out on that. So the talk today is on decentralization and constrained delegation. It's really a talk on the limits of decentralization and why constrained delegation is kind of the evolution of where DAOs are going, and how we can kind of see that in certain sort of more evolved DAOs and more advanced DAOs that have been in this space for a while. So yeah, why don't we get started? If you can move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so the thesis here is basically as the decision space for DAOs grow in complexity and there's more at stake, DAOs will empower autonomous teams to act within scope and govern those teams through a series of checks and balances. That is constrained delegation. So it's kind of a definition of constrained delegation and also a thesis for where I think DAOs are headed as we're still kind of in the early innings of all this. Next slide, please. So before I get into this, right, I think the thing to realize is that Web3 is making a bet on DAOs as an organizational model, right? Because the corporate model has been around for like hundreds of years. We know it's effective. We know it's efficient. We know it can ship products. We know that it can do it at a low cost. And here we are saying, well, why don't we try a different organizational model, right? And I think the key difference here is that in the corporate model, there's a in-group and there's an out-group, right? Your in-group are people that are employed, contractors, whatever, people that get to work for the organization. And the out-group are people that want to work for the organization, right? Maybe they believe in the brand, maybe they're customers, maybe they're users, but don't have the capacity to do so because there is, this sort of wall that prevents them from being a part of the greater community in which that company operates in. But DAOs are a bit different, right? DAOs are communities. That's the way that they're kind of perceived in the common sphere. And so if you look at, if you sort of look at this graph as like the people that contribute to DAOs or a DAO and their level of impact, you can see, you have sort of the short tail here, really high impact people, maybe they're core contributors, maybe they founded the DAO, maybe they're working 40, 50 hours a week or whatever. As you get lower down, you start to see people that are part-time contributors, right? They only have a few hours in a week that can really help out, or they're contributing to multiple DAOs. And then you have the long tail, which are, say, token holders, users, protocol customers, whatever. And all of them provide value to the DAO, right? All of them provide value as being part of the community. But if you have a sort of top-down command control model, you don't have a way to actually capture that value, right? You have this sort of long tail of people that are willing to help out, but you don't have the capacity to engage them in any meaningful way, right? Again, if you're a company, you need like 1099, you need W-2s, you need to like provide insurance and all these things. But with DAOs, again, like I said, going back to what I was saying earlier, like Web3 is making a bet that we can actually move away from the command control model and try to do something in a more decentralized way that actually lets us leverage this long tail of contributors and capture the value that they're willing to create. And so I think part of the reason that this becomes possible is, again, because of blockchain, right? You have on-chain primitives, you have tokens, you have token voting, you can stake tokens, you can slash tokens. These are all ways to basically create incentives for you to participate as part of the community and have a stake, right? Ownership over the DAO, over the protocol, over the products and outcomes of whatever that protocol is trying to create. But the question is, will that succeed, right? Will DAOs be able to be more efficient and more effective than the traditional corporate model and actually be able to leverage that long tail and capture the value in that long tail? And frankly, I don't know. I like to think so, but I think that we again are still very in the early innings of this sort of like experimental movement. So next slide, please. Okay, so centralized, decentralized, and distributed. Just a few quick definitions in terms of framing this, right? Your definitions are your centralized model, you have core decision makers. Maybe that's something like friends with benefits, where you have a core team that is making decisions, almost like a corporate model, and distributing some of the powers to the rest of the community later on down the road. You have decentralized, where you have delegated decision makers. So you have people that are empowered to make decisions within the confines of their specific domains. And then you have distributed decision makers, where everyone gets to participate in every decision all of the time. And DAOs usually start as either centralized or distributed. In fact, I don't think they start as centralized or distributed. They don't really start as decentralized. And the reason is, if you look at this graphic here, decentralized, you have sort of spheres of influence, right? All these nodes here are places where power accumulates and coordination accumulates. And when you're starting a DAO, you don't really have that, right? You either have a core team, right? A few people that have started a DAO and have built a community, but they are still the core team, right? This is something like Friends with Benefits or DAO Masters. The other model is distributed. So this is kind of the Flash DAO model, where you just drop a bunch of tokens, you leave open a Discord, and you say, let's see what happens, right? That's how Bankless DAO started, right? Ryan and David from Bankless HQ dropped a bunch of tokens. They had a token-gated Discord, and they said, go do whatever the hell you guys want. And so for the most part, you either start as centralized or you start as distributed, and the goal is to move towards decentralization. And the reason is because in the beginning, the decision space is pretty small, right? You're not making very complex decisions. They're complex in the sense that there's a lot at stake in terms of like forward-looking stake, but you're making some pretty basic decisions, right? How are we going to organize? How are we going to coordinate? What are we going to do? What are our mission, vision, values? Things like that. You're all trying to like build this thing together. So just, I guess, some context on how I think DAOs typically start. Next slide, please. So the problem is, as DAOs continue to scale, whether you're centralized or distributed, you start to come across some problems, right? Some of those problems, decision fatigue, right? Way too many decisions are being made. This applies more for the distributed model, right? So if you look at like Yearn's early, snapshots, or like SushiSwap snapshots, right? They're making all types of decisions. Or IndexCoop, I think, is another great example where IndexCoop has like meta governance, right? So not only are they making decisions about their protocol and their product, but they're also making decisions about meta governance, right? Other protocols that are represented in their basket of tokens. So, for example, like DPI has Yearn, Wi-Fi in it, and so anytime there's a Yearn proposal, you can leverage sort of the index token to make or to like vote on those Yearn proposals with the underlying Yearn or Wi-Fi in the DPI token. And so that creates quite a bit of decision fatigue, where you're asking people to vote all the time. And if you're doing this on Discord, like all the more noise that you start to add to that space. So that applies mostly to sort of distributed governance. The other problem is lack of context, right? Not everyone has the right context or the right information to help make the right decision. I mean, you can kind of see this with like American, elections, where it kind of turns into a popularity contest, where people don't really know policies. People don't really know too much about, what people's stances are, what the pros and cons of a specific proposal is, what the sort of second order impact of a proposal might be, and they're kind of just voting on things, right? Which I think this applies to both the distributed and centralized governance model. So distributed, right? Not all of your token holders are going to have knowledge of the proposal that's being voted on, or again, second order impacts or pros and cons, things like that. And then even with centralized governance, as you scale and you have to make some tough decisions at the periphery of your organization, you're way too busy. You have your hands in way too many pies to have the right context to make the right decisions. This kind of leads into the next one of there's no cost to saying yes. So this kind of applies to distributed governance, where without having any sort of clear decision-making criteria, and the question before that is also who sets the decision-making criteria. This is a problem that we've had at Bankless DAO, where we have grants committee, and everyone just kind of votes yes on the grants going through, because there's no cost to saying yes. Everything gets funded. It's great, and when we try to introduce some type of decision-making criteria where we can evaluate whether a project seems successful, whether we're looking at the team, whether we're looking at the KPIs, who gets to make those decisions? Because again, it's distributed governance. Everyone needs to be involved in all the decisions all the time, and that leads, again, goes back to decision fatigue. And so there's very little cost to saying yes, and in fact, there's actually a social cost to saying no. Right? If you say no to something where everyone else is saying yes, people are going to look at you and be like, "Dude, why aren't you proposing this? Right? Or why aren't you supporting this? What's your problem? Like, this is good for the community. This is good for the ecosystem." Even though you know that, are you actually going to be able to deliver on these things? Is this truly aligned with our mission, vision, values, or are we just funding stuff because we have the funds to fund stuff? Another problem at scale is lack of decision or lack of clarity on decision making. So once you start to grow an organization and you have a lot at stake and you're making these difficult strategy decisions or partnership decisions. There's, that leads to the question of like who is actually qualified to make decisions. Where does the power lie in being able to speak on behalf of this organization? And this is a problem that IndexCoop has struggled with quite a bit. Right? So their whole example is like they needed to renegotiate the feed streaming with DPI and DeFi Pulse, and they had like no idea who was qualified or who was in the position of authority or power to take that stance and lead those negotiations. And so there's, and so things just stagnate. Things just like kind of sit there and nothing ever gets done. So again, this is more of a problem with distributed governance. Centralized governance, not so much. But in terms of problems with centralized governance, you can also become misaligned with the community, right? Part of what makes DAO so powerful is that this is like a community-owned organization. This is something that we get to collectively take part in and move the ball forward together. And so when you have a centralized team that is making some decisions that are not communicated well, are not received well, or just stand as an affront to the community, you're losing the power that you have as a DAO, right? Going back to what I said earlier, DAOs are communities. If you alienate your community, if you alienate your token holders because you're making a decision that other people are not able to participate in because it's centralized governance, that weakens your moat quite a bit. Another problem with centralized governance is that it is corruptible and fragile, right? Decisions at scale have these sort of reverberating impacts on the rest of the community. If you're making decisions about strategy, if you're making decisions about product, and if you are in a position of power to make these decisions sort of unilaterally or within a small group, then you can leverage that decision-making power for personal gain or whatever. And so if you are a bad actor and you don't have a way to sort of check these powers in place, that can corrupt your organization and sort of make it more fragile to any bad actors in the space. Next slide, please. Which kind of leads to my next point of, well, we've identified these problems at scale with centralized governance and distributed governance, which is how most DAOs start out before there's any clear indication of where power and coordination is starting to focalize. Which then leads to what, so this is a term that came out of Yearn. I was originally going to call it delegated authority, but I think constrained delegation actually makes more sense. And so this concept here is you're basically delegating governance powers over a very specific decision space to an autonomous group and empowering them to make the right decisions on behalf of the greater whole. So this isn't a clear model or framework. This is more of a set of principles, I think, that can be adapted to your organization depending on how your organization distributes power, what the scale of the organization is, whether you're 100 people, you're 1,000 people. These are more like principles that I think can be applied to remove the cognitive load of having everyone be involved in all types of decisions all the time and actually empowering people with the right context, whether they're core contributors, whether they're, heavily bought into to the DAO or they're knowledgeable about these things, and empowering them to sort of make the right decisions on behalf of the organization within reason, right? So some of these principles are defining your decision space, right? So you're basically creating a very specified domain in which you're allowing a team to operate within. And those decisions must be defined and they must be discrete, right? If you allow for ambiguity, then you're allowing for power to bleed into other realms and other domains that should be specified, right? You want to create these hard boundaries. So some examples are having like a budget team or an ops team, an engineering team, a grants team, and basically giving them the decision-making power over their specific domain. But not allowing that to bleed into other elements of this sort of like node of delegated decisions or delegated authority. Similar to, I guess, defining that decision space, it's also allowing people to, or allowing those teams to have autonomy within those decision spaces. So one thing you'll notice is that one way to calcify sort of operations within a DAO is to define processes and procedures. But if you blindly just set those processes and procedures in place and just kind of hope that's going to apply across the board, you're just asking for trouble, right? You need to allow some flexibility and some creativity in the way that these groups organize, right? If you're forcing everyone to write a spec, if you're forcing everyone to put a proposal, if you're forcing everyone to abide by a certain set of rules all the time, while in theory that's great, it's not flexible. It's quite rigid. And so within the defined decision space, you also want to allow those teams to have some degree of autonomy, right? Let them make the decisions that they think are best because that is their mandate. But the question is, how do you prevent them from overstepping? How do you, if you're giving people autonomy and you're giving people authority over a specific decision space, you also need to protect against sort of negative externalities, right? Corruption or fragility or people just like acting in bad faith. And so then you get to sort of the checks and balances and the governance aspect of this, right? So your checks and balances are, again, just creating ways to keep the powers that have been delegated in check and prevent overreaching. That can be done by having people within that organization be voted in through elections. You can have token governance. You can have certain decisions be made by multi-sigs. You can create similar to how the US has a judicial, executive, and legislative branch. It's a similar concept where you're basically just creating these ways to check powers within the defined decision space. And again, that's kind of vague, but the point of it being vague is that it's adaptable to your organization and however your DAO best operates. And the final sort of principle here is, at the end of the day, all of this needs to be governed by token holders, right? What you're basically doing is these autonomous groups are basically renting governance power through your consent, right? If you are a token holder, you need to have a certain set of defined powers over these autonomous groups, right? So, defining powers, electing people in and out of office, having veto power. These are all ways that you as a token holder get to participate in sort of the meta governance of all these governing bodies and kind of act as like a check and balance against any of these governing bodies sort of overreaching and overstepping their boundaries or acting in a way that is in bad faith or against the wishes of the protocol, against the wishes of the community, all these different things. But the power needs to come from the token holders, right? That power needs to get delegated by the token holders to these autonomous groups. And that is an important sort of primitive of how constrained delegation works. Next slide, please. So how can we see some examples of constrained delegation in practice? So what you're seeing here are, I think, two great examples of how constrained delegation works. On the left here, on my left here, you see Yearn, and on the right, you see Index Coop. There are more examples of constrained delegation. I think recently Fey Protocol just announced sort of their governance revamp, and it kind of follows sort of similar criteria here. But what you're looking at here is all these different nodes here, all these different circles are groups of people that will and have been delegated authority and autonomy to make decisions within their specific domain, right? So your technical nest, your finance nest, your growth nest, governance people, those are all sort of defined decision-making power within the scope of whatever it is, right? Technical growth people. And if you look at the actual Index Coop proposal that came out with this, it has very clearly defined hey, this is what the technical nest is. This is what they're allowed to vote on. This is sort of the scope of their powers, the scope of their responsibilities. This is how it relates to the other nests, right? And you're sort of defining the relationships between nests, which is a way to sort of check and balance some of those powers. But you're allowing them sort of the autonomy to let them operate on their own. And all of this stuff also gets voted on by the individual index holders, right? They get to vote people into power. They get to participate in the meta governance of this governing model. Similar with, Yearn here, right? You have why dev, why guard, why brain, why ops, why people, why budget, and why farm. Those are all like specified, specified bodies that have a very specific domain. Why ops is sort of the operations, right? Why guard is security team. Why brain is they define the strategies for Yearn vaults. Why budget, like they're the people that choose budgets for all these other teams and make sure everything is like, all the line items are correct. But at the end of the day, they all have their defined powers. And if you look at the top here, these are the Wi-Fi holders, right? They're the ones that are actually sort of consenting and voting to allow all these different teams to operate within their specific domains. And they're voting on who the multi-stakeholders are, right? Who gets to actually participate as a part of these organizations, or these like sort of, these small Y teams. And so this is sort of the principle of constrained delegation. It's like, you're basically empowering people within a specific context, within a specific decision space, to make decisions on behalf of the organization as part of the greater whole. But all of that gets governed by the token holders, and you have sort of checks and balances in place, either within between token holders and the teams, or even within the teams as a whole, to make sure that no one group has an inordinate amount of power over the other. Next slide, please. So what the two images that you saw earlier, Yearn labeled that proposal Governance 2.0, and Index labeled their proposal Index 2.0. And if you look at some of the other DAOs out there, the more advanced DAOs, a lot of like sort of DeFi DAOs and protocol DAOs are moving along this route. They're all kind of converging on this idea of constrained delegation, because they're realizing that either one, if you're a centralized team, right, there's only a certain amount of effective decision making you can make, because it requires a lot of context to grow an organization, to grow a DAO. And so they're distributing some of that autonomy to the periphery. Or if you're a sort of purely distributed governance model where everyone gets to participate all the time, you realize that ends up in gridlock and decision fatigue, and just things don't happen. Right? That's kind of a problem that we have at BlockbusterDAO. Is we started as sort of this distributed governance model, and we're starting to realize that we actually do need to empower certain teams and certain groups of people to just make decisions on behalf of the organization. So what does that do here, right? So one is it captures a long tail of value, right? Kind of going back to what I said about earlier about what the bet that Web3 is making, in that DAOs are a more effective and efficient model, because they're able to capture the value of that long tail of contributors and people that want to join and be a part of that community. Because what you're doing is you're creating these very clear avenues, right? This organizational design with very clear governance sort of powers and rights, where people can get plugged in, right? Because if you had this, again, this sort of command and control model, right? Imagine like, you're part of like a community in a Web 2 company, right? I don't know, Shopify, and like you have to like email the Shopify CEO or like someone on the C-suite and be like, hey, I want to contribute. What do I do, right? That doesn't work. And so if you create these very clear avenues in which people can contribute and participate in without having this bureaucratic funnel, you're able to let that long tail of contributors join the organization at a very low cost to them and start contributing and capture that value, right? The other part, kind of what I've been harping on, is like it kind of offloads the cognitive burden of decision making, right? It creates directives for groups of people to act on their own within their sort of domain of expertise, and that like basically empowers all the right people with the right context to make the right decisions on behalf of the organization. And it's not this just like collective, governing thing that we have to all participate in if we don't have the right context, right information, or the right will to be a part of the decisions. And then finally, like I was saying earlier, it's quite flexible, right? There's no set model, right? Constrained delegation is more of a set of principles that can be applied within your DAO, within your organization. So in the previous slide, right, if you look at the difference between those two models, your index group, they have Perfect, thank you. IndexCube has this council of wise owls. I think they're like maybe 7 people that they have like sort of final to say on certain decisions that are not captured within the sort of nest model. Your proposal here, this like there is no real central authority, right? You have the multi-sig, which is they approve transactions, but that's not a central governing body. That's just people that get to press yes on the multi-sig, right? In fact, your sort of central body is actually the Wi-Fi holders up there at the top, and so the constrained delegation model is like quite flexible as to sort of your organization, and I think that's kind of what excites me the most is like there's so much room for experimentation here, right? Because I think like constrained delegation is a combination of like organizational design, governance, and sort of checking and balancing those powers between all the different units of that organizational or all the different units of that organization. And there's a lot you can do there, right? You can do like you can have direct democracy, you can have representative democracy, holographic consensus, lazy consensus, like veto power. Like there's so many different governance mechanisms that you can like introduce to help allow these sort of teams, autonomous teams, to act in a more like effective and efficient way. And I think that's like the ultimate bet that we have to make is that we can design the right organization model and grease the wheels with the right governance systems in place such that DAOs can be effective and efficient and not wasteful, right? Because I think that's like the biggest thing is like you look at how a lot of these DAOs are spending their budget and you see a lot of waste, right? You see a lot of like projects that get spun up that don't really go anywhere. You see massive amounts of capital being deployed in places that like it's not really clear if the capital being deployed like is actually creating value, right? There's like very few sort of KPIs and OKRs that you're kind of measuring against. And so I think the bet is like, if we can find the right org model with the right governance mechanisms in place, then we can actually create effective and efficient organizations, which can then compete with sort of the Web 2 traditional world, right? So yeah, that's what I'm excited about. That's my talk. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I'll be around here afterwards. You can find me on Twitter or whatever. Yeah, thank you guys so much for your time. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right, that was Frog Monkey. And now we have Kristen Chen. You may have seen Kristen yesterday on our Discord session, the panel. Now she will be talking about DAO discovery and community best practices.
Just walk up that way.
Kristen Chen, there's a staircase.
Hey everyone, thanks Rogi.
Got it.
Give me 1 second to get up to the stage. Hey everyone, welcome to day 2 of DAODenver. It's super exciting to be here and I'm very excited to talk to you about all things Discord. Can I first get a show of hands? How many people have a love-hate relationship with Discord? All right, I feel the same. How many people feel overwhelmed by Discord? So I'm hoping that this talk will help ease some of that. So I realize I didn't, Rogi gave me a great introduction. I'm the CEO of TopGG. We're the discovery layer for Discord. I'll get into all of that in a second, but if you can connect with me on Twitter here. Could we go to the next slide? Great, we have a couple different things to talk about today. I'll just dive into TopGG, and then I'm also going to talk a little bit about Discord bot trends that we're seeing, and also recommend a few to you, and then we'll deep dive into a couple server and DAO onboarding best practices, and then we'll try to have Q&A at the end if we have time, but otherwise I will be in that room over there if you want to ask me questions or pick up some TopGG swag. Great, could we go to the next slide? So first, a little bit about TopGG. We are the discovery layer for the metaverse. Right now, everyone comes to us to find Discord bots or Discord servers. And our vision is really to be this hub for community building and discovery. Could we go to the next slide? So many of you may have come across TopGG if you're looking for Discord bots and servers. If you go to TopGG, you can see a list of different servers and bots. Many developers or server owners use us to grow to their communities, and many people come and check us out. But many DAOs I've talked to have used this to find different bots for moderation or scheduling, and you can kind of go through TopGG and really see which bot is right for you, and some have even listed their servers. Could we go to the next slide? So one very that I wanted to talk about today is that we just launched DAO Discovery on TopGG. So if you go to TopGG/DAO, you can pull up a list of different DAOs that have listed themselves on TopGG. And if you have a DAO, we would love to get it listed. You can see top trending DAOs, different categories. Your contributors or members can leave ratings and reviews, which is really, really exciting. This is just our MVP and we're just getting started. Could you go to the next slide? And so you can add your DAO to TopGG in just a few easy steps. And what you'll do is create a kind of listing and entity page here that's going to get picked up by SEO, which is really exciting. Shout out to Del Piero from SharkDAO, who has given us a ton of feedback to bring this to life from SharkDAO. Great. Could you go to the next slide? And it just takes a few minutes to add your DAO to TopGG. You just have to be the Discord server owner and follow 4 easy steps, and it is live and on there. If you need any help, please reach out to me and our team will help you get set up. We are working on a way to let Discord admins add the DAO, but right now for security purposes, it's just going to be the Discord server owner. Can we go to the next slide? Another really exciting thing about our launch is that we are really excited to help be part of the process of bringing more people into Web3 and making it more accessible. We created this really great list of resources that you can send to anyone who wants to learn more about DAOs, and we're featuring different starter packs, podcasts, and even resources on how to create and build a DAO. And if you have any amazing resources that you think would be helpful for people to know about, please get in touch with me. We'd love to add them to this page to help more people learn about DAOs. Next slide. All right, so right now our MVP is live, but we have a ton planned for the future. We eventually want to expand beyond just DAOs and start indexing DAO tooling. In our research, we've also gotten a lot of great feedback that many DAOs are looking for, contributors or, community managers or even people to build Discord bots for them, and vice versa. People are trying to find an easy way to contribute to DAOs. So this is just a sneak peek of what's coming in the future. And we also have wallet login on our roadmap, a way to integrate your proposals, more detailed FAQ, and onboarding, which is really exciting. And we're also going to try to talk to DeepDAO next week and see if there's anything we can do with them as well. They're really awesome. DeepDAO.io, they're listed on our platform, and they have a really data-oriented approach to DAO discovery as well. Next slide. So now on to Discord bot insights and trends. So one of the most frequent questions I get asked all the time is, help, like I need a Discord bot to make my life easier. What do I do? And these are a couple categories we get asked about the most often. There are so many different utilities. I'm excited to share a little bit about a few. Mimu is a very popular bot on our platform. It's in over 800,000 Discord servers. It is really customizable, creating messages, roles, etc. Arcane is another great bot if you really want to invest in your logging. Koya is another bot that I've seen a couple DAOs used if you want to generate RSS feeds. And CAPTCHA bot, something really important, I think not just in Web3, but also on Discord. There are a lot of scams and moderation issues, and CAPTCHA bot can definitely help with that. Another category that's super important is moderation. Dino and Probot are the 2 most popular on our platform. You can go check them out and look at each of their offerings, but the reason they're the most popular is because they have so many options for customization so that you can customize them to fit the needs of your community. Same thing goes for role management. If you caught our Discord panel yesterday, one big question we always get asked is, do we open up all the roles? Like, how do we deal with channels? Like, should they be public or private? You can rely on reaction roles or Carlbot to really customize roles for your servers or what channels you want to open up for different people. Next slide. Another really great trend that we've seen is that we've seen a ton of emerging crypto DAO and Web3 bots. I'm just highlighting a handful here so you can learn about them and go and install them if they resonate with you. The first one is made by Protein. It's our WTF bot, which is a glossary bot for Web3. It's really helpful for different servers, especially servers where there's a lot of new folks who are trying to understand what different words mean. Also, if you contribute to their Airtable, anyone can contribute definitions and terms and get rewarded with the PRTN token, which is really cool. Another common question I get asked is, wait, like, can Discord bots send crypto? Can we tip people, etc.? TipCC and VTip are going to be the most popular bots that are used for this. You can go check out the ratings and reviews on our site and see which one really fits your needs. Another big category that is super popular on TopGG is music bots, right? You want to just leave them in your Discord to vibe, or if you're doing events, they're really great for intros or outros. Some of you may remember last quarter, YouTube shut down a lot of the popular Discord bots, so Rhythm, Groovy, etc. Hydra is a big one, but I really wanted to highlight BPM. It's the first Web3 Discord bot that Matthew Chim created a kind of crowdfund for on Mirror, and it's awesome because it features NFTs from Catalog Works, Sound XYZ, and also Zora. So I know that there's a lot going on in the music bot space, but I'm really hoping to see more Web3 bots, and this is a really fun one to add to your DAOs. Also, I'm sure all of you know what GM means, but many DAOs have a fun GM channel, and GM bot is another really fun way to kind of gamify that, and it creates a leaderboard that you can use and put in your GM channel. This one's developed by Layer 3 XYZ. And I also have to give a big shout out to the Guild team. Their bot used to be called Medusa, but I believe they just renamed it to Guild XYZ. It's a really great bot that's used for kind of gating and management. And so you can token gate, and they offer a lot of different options. You can use NFTs, you can use tokens, you can even use POAP. So definitely check that out. It's another great alternative to Collab Land that you can take a look at. Also, I mean, who hasn't been frustrated about Ethereum gas fees? I know I have. Will Hunter is another Discord bot developer who wanted to solve that problem, and he created this gas notifier bot where you can set kind of a level for gas prices, and it will ping you whenever they're above or below that level. So you can go buy NFTs or do whatever you need to do, but it's really, really useful. Yeah, these are just a few, but if you check out our Web3 category on TopGG or CryptoBot category, you can see a lot of emerging bots there. And something we're trying to do as well is do more hackathons with our community. So if you are looking for developers to build a bot or have bounties there, please get in touch with me. We would love to partner with you to get those built and then also listed on TopGG so more people can use them. Next slide. All right, so I know that there are so many different community best practices, and we give workshops on these that sometimes will even last over an hour. We don't have a ton of time today, so I'm gonna focus on onboarding. I would say the second most popular topic is moderation, but we're also happy to come and kind of give workshops to your DAOs or help out wherever we can. So please get in touch with me if you're interested to do that. I'm super excited to highlight a couple onboarding examples for you today, one from the Mimu server, which has about 40,000 people, and then also another one from the Crypto Culture and Society DAO. Next slide. So onboarding, I think this was a very hot topic yesterday in the panel, and there's so many, I guess, different ways you can approach it. My first piece of advice is really think about what you want your member journey to be in your DAO. What does it look like for someone to join a DAO? Who do you want to join a DAO, and what would that journey look like as someone, goes from kind of a new member to maybe a lurker to a contributor to maybe a core contributor, right? Not everyone is going to become a core contributor. So I think before designing your onboarding, take a step back and really think through what you want that community member journey to be. I think that there's a couple kind of just really key things you need to focus on, right? So first, you have to set expectations for anyone coming into your community. And then also, it's very hard to have kind of 24/7 support in your DAO or server, and so make sure that you provide as many self-help resources as possible. And also recommend having an overview session where you just kind of lay out, what the community is all about and set up the structure and list points of contact. Another really important thing to incorporate is you should communicate where different things are happening in a server, especially if you're new to Discord. A server can just be so overwhelming if there's tons of different channels, and people often get really nervous so they don't know how to get started. On the slide, we're just showing a couple examples from Mimu and how they approach onboarding. Next slide. Other really important parts of onboarding, guidelines. I think listing out expected etiquette and your values is something important to define early on, and that also gives your moderator something to point to if there are any violations. People don't read, so I would say try to keep it on the short and sweet side, but also you don't want it to be not detailed enough. But this is so important to do upfront in terms of education and just setting expectations when people come in. I know it says acknowledgement is optional here, but I really do recommend some sort of acknowledgement to guarantee that people, read it or took some effort to either type a phrase or react with an emoji or something like that. And then there's also a lot of different third-party forms of verification. There's different Discord bots. Discord offers some verification as well, phone number verification, et cetera, that you can think about just to make sure your server is a great place. And just some examples on this slide. Next slide. So I had the opportunity to be a core contributor at Crypto Culture and Society. For those of you who haven't heard of it before, it is a really amazing learning DAO, and we often call ourselves the liberal arts of crypto. In semester 1, we decided to do co-leads for different parts of the DAO, and I was a community co-lead with my partner, the Mario Lopez of crypto, I'll call him. And so we sat down with Baumik and also one of our scholars, Cassin, and we really thought about, what would a really simple but engaging onboarding process be. And so you can kind of see some examples here. We wanted it to be super clear because one of the most important things about our DAO is that we want it to be inclusive, and we specifically knew a lot of people coming to it would be brand new to Discord or brand new to crypto. And so you can see here we have kind of 3 very clear, easy steps. Like we have values and acknowledgement, and then also clear, easy steps. And for someone new to the server, they actually wouldn't see bulletin or campus yet until they complete these steps. And so one thing I would encourage, if you haven't done so already, like sit down with your core team, think about what values you want to have and get feedback from your community. And also, if there's ever any violations, I would actually call that out at the bottom of values and list a point of contact. So we explicitly said, hey, if you see a problem or if you see someone violating these values, this is who you should reach out to. Another thing I want to call out here is the concept of like a hoisted role. So you could see on the slide, sorry, it's a little blurry, but you kind of see different people on the right-hand side. So think about the key points of contact in your DAO. Maybe it's a community manager, maybe it's a team of different volunteers, and make sure those roles are very clear and people know where to go if they need some kind of one-on-one help. All right, next slide. So our second step, crypto society and culture is all about education. So you kind of see these fun word plays that we thought about. So, orientation, imagine if you're going to college, you're first coming to orientation. And so we wanted to do a very simple kind of Q&A format that had links if people want to go deeper, and then also direct them to different points of contact where they could get help. After orientation, the next step was to introduce yourself. And so I know that there are so many kind of different takes on introductions, but what we found has been really helpful is giving people a structure for how to introduce themselves, because otherwise you could get, giant paragraphs or not enough information. And one thing I would also recommend is assigning folks a greeter role, or just a role where you greet new people, react to them, or also, ask questions and connect them to other new members. So something manual that I used to do is, every day I would take maybe 15, 30 minutes, go through every single new person's introduction. I'd react, and then I'd also see, if someone joined and said, hey, I have a marketing background, or I'm based in New York, or I'm doing XYZ, I would actually do a quick search on the side in Discord in that channel and see who else had similarities, and then I would tag them and have them connect with each other. This was a little manual, but I think people really said they appreciated the human touch there. Something to think about. If I could have a dream Discord bot that could automate that, I would love that. So that's one really big recommendation that we saw it helped people feel really welcome, and they were a lot more likely to engage and connect with other folks, or have quick coffee chats with other people in the server. Next slide. So yes, this is an example of the introduction channel where you can see, like, I would respond to a lot of messages, and then I would also, depending on what people said they wanted to do, I would also direct them to like helpful channels in our Discord just to get them oriented. Another example that's not here on the slide that I called out yesterday, but I also really wanted to highlight DAO Masters onboarding. Nelson did my onboarding, and they took a really different approach where they have a really committed kind of small community, and any new member they would set up a one-on-one onboarding chat with, and I really love that because it helped me, put a face to the name, and then also help Nelson understand, where I could contribute in the DAO, and then he could direct me. I've seen other DAOs do kind of onboarding classes, etc. So there's a ton of different ways to approach it, but I always think that, having some combination of automation and instructions, but also figuring out where a human touch makes sense can be super, super powerful. Great. Next slide. All right, and last but not least, this is our last step of the Crypto Culture and Society onboarding, where we had this start learning section. I think sometimes when people are new to Discord servers, they just have no idea where to get started, or it can be really intimidating to type something in general or type something in a channel. So we wanted to map out a few different areas and direct people to have kind of conversations or help point them to resources. So yeah, next slide. And I think that's it. I wanted to keep it pretty simple, and I think we have about 5 minutes for any questions. And even after these 5 minutes, I'll be in the room here after if you want to ask me anything or come grab some TalkGG swag. Any questions? I don't know if we have another mic to run around to the audience. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. I have a blinding light in my face, but I see you. Yes, if you want to yell, I can hear you. Yeah. Yeah, so I think, I know I didn't go into spam and moderation, but I think that for a lot of people, and this is just not in DAOs, it's also in servers, like when you're small, you're not really worried about that because you're like, hey, I can manage that. But I've definitely seen communities go from a couple hundred to, thousands of members overnight. You can't predict that. And the biggest pitfall that I think is just making sure you set up, verification, safeguard, you get bots for moderation, et cetera, to make sure that people aren't scamming your members. I also think we covered this in the topic, in the panel yesterday as well. I think education and proactive education about spams and scams is so important. So just having a section in your Discord server where you let people know that like, hey, the moderators are never going to DM you or never share your free seed phrase. Like, this is who you can trust in the Discord server, and these are the channels in which you can engage with other people. So I think if you have a help desk channel or support channel, you can help people there in private threads, and that offers a lot of protection, and also make sure your members know that people aren't going to randomly DM them. So I would really recommend getting ahead of that, because I've seen communities just explode, and then they're like, oh my gosh, wait, our processes work for 100 people, but they are not working for thousands or hundreds of thousands of people.
How do you think about compensation, setting expectations around like compensation, especially at scale? It's one thing early on, and then one thing with 100 people versus 1,000 people.
That is a great question. I think it's a challenge that DAOs face, but also Discord servers with large staff teams face too. I was actually just talking about this with a new friend that I met at lunch, and I guess I've been in a couple DAOs, and this is a big question, right? Like, how do you objectively evaluate, compensation or contribution? I know Coordinape has been kind of the most popular tool that I've seen, but I've also seen people use, Google spreadsheets, et cetera. I think that I don't have a perfect answer, but the big thing that's really hard is that, you don't want it to become a popularity contest, or you don't want people who, are the loudest in the server just to get compensated. So I think setting really clear expectations and almost defining rules ahead of time and having those people kind of approve through a proposal, I thought that worked really nicely at Crypto Culture and Society for the co-leads. And then also we did kind of a batch of scholars and rewarded them after. But I think another big part of this in other DAOs that I've seen where people are contributing, people, it's like, hey, fill out the spreadsheet, make sure you wrote down like how you contributed. That's just a big, I think a big challenge. I'm excited to see more tooling in the space, but I think that is amongst all many other challenges, that's a big one. And I think something to think about is like, how does that compensation scale as your community scales? At TalkGG, for example, you might also, we have a volunteer staff team that's compensated, and one important thing to think about is like, this is not necessarily applicable to DAOs, but just for but I think some takeaways could be useful. How do you want people to progress through that? Like for us, people start out as a bot reviewer, and then if they're doing well there, then they become a moderator, and then they apply to become community manager. I think like having that kind of vetting process could be really practical and helpful, and also help build that trust, not just between the core contributors, but also within the community. I think we have time for one more question before the next speaker.
Thank you. There are many DAO discovery tools, right? What is your strategy, your platform strategy for other DAO discovery tools?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of DAO discovery tools out there. Something that is important to me in why our whole team is working on this is to make Web3 more accessible. So my view is that the more people working on it, the better. Like we should work together to, grow the space and grow the ecosystem for everyone. Like we need to onboard millions, if not billions, of people into Web3, and the only way we're going to do it is working together. So with the other DAO discovery tools, like that's the approach we've been taking. Talking to Deep DAO next week to see how we can collaborate. I'm joining DAOpedia for a Twitter space this Friday, and I think each of them have a different niche to fill. Right, like if you
Kristen Chan.
I will be over there for any questions.
She'll be in that room for any questions if anyone has. Yeah, this one's. So next up we have Bud White with Tayson. Tayson is a sponsor of ours, which we are very, very appreciative of their help, and they're throwing a party later. So
we are throwing a party together.
Together.
6 o'clock. I think we're running a bit behind schedule, so
yeah, say
6:15.
6:30.
Okay.
Bud White.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. So I'm Bud. I'm the Chief Product Officer at a company called Tassin. My entire team, Wave team, we're sponsoring here. If you haven't had a chocolate or a mint, I know it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone's kind of like low on blood sugar. So come talk, have fun. So before I get into my talk, let's do a quick poll. Who here's launched a token already? 1, 2, wow. Who here wants to launch a token? Okay, so this is the right audience. Who here who wants to launch a token has no idea how to do it? Okay, so this is the right talk for everybody here. Here's my socials. Take a picture if you guys want to follow up later. Next slide, please. Okay, so what are we talking about today? Who are we, and why am I talking to you about launching tokens? How did we do it with Web 2? Like, what was the process of launching a project, raising money, kind of building like the entire life cycle of a Web 2, and then comparing it to what do we do with Web 3? And like, what are the norms? Where do we want to go? What are best practices to do here? And then how do we fit in as a consulting organization? Okay, next slide. Okay, so who are we? So our mission is very simple. In 2019, we started a project where we wanted to put a centralized exchange and use decentralized settlement layers to clear it, really tying into the benefits of both. Not really pitching you on our product, but we went down the Web 2 model of starting to talk to venture capitalists, pulling seed money. It was really hard. They didn't really get what we were doing. We, had about 6 months of runway. And then we went into this whole idea of how do we tie into tokens? How do we tie into, like, we wanted to build a crypto exchange. We wanted to put tokens as part of our model. So we ended up raising $20 million worth of capital, operating capital, on the back of launching this token. And we are still wholly focused on building our exchange, our main project, the thing that we raised the capital for. But every time I tell somebody this story, they come up to me and they say, how did you do it? Where did you register? How did you build the communities? How did you build a business out of this idea and then use the capital to continue forward? So keeping that in mind, I put a business unit together to actually work with other projects, companies, entrepreneurs that want to take their ideas and go out to either forming DAOs, selling utility tokens, or any of the means of generating capital through crypto, and walk them through the best practices, right? This isn't like the Web 2 days where you're trying to take out your competitors. We really feel that we want to help all other projects come up in the most compliant way, because nobody wants the SEC tapping on their door. Nobody wants to go to jail because they took money in the wrong way. Next slide, please. Okay, Web 2. So for those of us who are coming from Web 2, or if you're a bit younger, you might remember the Silicon Valley HBO show. Has anybody seen that? Silicon Valley, yeah, fantastic show. I can tell you, I spent 7 years in Silicon Valley. Everything that they put in that show is true. all the tropes, all of the personality types. It's completely right. So there was a formula for building a company, a Web 2 company, and it was very simple. You would form a team, you'd find a garage, you put the people in the garage, you would build a prototype, something that shows that you kind of know what you're talking about, that you might have the right qualities to be an entrepreneur, to get people to believe in what you're trying to build. And then you'd go out and you'd seek investment. And this was usually friends and family. They put in 5,000, 10,000, 25, whatever it may be, and you trade them their early money for some equity in your company. Take that, go out, build a prototype, start to get feedback. There was a prescription for how you set up everything you need to run a business. Where do you incorporate Delaware LLC? You set up a bank account, you set up checking accounts, you set up Amazon Web Services. Like there was this fingerprint that any venture capital firm or incubator will kind of put you down, and they've been using that for the last 20 years. Eventually, once you start seeing traction, you would increase sales. Once you hit certain sales numbers, raise more capital, build bigger business, raise more capital, build a bigger business, raise more capital, eventually go public. So Web 2 was really a IPO in 7 to 10 years. And this is kind of just how it happened, right? Until we started to reduce the friction of how money moves with crypto, with Web 3. Next slide, please. Okay, so is there a token playbook for Web 3? And I want to stand on stage and tell everybody here, yes, there is, and I'm going to tell you how to do it, but it's not true. Things change so quickly. Laws in different jurisdictions change. There's really not this linear path, but more of this matrix of decisions that you need to make based on what your project is, what you want to get out of it, how you want to raise capital. Do you want to have a DAO for voting within the organization? And there's a ton of questions that you need to ask yourself to be able to navigate what's the best way for you to get your token to market. So this is kind of what I just came up with for what we've seen with a lot of the projects we've been working with. It still starts with an idea, form a team, ideally people who have a background in whatever space you're trying to build. Still go out and seek angel investment, but this time, instead of trading it for equity, you're trading it for tokens or an agreement for future tokens once you mint them. But then it gets a bit murky, right? There is no, oh, I go and obviously set up a Delaware LLC. You know, there's questions to be asked. Do I need to set up a legal entity? Can I set up a DAO? Do I have to do both? Is my token a security? And this is a very important one, because if it is a security and you don't go through all the diligence you need to be able to do that when you collect money, the SEC is not going to like that. How do I get the money that I collect from crypto and pay real world bills, right? There are best practices for all of this. And then in a token generation event, we're seeing an exchange listing within 6 to 12 months. And I want to touch on this point right now because in the Web 2 model, founders, early investors, friends and family, everybody who's ever wanted to financially stake the project is sitting on that investment for 6 to 10 years. But the thing that we're finding with Web3, and especially projects that are doing this very quickly, is early investors are getting liquidity in 6 to 12 months when that token starts to be listed on an exchange and or is able to be traded in a swap scenario like on Uniswap. So this allows you to get investors in, get investors out, and continue to build your community to have net promoters all the way through, rather than having somebody who put in money 5 years ago and really is not contributing to the ethos of your project, kind of getting dragged along all the way through. But then, you know, the liquidity event isn't the end in the Web3 model. Really, that's when you can really start building and growing a project that scales. Next slide, please. Okay, so where do we come in? So we put together this token launch playbook that really helps a company walk through the decision-making matrix of everything that you need to figure out on that Web3 walkthrough. We help uncover the unknown unknowns. I can't tell you how many times I've sat down with a team who are very technical in like whatever esoteric area they're building, and we say, have you thought of X? Have you thought of where you're going to set up an entity to launch a token? They say, oh, I didn't even think about that. I actually didn't even know that this is something that I should be losing sleep over. So really what we're trying to do is help these projects, these entrepreneurs, focus all of their time on what they're trying to build. It's hard enough building your prototypes. It's hard enough showing value to your communities, building your communities. You don't need to be spending time worrying about where do you need to set up legal entities? How do you do repatriation of assets? One of the quotes that we have from one of our early projects that we launched is, and this is the CEO of this project, he said, I spend 70% of my time dealing with token purchasers, and all I want to do is build my project. And that was really the impetus for why did we create a business unit to do this. So we've taken all of our best practices. We have a really good legal team that goes through and watches for everything that's coming up and changes in what the Web3 playbook should be looking like. And we help projects move through that. General things that we help with for strategy, entity creation, marketing, building communities, blockchain selection, smart contract writing. A lot of times you don't want to just give tokens out, especially in the utility sense. You want to lock people up on vesting periods or distribution schedules for investors. Those contracts exist. Good ones are important. But you want to make sure that you're incentivizing people to build a project with you, not just purchase something and then dump it on the market in 6 months and crash the price of your asset. And really, what our goal is for projects that are ready, that are serious, that want to fundraise using tokens, we get you from idea to an exchange listing in 6 to 12 months. And that's really what we want. We want to use tokens as this anti-Web2, this anti-equity ability for you to raise capital, build that community, have that tighter connection, and benefit from the liquidity available. And next slide. Q&A. This is actually a troll slide. There is no time for Q&A, but we have a booth and we have chocolate. So if anybody wants to talk, and I saw a lot of hands right here, this whole area here, I expect you to come talk to me about and have some chocolate, and we'll talk about your projects. I would love to hear about your projects and talking about like what path to raising capital would look like. Thanks.
All right. Well, that was Bud White. Thank you very much. And now we have Rachel. Rachel Rose is her screen name, so that's how I know her. But Rachel, are you nearby? Rachel.
I'll be back at 5 o'clock.
But is Rachel up there? Hold on. Where's Rachel? There she is. Hi. Okay, so do you want to run it off of this, or do you want us to advance your slide? I say just say next slide, next slide. Go ahead. Rachel Rose.
Hi, everybody. Awkwardly walking on the stage. All right, you guys. How's everyone doing today? Okay, bear with me. This is my second time public speaking, but I love Harmony so much that I decided to come up in front of all of you today and speak to you about Harmony Protocol, about the different projects I'm working on, and the DAOs within our ecosystem. So, to introduce myself first, my name is Rachel Presented. I'm from New York, California in 2019, pre-pandemic. When the pandemic hit, I started prioritizing health and wellness. So I founded a company called Elixir of Life. And what I do for my business is I create organic juices, smoothies, and wellness shots, and I sell my products out of restaurants in Southern California. I don't want to focus too much on that today, although if anyone has ideas on how to bring wellness into the blockchain, I'm all ears and I would love to collaborate with you. So I founded Elixir of Life. I'm a part of something called the BlockbusterDAO on Harmony. And what we do is basically scale events for Harmony. And by the end of this year, we want to get to 100 cities internationally. So that's been really exciting. The DAO has been approved and funded by Harmony. So yeah, it's really exciting to be a part of. I'm also a part of the Sustainable Development DAO, and what we do on the Sustainable Development DAO is support various forestry initiatives, such as the one in Sierra Leone. We want to introduce carbon credits and make Harmony the most sustainable blockchain project. I'm also a part of Bridge Builders, and if anyone from Bridge Builders is watching, hi guys. What we want to do is provide community education about Web3 topics, and specifically bring together creators and developers to work on projects together. And if you guys want to scan this QR code, this will take you to a link tree I've created. You can join the Bridge Builders DAO. You can join our Telegram group. You can apply to be an ambassador. Thank you for lowering the light. You can apply to be an ambassador for Harmony as well. If you're someone who's charismatic, if you like talking to people, if you like educating people on anything Web3 or blockchain related, or you just want to come and learn, go ahead and apply. And I can interview you as well as other in-person ambassador governors. Yeah, so what I'm passionate about is scaling events for Harmony and also bringing wellness and sustainability to the blockchain. Okay, next slide. Okay, so why Harmony 1? Can I get a show of hands? Has anyone heard of Harmony before? Okay, yeah, we got a bunch of Taoists in this room, so I'm pretty sure y'all are familiar. And just out of curiosity, how many people are involved with any DAOs here? Anyone? Okay, we got a lot of DAOs. Cool, awesome. And another question, how many females do we have here involved in DAOs? Okay, awesome, good to see you guys, her DAO. Cool. So yeah, one of the reasons I love Harmony is that we are really encouraging diversity. I'll get into that in a couple slides, but the main reasons why people love Harmony, number one, I would have to say the community, right? It's such a tight-knit community. It's just like a family that has your back no matter what. And our founder, Stephen Say, we just have an awesome team, and they're really passionate, and they just want to hear your dreams and what you want to do. And it's like in the traditional, CEO structure of businesses, it doesn't really feel that way, Like in this space, it gives us a chance to be valued and recognized for what our passions are. So that's number one for me, Harmony community. The other benefits on a utility end is fast transaction speeds. So we achieve finality within 1 to 2 seconds, typically around 1.5 seconds, which is fast. We're also an eco-friendly blockchain. So one transaction using Harmony uses less energy than a Google search. Or I should say a Google search uses hundreds of times more energy. And we also use proof of stake. So we're not doing proof of work in comparison to projects like, Bitcoin. It's more energy efficient. And of course, everybody loves the low gas fees on Harmony. It's amazing. If you've been on our NFT marketplace, DaVinci, it's next to nothing to mint an NFT and post your art. Yeah, okay, next slide. Okay, and as I mentioned before, one of our biggest strengths is our community. Harmony is constantly growing, and we plan to continue scaling internationally and hosting events. I couldn't cover everyone we work with and everyone that we love in this space. I would have to say, though, one of our biggest projects is DeFi Kingdoms. Has anyone here heard of DeFi Kingdoms before? Whoop, whoop. Cool. It has, I think, the most value locked in the Harmony ecosystem. So if you haven't checked out DeFi Kingdoms, definitely check it out. Yeah, so there's a lot going on in our space. We're constantly building and looking for new partnerships and looking to expand. Okay, next slide. Okay, and if you guys want to scan this QR code, if your phones can read it from there, that will take you to our website where you can apply to create your own DAO if you're interested in doing so. And I can give you more information and help you regarding, roadmaps, deliverables, writing your charter. If you have any questions, maybe we can go back to the first page at the end because I have a QR code where you can schedule a call with me. Okay, next slide. All right. Right here, this is what, in this event at ETH Denver, I love that Harmony is celebrating women in this space. We got 150 women out to ETH Denver. Are any of you guys here that won the scholarship? Yeah, it's a really beautiful thing. Like if anyone was at the Harmony event last night, we had someone named Amy Soon speak, who is so inspirational. She wrote this book called Create Wealth in Harmony, and it talks about how our upbringing and our relationships to our family can actually influence our relationship to money. What they teach us through example, what to do and what not to do. And she writes about how she broke out of it and achieved her own financial freedom. And now she's in a DAO. I think it's Blue DAO, right? Yeah, so they're here. Blue DAO is in Denver. If you see this book, if you see her at her booth signing these, definitely talk to her. She will ask you a question about your life, about your relationship to money, and she's a really awesome person. I highly recommend the book. Okay, next slide. Okay, so different DAOs on Harmony. So we have Community DAO. So our Community DAO is really awesome because it brings people together in their Discord, Telegram, and we have Twitter spaces where everyone from the community can come together and have a voice. Another thing I love about Harmony is they listen to their community. We listen to what you guys want. We listen to your feedback and criticisms, and we use it to constantly improve. Another DAO that we have is the Creative DAO. They do content creation, logos, and they help with other projects in creation of content. And then, of course, we have our Developer DAO, which is so essential to this project. We have a lot of talented developers in Harmony, and we are always looking for more devs, you guys. If anyone wants to, inquire about joining us and bringing your talent to Harmony, we would love to have you. So yeah, the tags are all here if you want to follow any of these DAOs on Twitter and learn more and follow what they're doing. Yeah, we also have Ambassador DAO. So the last two I'm going to get to, I'm actually a governor on both of them. So Ambassador DAO was actually implemented to scale Harmony events to 100 cities internationally. As the need for events is growing, we need to onboard ambassadors. So if you are someone that feels like you would be comfortable hosting an in-person or online event, we would love to interview you and just get to know you if it's something you want to do. We're scaling to 100 cities, so there's opportunity there. And yeah, then we have bridge builders, which I mentioned briefly before. We're providing community education for Web3 related topics and connecting developers and creators to work on projects. Okay, next slide. Okay, and I'm not sure if all of you have heard about this, but Harmony currently has a $300 million grant for DAOs. I think it's over $300 million. So if you are someone that wants to start a DAO, you want to be a part of the Harmony ecosystem, I can teach you how to get funding. I have a slide that will go into the steps of that. But the funding is there, and within the next 4 years, we plan to allocate $380 million to various DAOs. So, yeah, next slide. Okay, and let's talk about DAO tooling. So essentially, it will be what replaces HR in a traditional organization. So this helps our DAOs to operate more smoothly and scale quickly. We have onboarding the governors, and we use a tool called a multi-sig wallet. Does anybody know what a multi-sig wallet is here? Okay, a lot of people know. So yeah, that is how we pay out our governors. And we use voting and give out governance tokens and use applications such as Snapshot, which is a Harmony developed application where we can all vote. And that's another thing I really love about DAOs, that we all have a voice. Finally, it's not this top to bottom CEO structure. We can all vote. Yeah, right? On another note, I just quit my 9-to-5, and it was one of the best days of my life. Okay. One of the best days of my life. I'm all in for the financial revolution that's taking place. And congratulations to all of you that showed up and for taking part of it. It's very awesome. Okay, so let's cover also hurdles and solutions in DAOs. So one thing that's important in DAOs is accountability. We need to hold everyone accountable and make sure everyone's pulling their weight and doing their equal share. Productivity, keep people motivated. Sometimes people could lose motivation and kind of coast off the work of others. We want to make sure everyone is engaged and, most importantly, doing what they love with like-minded individuals. And lastly, working as a cohesive unit. So working together And yeah, our founder, Stephen says isolation is a dream killer. So the solution for that is DAOs, working together. Now, this is how you start a DAO in Harmony. Number one, come up with a compelling idea. Number two, ask yourself, what problem will this solve? Number three, select your governors, anywhere between 6 and 9. We recommend 9. And work together to write a charter. Have your roadmaps and deliverables, how you plan to bring value to the ecosystem. And lastly, you would write and post a talk proposal, which would be at talk.harmony.one. If you guys want to scan that code, it will go, it's gone. Oh, there it is. If you scan that code, that will take you to an article that will break down the $300 million grant funding and how to start a DAO. Got you guys. Yeah, so to review, this is an opportunity for us to come together and pursue our passions and get paid. So you're doing what you love already, but now you have the opportunity to get paid, and you show up, you put in the effort that you can, and you with like-minded individuals, sort of like a co-op. And co-ops statistically have a higher success rate than traditional businesses because people are coming together and voluntarily doing what they love, and that's what I found in this space. Okay, and then lastly, don't miss out on our event this evening. I'm sure you've all heard at Temple Nightclub this evening, we have Deadmau5 coming to perform. Yeah, so I had bracelets. I have about 6 of them. So what I want to propose is if you want to come talk to me after, let's connect. Let's have a meaningful conversation. I want to hear about your passions and your dreams and what you plan to bring to blockchain. I will happily hand out the 6 wristbands that I have left for you guys to see Deadmau5 this evening. All right, we got one more slide, I think. Yeah, let's connect. Reach out after the event and let's get involved, man. Let's work together on DAOs.
All right.
I appreciate you all. Thank you all
Let's
for
hear it
coming
for
this
Rachel
evening.
Rose.
Thank you so much, Igor. Thank you.
All right, we've got a public service announcement right now.
Hey, it's all about public service, isn't it? DAOs are all about the community and about providing tools and experience, and some of us call it wisdom, but others call it wisdom. We just say we're just doing what we do. I would like to invite up to the stage Steph from Tayson. And Steph is a really special person. She's one of our sponsors, and she's buying you all drinks. So she's going to tell us how this all goes, because there's going to be a system to this. Yellow drink tickets, and if you have those, you can go next door to the bar here and get yourself some drinks. And we're going to let everybody down on the mezzanine. Once we say the word, it's going to become open to all. So we're going to take away the guard from the top of the stairs, and we're going to make it completely egalitarian, and we're all one big family. So please contribute to this project. We have a Juicebox fundraiser. So if you go to juicebox.money, we're like the #1 trending project there, and that helps pay the bills. So I appreciate everybody that bought tickets. I appreciate all our sponsors, and every 0.00001 ETH helps. So tell us, how do we get these drink tickets?
Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed Bud's speech on how to launch tokens. Oh, sorry. Hello. Hi, everyone. So yes, my name is Stephanie. I do marketing for Tassin. We are co-sponsoring the closing party tonight for DAODenver. So we do have drink tickets. We want to connect with everybody. We want to help you launch tokens. We want to help educate. So we have banners up, and there are flyers on the table over there with the QR code. Fill out that contact form. Come see me, and I'll be more than happy to give you some drinks. So thank you, guys.
All right. Now, who
with
here
that-
likes sports?
Hang on one second. Okay, so if you can hear me up there, we can start letting people down. So scan the QR code, answer the question, come down and see Steph over here at the end of this VIP bottle service table area, and get your drinks tickets.
What was I saying? Who here likes sports? All right. Who thinks that players get compensated fairly? No one. Well, Amir Carlisle's here to tell us how we can help them. Please welcome Amir. Steve.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. How's it going? How's it going? So my name is Amir Carlisle. I am one of the co-founders of the Players Company. I'm also a former professional athlete, played professional football, now turned financial literacy advocate. So today here to just you guys tell you a story. So a few weeks ago, I was on YouTube watching a video, and I came across this video about the American dream. And so I got on Google. I Googled the American dream. I just wanted to see what the definition was. And Oxford Languages defines the American dream as the ideal by which equality of opportunity is available to any American, allowing the highest aspirations and goals to be achieved. And so I sat there. I thought about it. I was like, is this really true?
Let's find out.
Does every American have an equal opportunity to succeed in life? And the short answer was simply no. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you a story. I grew up in South Jersey. I went to school in inner city Philadelphia, and I had a best friend. We grew up, we went to preschool, kindergarten, first grade together. And after first grade, his mother gave him away. We split. I went to school. I had the luxury of going to school in, South Jersey. He went to an inner city school. In his school, in sixth grade, there were 40 students in the classroom with 20 textbooks. Kids were peeing in the hallway. It was utter chaos. Surrounded by crime, poverty, and negativity. He saw his first gun at age 11. It was really this fight or flight mentality. You really fight to live, and at times, unfortunately, you had to take to give. And I sat there, and it posed the question. I said, how can we expect a child who grows up in this type of environment to become something that they've never seen, especially if they've never been afforded the opportunity to actually be educated? And so at that point, I said the system was broken. And so from there, I started to dive deeper. I started to look at the racial wealth gap. And this gap we hear all the time cited, the racial wealth gap that is now just as wide today in 2022 as it was in 1968. But beneath this racial wealth gap was an underlying opportunity gap. And so if you started to dive into the statistics here, I started to really get into my Google. I was like, man, I really got to start to figure this out. And so in 1934, the FHA launched a massive mortgage program that really subsidized what we now know as suburban America. It allowed people and afforded people the opportunity for home ownership. But there was one condition. Homes were not to be sold to black families, and there was in the deed, houses cannot be resold to black families. It wasn't until 1968 in the Civil Rights Act that this housing discrimination was formally outlawed. But we as humans don't work like that. You can't go from a black and white world to now we're essentially colorblind. And so there were all of these systemic biases that were built into our banking system that we still now see today. You look at mortgage loans, people's net worth is typically tied up into home ownership, but less than 1% of big bank mortgage loans are going to black families. And so again, I sat there and I said, the system was broken. And I'm not here to sit and stand on this stage and say this is a black versus white issue. It's a black and white and Hispanic and Asian and Indian and Native. It's an American issue because a stronger black, brown, minority economy is a stronger, broader economy. And it's like, I come from the football world, and really the analogy I worked off is we're playing a game and we have injured players on the field. So how do you expect us to actually win? And so this problem is what brought us together at the Players Company. Who are we? We're a collective of professional athletes. We're athletes from the NFL, NBA, WNBA, MLB. And we really united under this passion to provide a better system that allowed minority and disadvantaged communities to actually genuinely, authentically build lasting wealth. And we really define wealth as three things: financial, mental, and physical. And so what is the Players Company? The Players Company is what we like to call an innovation studio. So what we'll be doing over the next year, 2, 3, 5, 10 is launching various products and systems
that actually allow us to build wealth. And it's not just for the athlete community. This is for the broader community. This is for all of us. This is about creating a better financial system. And so we're athletes that build, we're athletes that care, and we're building at the intersection of community, Web3, and wealth. And so here today, I wanted to tell you guys a bit about the first product that we'll be launching. The first project we're launching is called BankDAO. And what BankDAO is, it's a collaboration between bankers, community leaders, crypto natives to build this more inclusive financial system that we all envision and that we all need. Heard a few people talking on the stage earlier, and really what Web3 allows us to do is actually genuinely execute on what we envision the American dream to be. What it allows us to do, it allows us to optimize for value rather than optimizing for profit. It allows us to think from a human first standpoint. It allows us to give a voice to the voiceless, and it allows us to give power to the powerless. And that's essentially what we're trying to do with building out with BankDAO. How it operates is there's 3 distinct entities. You have the actual DAO component. You have a C Corp, which is going to be initially a digital banking platform. And then underneath the DAO, you have a 501c3 nonprofit. And so really what we saw is like, you look at the banking system itself, beyond just, not providing access to capital for disadvantaged communities, it's a very one-way street where we put our money into the bank generates some form of net interest margin, and we get 0.01, 0.02% interest back. And so it's very one way. There really is no reciprocation to that value. And so what Web3 allows us to do, it allows us to create a two-way street. How can we both extract value, but more importantly, how can we now recycle value back to the community? And that's what we're all about. It's about creating this virtuous cycle of value where value created is value returned. And so how that operates is basically we generate revenue in a traditional banking sense, interchange fees, net interest margin, et cetera. But unlike a bank where that money is then going into the pockets of, C-suite employees, bonuses, et cetera, that money is then contributed. All revenue is contributed to a community treasury. From there, underneath that treasury within the DAO, there are 7 working guilds that have various utilities, educational programs, curriculum, event planning, charitable initiatives, and we allow the people to dictate how that value is then returned. And so really from our standpoint, it's about how do you create an institution, a system that as it grows, as revenue grows, its impact grows. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's really about optimizing for value. It's about providing a voice to the voiceless. And this is really what American Dream 3.0 is about. And so just to touch just a hair on kind of the details and the meat and potatoes of it, really, I think fintech has done an awesome job of really innovating and democratizing tools, but something that I think we're lacking is actually at this literacy standpoint, is how can we provide a better forum to begin to educate individuals and provide resources and opportunities? Because we all have the same problem. We're not taught about money in school. It's not an urban problem. It's not a suburban problem. It's an educational problem. We are not given the resources to understand how money works. And so we are left on our own to figure out, how do I build wealth? How do I get rich, et cetera? And what we're trying to do is actually provide a structured forum that allows somebody to have the community to begin to ask that question. How do I build wealth? How do I learn about stocks? How do I learn about bonds? And it really comes down to creating that community, curating the thought leaders where we can begin to transfer knowledge, information, and experience from one person to the other. Really, capital starts at human capital, and human capital starts at mentorship. And so for us, everything centers around what we're calling our proof of learn protocol. Proof of learn is just, it's a play off of proof of work, proof of stake. And proof of learn just states education is at the heart of building wealth. And so how can we really create this virtuous cycle? And so basically with proof of learn, there's this two-sided marketplace where you have members and you have seeders. Seeders are anybody that seed the ecosystem with any type of value. In this sense, think of educators. Members, seeders post opportunities. It could be a budgeting 101 class. It could be a real estate curriculum. And from there, members have the opportunity to opt into these various programs. Everybody earns what we're calling our wealth coin. And so as you invest into your personal growth, as you invest into your financial literacy, you earn wealth. As you achieve your financial goals, you earn wealth. As you make better investments, you earn wealth. And so that's really the play. It's like, how can we really start wealth at this educational level? And it's really about us doing it together. So that's what the Players Company is about. We'll be rolling BankDAO out here in the next few weeks. If anybody is interested in joining the movement, this is a very collaborative project. So any crypto natives, anybody that's passionate about financial literacy, I can be found at SolarBot3 on all social media. Feel free to ping me. My DMs are open. But again, this is really about us providing a better future. And that better future is about us working together. It's about providing a more inclusive financial system. And again, it's about providing a voice to the voiceless. That is our American Dream 3.0. Thank you guys for listening. I really appreciate your time.
All right, let's hear from Amir Carlisle. Thank you very much. Well, we have a panel coming up right now, and I'm assuming at least some people in here really like money, right? Maybe one or two people. Well, these guys know a lot about money, and they know a lot about the responsibility of investing money. So please welcome Rotorless, Eric Hill.
Thank you.
Evgeny Gokberg. Is Jordan here? Nicholas Weber. And Jordan Teague. Get you a chair.
You're gonna arm wrestle over it? Oh, yeah.
Are you George Dowd? Oh, look, it's George Dowd. You guys might have to share a mic. Is that okay?
Are we off to the races?
We're off.
All right, everybody, welcome back. My name is Eric. I'm a law punk, degen, lawyer, crypto native. Just before we get going, I'm just going to echo something that Charles said earlier, which is, the law's been around for a long time, and just because there's new technology doesn't mean the law necessarily changes, right? It's cold in here. If I want to rent your jacket from you, right, and you say, wow, you want to pay me $100 to rent that jacket for 10 minutes? And then you say, hey, guess what, Eric? I'd like you to rent my jacket all day. I'll give you a discount for the first 2 hours. That's not new law, right? So earlier, somebody talked about multi-sigs. So I guess we're going to go down and ask people to introduce themselves a little bit. Tell us a little bit about yourselves. And I feel like multi-sig is going to be a topic here. Please go ahead.
Awesome. My name is Jordan Teague. I am a practicing attorney at the firm of Campbell Teague in Greenville, South Carolina. We started off doing traditional law stuff, corporate work, business litigation, but now I'm pretty much full-time, headfirst into Web3. Whether it's an NFT project that needs advice or a DAO that needs help figuring out life, we can help any Web3 project that needs it.
Hey guys, pleasure to be here. My name is Nicholas. I'm the founder of DAO, and what we basically do in a nutshell is creating open metaverse experiences by on the one hand having a portfolio, a metaverse agnostic portfolio of metaverse assets, right? And complementary to this, we build dApps that basically support the user's metaverse journey. And apart from that, I'm also the founder of DAC, which is a DAO and metaverse incubator. Pleasure to be here and looking forward to the discussion.
My name is George Dowd. I'm an attorney based in Chicago, Illinois. Kind of an interesting background, but the majority of my career was trading hedge funds and currencies, which is kind of how I moved into the space. And I do a lot of work with companies in the space.
Hi everyone, my name is Evgeny. I'm a founder of Re7 Capital. We are a DeFi fund that provides liquidity to the ecosystem, and in the meantime helps DAOs manage their treasury. So as a member of a few DAOs, we realized that there is a need for professional and regulatory-friendly money management for anyone involved in Web3, and that's what we do. Thank you.
Nice, I love it. Such a good panel. All right. So why don't we start off with a couple questions, maybe multi-sig signers. Is that just servants of the community, or is that an executive branch of governors?
Anyone?
Yeah, I think I can begin here. I think, right now it is, as DAOs, when they begin, really a bit more centralized, we have to be honest, right? I would say it is more like an executive branch, especially in the beginning when the founders inherit this role. But I think if a DAO has the right intentions, right, and actually is fostering the decentralization, it will just be kind of maybe also a changing role that is also based on, for instance, continuous trust and contributions and reputational based governance that has an impact on this. And therefore, I think that's kind of the direction where it's headed.
Yeah, and I guess just to jump in there, I would agree. I think that in most multi-sig setups, kind of the idea, right, is maybe you have a snapshot vote, some sort of a vote that reflects kind of the will of the community, and then the multi-sig acts on that. So in that way, it really is executory, as opposed to sort of the brains of the operation making decisions on behalf of the people.
Yeah, and I guess to add to that, it's a compromise, right? So ideally, you want the community to manage the funds, but it's impossible for even 10 people to come and make a proper decision. So you have to outsource that and delegate that to hopefully a trusted group of advisors who cannot collude very easily. So at the moment, it's one of the only ways to get something done.
I would echo what Jordan said. I think it's an executive. I sort of view it as an executive group that's beholden to the community. So not acting on their own unless that authority has been delegated to them by the community, but more implementing the will of the community in some sense.
Yeah, and then there's some like operational parts to that, like the speed at which crypto moves, right? If you needed to vote for everything, you're usually voting on something from 3 weeks ago, right? Because the opportunity or the risk has already happened. So in keeping with multi-sig signing powers, any thoughts on, like, is there any risk to a key holder?
No, just kidding. Yes, there's absolutely risks. I think really the most obvious one is just the risk that you accidentally screw something up, right? Negligence. And it can be tempting, I think, on a multi-sig if you're just confirming a transaction that someone else has set up to just kind of rubber stamp it and click the button. But there's risk there too, right? Because if you've signed up for being on this multi-sig, then you've basically signed up for taking the responsibility of making sure that the right thing is done with the funds. And so I think that's just the most obvious low-hanging fruit risk, is the risk of accidentally screwing up either because you did it wrong or you didn't do the diligence to look into what the transaction is that you're confirming.
Yeah, I think also I fully agree with what you said, and I think really the most crucial part here is really to protect, so to say, the key holders in that sense, right, of their liability, right? And I think that's where you guys are, of course, the experts from the legal side, but I think that's really the most important thing that we should focus on right now when it comes to also the legal aspects and the protection of the treasury managers in that sense. Yeah, I think personally at some point, at least in my utopian vision, so to say, all these processes will be fully autonomous, right? Because right now we more have like DOs than DAOs, right? DAOs are not really that autonomous yet. But I think once they are as much autonomous as possible, you know, we won't have these issues anymore because there's not many of these attack points also for the regulators if it's a fully autonomous and algo-based process in that sense. Yeah.
So look, Nicholas said a word that I was thinking about while he was speaking, which is, I think that the signers on the multi-sig can present another attack point. Whereas if there are legal issues and someone's trying to define a subset of people to sort of pay more attention to, that can, in some circumstances, I think, be the signers of the multi-sig, which can be concerning. And I think it's not contemplated enough or seriously enough in the formation stages of many DAOs.
Just to finish up on that, completely agree with everything that's been said. And, you know, just from experience, having seen quite a few DAOs, and Eric, to your point, there is so much happening in crypto that when you're signing something, you're backward looking rather than forward looking. And you have some people in the space who are very trusted, they're very reliable, but they are on 20 multi-sigs. So they don't even know what they're proving because they have no time to understand the transaction. And half of the time, you don't even understand the transaction anyway, unless you spend a lot of time. And that's clearly a problem, because then you just end up following someone who approved it before you, and then it kind of defeats the purpose. So I think there is a lot of work that's needed on the operational fixes for that.
Is there anything a treasury manager can do to sort of separate themselves from any risk or liability?
That's a good question. I think taking a step back and to what has been discussed, even though it's DeFi and it's decentralized, it doesn't mean that regulation doesn't suddenly apply. So when you're managing someone else's money, you take on liability as an institution or as an individual. And it's an illusion to think that because it's a smart contract, you will not be held accountable for what you do. So I think that's the first and foremost decision that people have to make. And what we've seen is that software developers who are building all these amazing apps, they're not necessarily money managers, and they don't want to take the burden of having this regulatory axe hanging over their necks, and they outsource it, whether they outsource it to a decentralized entity like Yorn or others, or to centralized and regulated entities, is a different decision they have to make. But it's a bit risky, to say the least, to do it in-house for regulatory and operational and just money management reasons.
Yeah, and so setting up an LLC or an entity like that to kind of be a shield between you and your personal assets and what you're doing on behalf of an organization can obviously be really smart. But I think that sometimes what gets lost in that conversation is the things that you need to do the LLC thing right and actually keep the limited liability protection in place. There's this thing called the corporate veil, which is just a fancy legal way of saying, you have liability protection in an LLC, but a creditor can potentially pierce the corporate veil if you do certain things wrong and out of step. And that's probably a little out of scope of the discussion for today, but I would just note, an LLC is not a cure-all, but I think, it's a really smart thing to do. And there is a Web3 solution, a Web3 native solution that is kind of emerging. You might have heard Ross Campbell speak earlier. He and I are working on DAO together. We've integrated something called Ricardian LLC that you can actually just use standalone as well. It's a smart contract out there. It's a public good. And you can spin up your own Web3 native LLC just through one click. So there are even Web3 native ways to do that, but just make sure if you do set up an entity that you consult a lawyer to make sure that you're actually utilizing the entity well so that you get the protection at the end of the day.
So by Web3, you mean like I can just pay with it with ETH from my wallet without touching the meat space?
Bingo.
Okay. And just so I'll just summarize there, like, so the average retail person that's aped into a DAO and is suddenly finds themselves as the multi-sig key holder, one thing they can do is set up a LLC that doesn't do anything else, doesn't touch anything else in the world, and maybe like the constituting documents only says it's to hold this wallet, nothing else. Is that where we're going?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable strategy. And, George, you may have some thoughts on that too, but, it's not a cure-all, like I said. You can't stop crazy. Anyone can sue anyone for anything here in the US, and it happens. But having that initial layer of protection, I think, is a really wise strategy.
Well, Eric, I would start by saying that nothing I say here today could be construed as legal advice.
Of course, we're just having a conversation by the fire.
However, yes, I think that that is one smart way to go, generally speaking, because the LLC will provide you with typically some degree of protection.
Yeah, and also from my side, maybe one point to add is, of course, you can stay anonymous. That's also something that some, at least lawyers I spoke with, suggested, that you just stay anonymous, and that's also what a lot of the projects are doing. And so I think like kind of a mixture between staying at least, partly anonymous and having that, let's say, personal holding in place that protects you from liability, I think, at least from my side, is the most feasible approach right now. Let's hope in the future there will be, let's say, less friction-infused processes, but right now that's, in my opinion, really the only way to go. Yeah, but I also have to say no legal advice, and I'm not the lawyer here, so that's just my personal take.
Sure, well, thanks for that. Does anybody else have any like burning thought on multi-sig before we switch topics and maybe go to something else? Okay, so fiduciary responsibility of DAO governors. So I got a couple of questions here that we asked some people, and one of them is about when your treasury contains the voting tokens for another DAO. Like, how do you go about that? Like, how are you going to vote for Yearn with your DAO treasury tokens? What is there any responsibility there, like towards the DAO members, or what are your thoughts on that?
I think as the treasury managers, should always act on behalf of the entire DAO, right? It should just be something where basically if the DAO participates in another DAO, then the respective, so to say, DAO just makes a vote about how they're going to approach this respective, other vote in another DAO. That's just kind of my take. Yeah, I don't think that the treasury managers should like single-handedly make decisions just because they have the keys to the treasury.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you might be identifying is the potential for a conflict of interest if the two DAOs might have slightly competing objectives. And so I think this is partially a legal problem and partially a design problem that we see with DAOs that are managed by tokens that are mapped to their economic interests, where you can just buy as many as you want. I think we're seeing design failures in that anyway, right? And so it's worth asking, should you set up a DAO like that where another DAO could just buy a bunch of your tokens and then take control? But from a legal standpoint, I think that it's a valid question, and you do have to remember that, especially say you're organized here in the United States and you're an LLC in a jurisdiction that says members can't compete with the company. Well, now you might be actually violating that duty, that fiduciary duty to the company.
Yeah, like there's a lot of DAOs that do DAO-to-DAO treasury swaps, and then there's no real, well, it wouldn't be Web 3.0 if there was a restriction on it, right? And then those tokens can end up somewhere else. So one of them could still hold those tokens, and the other one doesn't. And then you can wash out a few votes. It's kind of a interesting conversation to have, I guess. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I think so. I've got no idea on the legal aspect of any of this, right? But from the business and the financial perspective, that's a feature, not a bug in DeFi. That's inevitable, and it will continue to happen. And what we've seen is that there are multi-billion-dollar DAOs built on top of other DAOs, right? Where their only objective is to accumulate tokens of somebody else and then use them to vote and do whatever they need to do. And that's the whole point of composability in the space, right? So I don't think it can be stopped. Maybe lawyers can stop it, but it'll be pretty hard. And I don't think that will go away. And I think over time it will become more and more important because everything is extremely intertwined in the space.
Okay, well, why don't we switch to stablecoin talk? What's the role of a stablecoin in a treasury? Anybody?
It's there to protect you during the next bear market. I think there have been a lot of very large ICO raises in 2017, 2018, and those projects raised hundreds of millions of dollars, and they kept money in their own governance token. And we all know what happened to many of them. It's not really rocket science. It's pretty much common sense that keep money in dollars or an equivalent of that versus risky assets. And there are now even projects with automation tools which allow you as a DAO to sell your assets into stablecoins once a day, once a block, or what have you. And without that, you're not really running a business. You're running a hedge fund, which is a great business model, but probably you raise money for something else.
So I'd agree with that, and I'd take it a little bit further. I think, like the general consensus, I think, in the space is that, and I'll get eye rolls when I say this, but that you want to have 2 to 3 years worth of development funds, or the funds that you would need for 2 to 3 years worth of development in stablecoins. And anytime I say that, people just roll their eyes because it's almost like, well, I wish I could fly as well, right? It's just not realistic. The second point that I would bring up is that I think there's an important difference between diversifying into stable coins as opposed to diversifying among different stable coins. So I think, yes, you want to have some diversity in the treasury. Stable coins are an obvious go-to for that. But I don't think you want to have all your eggs in one basket, right? Because there are some important distinctions amongst the different stable coins that if they were to come into play for the one you hold, might make your smart plan to diversify not look so smart in the rearview mirror.
Thanks. And is that because some stable coins can be turned off or seized, or like your wallet address can vanish?
So I think the easy way to look at it is just the oftentimes opaque nature of the backing and the percentage to which the stable coin is backed by what I would call sort of a viable backing asset, right? So in a perfect world, you'd look at, well, I have 100 stable coin, it's pegged to the dollar, and there's 100 US dollars in the stablecoin treasury. It's unusual that that's the case. Normally, it's less than 100%, and it's that less than 100%. You know, if it's 99%, that's one thing. If it's 20% and it's in the junk bonds of a third world country for 90% of it, that's a little more concerning, right? So there's a spectrum across the range of stable coins that I think you need to pay attention to and realize that there are also inherent risks in the stable coins themselves that need to be accounted for.
Just add to that. So, for example, we're a stablecoin fund, right? So 99% of our assets sit in stablecoins. And we hold 13 or 14 different coins at the moment. And I think an important point to keep in mind is that stablecoins, again, not from the legal perspective, but from the business perspective, they're not currency, they're debt, to your point. And this is debt backed by different assets in various shapes and forms with different risk management mechanisms. So just like you wouldn't, put all of your money into one bank account or give one loan to just one company, you always should stay diversified and either understand the nuances or, hire someone who'll do it for you.
That's awesome. But everybody's learning a lot here. So why don't we use the final minutes here to talk about some of the tools that are out there, treasury management, if you have any thoughts on any of them or anything else that you came here with a burning desire to evangelize anybody about.
Well, I'd love to throw in a second shill for DAO that my co-founder Ross Campbell talked about this morning. But seriously, give it a look. It's free to deploy, plus gas, asterisk. But the reason that I bring up DAO as opposed to say something like Gnosis Safe is that it is executory, self-executory. So, we were talking earlier about how most DAOs aren't actually truly decentralized or autonomous. DAO, and I believe there's some other DAO platforms out there that work the same way, will allow you to queue up transactions that are, transactions potentially to move treasury assets or integrate with DeFi contracts that, if the DAO speaks and they say we want to do this, then when that transaction is confirmed, it just happens. So I'd throw that out there as just an alternative tool to look at, as you consider more traditional things like Gnosis Safe with Snapshot.
Yeah, from my side, in regards to just the tooling, one point that I would also like to mention is that, to me, really in the future, interoperability is here also the key, because there's so many different assets that DAO Treasury can hold, and most of the the Treasury platforms, yet they don't, let's say, allow these assets to be held or displayed even from the front end perspective, right, within their treasuries. So for instance, from our side at MGH, we, for instance, have data tokens in our treasury, and it's also a bit difficult to display them, right, because there's just not that opportunity out there yet. So I think really the same way we approach it with the blockchains, the metaverses, really having that agnostic approach and fostering interoperability when it comes to the tooling side and being able to connect the tools, right, to different platforms where they can engage and extract and exchange value with, right? I think that's, to me, really the key here to look at.
Yeah, so I don't have a ton to add, but I would say, and I don't know who was here this morning, but it was a very smart guy, Jeff Costello, spoke this morning after when Ross spoke. And one of the things Jeff said that I really can't sort of reiterate enough is that I think it is important earlier rather than later to get in and get some degree of legal advice because it's easier to get things put together correctly initially than it is to go back and get it sorted out. It's going to cost you 10 times more. So those would be kind of the only thing I'd add in closing. Thanks everyone for coming.
Yeah, I think the point of thinking through things ahead of time is very important. There is a natural desire to rush in crypto and build as quickly as you can, but this will come back to haunt you at some point in the future. And it's important not to forget that it's all about decentralization, right? And decentralization is about minimizing the points of failure, right? So if you can be protected on the legal side, if you don't have dependency on one stable coin, on one smart contract, on one signer, or more than one, then you minimize the problems and you can focus on building what you want to build, which is ultimately what we're all here for. So thank you.
So there's still time for you're not going to get a better panel than this. So if anybody has a question, they want to ask somebody about a treasury, there's a couple seconds left. Here we go, sir.
I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on if you are going to diversify, how you sell that to the community, and how that affects the native governance token and that kind of stuff. Since all of a sudden you're taking on, it might change the value of the original token everyone's holding. You know what I'm saying? So if you diversify and selling that to the community, I don't know, just thoughts on that in general or your experiences with doing that kind of thing.
All right, so I'll start by saying that I'm not super familiar with what you're talking about, but I do know that there's the potential to borrow against the governance token somehow. I'm not 100% certain of the mechanics, which can allay, I believe, some of the fears you're talking about, because you're not selling governance tokens, you're just diversifying in by borrowing against them, if that makes sense. That's not my original thought. I sort of heard it third hand, and I'm not familiar with the mechanism for how it's done, but I am aware that some people are doing something in that vein.
So from my perspective, that what you said is absolutely possible, but obviously it's a little bit risky, right? Because if your project struggles and your token doesn't do very well for a period of time, and then you lever it up, obviously you'll get into, you'll run into trouble. And the problem with crypto is that the token is liquid usually on day one, which means that it usually runs ahead of the product, ahead of the revenue, and ahead of the cash flow, and it creates short-term incentives. But realistically, the community should be able to understand that the reason why they're buying your token today is so that it hopefully does something later in the future. And if you don't have any reserves to build what you need to build, then it can't go anywhere. So it's about aligning the short-term and the long-term horizon, because the word community is also a bit overused, right? People who go to your Discord and do, and say GM and ask you when moon and when token, they're not necessarily contributing to what you're trying to build, right? You want the users, you want the auditors, you want people who battle test your smart contracts, and that's an alignment. This happens all the time with top quality projects, right? They do treasury diversification where they sell some of their tokens to VCs or public sales or what have you, and without that you can't really fund your business.
Thanks. Any other questions? Anybody? Treasury, stablecoin, multi-sig?
Yeah, so want to get your thoughts on so you were mentioning how there's some contributors that they're not really contributors, right? So what do you guys think about in terms of splitting up, what people can actually vote on financially versus what they can't vote on financially?
Yeah, I think here, in regards to the finance aspect, I personally have to say I'm a big believer that at some point we'll have a balance between, let's say the utility token governance as well as reputational-based governance, where, Vitalik, for instance, wrote an amazing article also about it a couple months ago that I recommend anyone to read about. and I hope I'm not saying something wrong here, but I'm not the biggest fan of the only utility of a utility token being the governance, because then you really, as also the others mentioned before, you kind of attract kind of more like also people that are just in it for the speculation. But you really want to balance out kind of, and make it more attractive for also people that do not have the financial means, but are really motivated and want to proactively contribute, for them to actually increase their governance, not just by financial contributions that they conduct, but actually by positive contributions, which then receive NFT badges, for instance, that then again affect basically positively and increase at the end of the day the voting power for them. So I think that's kind of also an aspect that will further decentralize DAOs and kind of decrease the attack vectors also for, let's say, bad actors to kind of just, acquire a large bunch of the governance tokens, so to say, and then just kind of, do whatever they like with it, right? So that's kind of my take in regards to also protecting yourself, and also then further at the same time, rewarding the true contributors that are proactively and continuously participating and positively affecting your DAO.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I think what you've identified is a trend that I'm seeing as a lawyer, which is general traditional corporate governance principles that have been around forever leaking into DAOs. What is a DAO is kind of a philosophical question, but I think that we're all realizing it can mean a lot of different things, right? And so think about just a regular corporation. Like if I'm a shareholder of Tesla, I don't get to go complain to Elon Musk when he, makes some dumb purchase decision. So I think that's kind of what you're describing is, are we going to maybe see DAOs evolve to have different governance models where maybe there's kind of more traditional shareholder board of directors kind of model? And I think the answer is, yeah, absolutely. I think we're definitely going to see that.
All right, thanks. Slide's gone, but everybody, Jordan, Nicholas, George, and Evgeny, look at that memory. Mind like a trap. And
that's why you're an awesome lawyer. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much.
My name is Eric, and I like loyalty points and crypto.
All right. We're going to have another panel coming up here. And I figure you guys don't have enough lawyers. Thank you very much. Thank you. So let's have some more lawyers up here. This next panel, we've got Kyle Smith and Mike Waves. I think Mike is a lawyer, right? Or are you both lawyers? Okay, well, we'll call you a lawyer because you have a JD. So Kyle Smith, Mike Waves, you guys can just take a seat. And Mark Lurie's here.
Oh, hello. Cool.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stage. We are excited to hear from you. So this is called the tragedy of the Creative Commons, and we're talking about IP and the intersection of IP with DAOs, and I presume it will end up touching on NFTs too.
Always does.
Always does. So why don't we start with introductions? We'd love to hear a bit about you and your background so everyone has context for your thoughts.
All right. I'm Mike Waves. I'm an attorney. I've been a technology lawyer this is the beginning of my second decade. I've been a lawyer for 10 years, technology attorney the entire time, started as an IP litigator. Then I started doing transactional work, so technology transactions, IP licensing, M&A deals, where the main thing that the company was trying to buy was the technology. Got into Web3 as an attorney 18-ish months ago, joined LexDAO, been working with those guys. Jordan Teague was just up here a little while ago. You may have seen Ross Campbell's talk. And now I'm joining Alliance as their general counsel soon, I think in like 2 weeks. So I'll be working on a lot of these issues firsthand.
And what is Alliance? Just so people have that
Alliance
context.
is a Web3 accelerator.
Great.
Hi, I'm Kyle Smith. I spent some time in corporate music publishing and then moved on to law school where I got my JD, but the whole time I was focusing on entertainment law and that kind of thing. And then after that, I went into my own version of smart contracts, which is JavaScript and more about being verbose and contracts being living documents than about Solidity. But these days I'm learning how to write Solidity as well in LexDAO. I'm also in LexDAO. And I'm working with Gitcoin as well. I've got my own project called CheerBot, and it takes Raspberry Pis and connects them to Web3. And then I'm also working with Creative Commons on AI issues. I developed a type of geometry that I had to collaborate with Wolfram's AI in. So yeah, that's how I help Creative Commons, is talk to them about how AI is going to impact copyright law.
Wow, the rare developer lawyer. Someone loves logic. And I'll give you just a little bit of personal background. So I'm not a lawyer. So anything they say you should not take as legal advice, or do so at your own caution. Anything I say, you're welcome to take as legal advice, but I wouldn't recommend it. So I am not a lawyer. I run an exchange group for DeFi called Shipyard Software. We develop DEXs, namely Clipper.exchange is a DEX for retail trades. But I have a little bit of a background in NFTs and the IP associated with that, because in 2018, I created an early NFT protocol called Codex, which was about provenance and NFTizing IP for art and collectibles, especially sold at auction. And for that, I did an online art marketplace. So I've come at it from the art industry. So with that, why don't we start with a brief question, which is very high level, which is, how is IP even relevant to DAOs?
I mean, to me, well, especially working with Gitcoin, a lot of what Gitcoin does to get people interested is they have a whole merch marketing department, and memes as well, and memes are IP and all that. So it really gets people emotionally connected with what's happening in the developer space, and realizing intellectual property is art, really. So if you're communicating art, then you have to interact with intellectual property. I almost think that it's, at least from my perspective, uncommon for a DAO to not interact with IP in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, I wonder what your thoughts are on that. Like, how many DAOs actually don't have to engage with IP, period? Like, real property maybe, but like, yeah.
I mean, software is copyrightable, right? So a lot of DAOs don't really start as DAOs. They start as development companies that then exit to community or decentralize. So those coders that are making the first draft of the protocol, that are putting together the software that the organization is going to run on, that's copyrightable. And it becomes, under US law, it becomes copyrighted as soon as they write it. You don't need to register under US law. It's a common misperception. You need to register to get statutory damages and some other additional claims. But if you're a writer and once you write that poem, once it's on paper, you got a copyright. Same thing with the coder. Once you type out that script, you have a copyright. So the software is relevant. And then obviously, like any other asset that an organization wants to hold, whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's physical assets, whether it's real estate, intellectual property is one of the many assets that an organization will like to create and exploit as it builds its organization or its business.
Interesting. So things we create are intellectual property by default.
Are things that are copyrightable. So under the Copyright Act, it's I'm going to be putting the words out of order, but it's whenever you fix a work of authorship in a tangible medium of expression are the important things. So it's the act of fixing your expression into a medium creates a copyright in whatever that expression is.
Okay, so so maybe we should pull back a bit, because there's copyright, there's intellectual property. As a plebe, I'm already confused. So what is intellectual property?
So intellectual property so what's property? Let's pull back first. The law recognizes the US, the Anglo-American common law recognizes property, right? This is the right to exclude people from some kind of asset. So if I have a property right in a piece of land, then I have the right to exclude you from it. If I have a property right in this microphone, then I have the right to prevent you from taking this microphone from me. I get to use the microphone, right? Intellectual property is a new newer 500 years, subset of property that covers non-physical things. So the categories of property that we're all familiar with, you have real estate, so real property, you have chattel, what's called chattel property, which is physical things. And then you have intangible property, of which intellectual property is the most common one. And the big four categories that we talk about when we talk about intellectual property are, some of these are familiar to you, I hope, are patents, copyrights, trademarks, and trade secrets. Trade secrets are kind of the odd man out, but those first three are the big ones. And as opposed to our traditional understanding of property, which exists even absent some kind of specific law granting us this right, in the Anglo-American liberal system, you have property rights under what's called the common law. All IP are creatures of statute. So there's a Copyright Act, there's a Trademark Act, there's a Patent Act, and those define very specifically what your rights are with respect to whatever that statute is describing. So for copyright, that's the expression of ideas. For patents, that's inventions. And for trademarks, that's brands. Or marks is what we call them.
Yeah, and I would add that with patent, comparing it to copyright, it's good to understand that concept of idea, because with patent, that's really, you're trying to monopolize the idea, and so that's one of the reasons why patents are so hard to get. Whereas with copyright, it's really just the particular expression of the idea, right? So if you're thinking about, if you're as a coder, you have 1,000 ways to get to the end result, the way you write that code. Well, the end result and the fact you even want that end result, that's the idea. So to get the patent for that, that's pretty difficult, because basically you have to come up with a whole new kind of problem and solution. But with copyright, all you have to do is just express your solution, right? So all you have to do is just write your particular functions, and then you've got that copyright. And so the monopoly is a lot smaller, because it's really, other people just can't say it the same way you've said it. So they can get to the end result and then by saying it in a different kind of way. But that's the key distinction. And then with trademark, it's also, that's more about what the consumer recognizes. So if the consumer gets confused, and if they think that they're buying it from one DAO, but they're actually buying it from a different DAO, well, that's when trademark comes in. But it's much more from, the user's experience than from the person who made the trademarks perspective.
And monopoly is a great word to use here. I think that actually, I tend to describe them more as intellectual monopolies as opposed to property. I think people get kind of hung up on the property aspect, when really what this is a complete monopoly over a particular idea. So no one else gets to use it unless you allow them to use it, which is, as might become apparent later in this talk, or it might not. I'm an IP lawyer, but I'm kind of an anti-IP guy. But yeah. That's probably the better way to think about it, is monopolies.
Well, it's interesting, because part of me wants to say, like, how dare someone monopolize an idea? The other part of me wants to say, well, we've come a pretty far way in our society in 500 years. Perhaps that's because we figured out how to monetize and turn ideas into assets, because then it incentivizes ideas. So there's this tension between, something we don't really like, but something that actually is quite effective.
So the Supreme Court has talked a lot about that, and it's a very interesting point that I think gets lost. So a little bit of copyright history that's worth noting is that the term of the copyright, when it was the first United States Copyright Act was passed, was 28 years, and then you could renew it for another 28, and then it became part of the public domain. So copyright was always kind of understood as this trade-off against the rights of creators and an incentive from the government to creators, be like, hey, we want you to make things. We recognize that if you don't have a monopoly and the right to profit from it, you're probably not going to be able to do it professionally. So you'll just have to do it in your spare time. And we're going to have a whole country full of people that are, amateur artists, amateur creators. No one will be able to do it professionally unless they can make a living doing it. So we'll give you this temporary monopoly, but we're recognizing that what we're doing is we're pulling an idea, something that has a zero marginal cost to share with people, right? I think maybe the Jefferson quote's apocryphal, but I think the way that he described it is, if you have a candle, if I light your candle using my candle, I'm not being deprived of any light, right? So the idea of ideas spreading that way is a natural characteristic of how knowledge and ideas spread. So The public domain was this understanding of this is our shared pool of knowledge from which we're carving a monopoly because we want to incentivize creators. But we know that that's a trade-off. We've always known that that's a trade-off, that we are suffering as a community so that the individual creators can benefit. So hopefully after 28 years, or 28 times 256 years, we could have these things in the public domain. Now, over the course of the intervening 200 years, we've seen copyright extend and extend and extend. And now, if I remember correctly, it's 90 years. It's the artist's life plus 90 years before it enters the public domain. So practically speaking, nothing has entered the public domain since the 30s. And a large reason that this has happened is as successful IP industries have emerged in the 20th century, particularly Disney, every time Mickey Mouse came close to entering the public domain, Disney would lobby and get an extension and an extension and an extension. And the last one was in 1998, the Sonny Bono Term Copyright Extension Act was literally just there to extend Mickey Mouse for another 20 years. A whole lot of things happened in 2018 that are probably beyond the scope of this. But I just wanted to paint that picture to illustrate that there's always been this trade-off, and lately we've swung way too far, in my estimation, in favor of protecting and incentivizing large intellectual property holding companies like Disney, as opposed to the public domain. That's my little speech. I'll stop now.
Oh, totally. I totally, I agree with that. And then in our space, though, the developer space, when you have an Apache license or a GNU license, what you're saying is you don't want to participate in that. And so you're basically allowing it to be in public domain from the get-go. And then for something like Mickey Mouse, that's where Creative Commons comes in. So if you've got a Creative Commons 0, it is really then just public domain. And so there are these layer 2, I guess you'd call them, because they're not statute, right? They're secondary organizations that then kind of roll back this Disneyfication that's been happening of that balance. And it makes a lot of sense with what we're building here in Web3 to not have that paradigm that Disney wants. Because we don't really care if you write the function this way, that way. If it really matters to be standardized when we go through EIP or something like that, we really just want people to actually spend the time to automate. We don't want to cause friction by saying, hey, I own that particular expression of automation. We'd rather people copy paste it and then add on more automations.
That was fascinating. That's great. Okay, so I guess power begets power. That's a good takeaway. Mickey Mouse is cute, but beware. That's the second takeaway. Third, individuals can come up with ideas and IP and have IP. It sounds like companies can have ideas and own IP. What if we come up with an idea as a group? What if a DAO comes up with an idea? What is that someone's idea? I mean, how do we grapple with that as DAOs?
Yeah, it's the person who created it, right? So in a DAO context, obviously, if you have like a cooperative of folks working on it, like you all have a bunch of people, working in GitHub, writing software together, it might be hard to parse the final piece of software down by the individual rights. So traditionally in a corporation, anyone who's worked in tech for a company is probably, as part of their employment letter, signed something called a PIA or a CIA, Confidential Information and Invention Assignment Agreement. That essentially, under the Copyright Act, designates the corporation as the author for whatever is created in the terms of your employment. Obviously, DAOs don't have that. So the question then becomes, who does the right vest in? And right now, there's no real clean answer. We can look to the law of hacker collectives and cooperatives that design software, but unfortunately, a lot of these organizations didn't really enforce software rights or intellectual property rights, to my knowledge, as against each other. They would often try to enforce against corporations, or corporations try to enforce against them. Not super familiar off the top of my head with the case law of how all that shakes out, but usually there has to be a legal person that holds the asset. The right vests in someone because, again, intellectual property is really, and in the context of DAOs, in the context of corporations, we only care about IP for two reasons. We care about it so that we can enforce it against someone else. So if we're like, hey, you're stealing my stuff, don't do that. And if they don't stop, then I want the power of the state to come to bear and stop them. Or if I have a business that's valuable and someone wants to buy that right from me, it's an asset that I have. So I want to be able to prove that I have good title to it so that when I sell it to them and they try to enforce it, the court won't be like, well, turns out you don't really own the thing that you think you own, so there's no lawsuit here. So those are really the only two things that matter. In the context of DAOs, it comes back.
Is there a third which is defensive?
So in the context of patents or trademarks, you can leverage your patent to defeat someone else's patent claim. So if you already have something that you believe covers the patent claim, or in a trademark, like if somebody tries to register a trademark and you're like, hey, I've been using DAODenver for the past couple of years, I just haven't gotten around to filing with the trademark office, and someone else tries to file DAODenver, you can defeat them with that. But generally so I would, we'll call that 3. We'll give it 3. We'll simplify it. Yeah.
I cut you off though, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I lost the train. Where was I?
Where was he?
Yeah. So you need a person, right? Someone needs to enforce these rights. Someone needs to own this asset. Corporation's a person. Individuals are people. DAOs are, we don't know yet, right? This is one of the reasons why a lot of lawyers are constructing legal wrappers, right? So you might have an LLC that holds the asset, and you might have an agreement as amongst you could have contractual relationships among all the DAO. Like I've seen some DAOs consider terms of service type arrangement that by participating in the DAO, you agree to this constitution. The DAO tokens might represent membership interests in an LLC. That LLC then holds the asset. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but ultimately, and this is the important point, the DAO doesn't hold anything. The DAO uses a legal person, an entity or a human, to hold the asset and then do things with them. And this obviously has its advantages and disadvantages that we can also talk about, but yeah.
Yeah, I would just add, at LexDAO, that's one of the reasons we have CaliDAO. It's to create a person behind it, and using Denver's structure, or not Denver, Delaware. I was crossing my D's there. And then one thing that's interesting too, as well, is if on the litigation side, right? People can think, oh, well, if I don't have a legal person, no one can go after me because it's I'm just like fog or something. But I don't know. It seems to me like looking at past instances of litigation, they'll find a way to connect it with some kind of legal person, right? And so then that might not actually work out for people in DAOs because it might have full liability then. It might be just considered a straight up partnership, right? So you kind of like, you hopefully can give a little bit more advice on this being an actual attorney, but or comments at least. But yeah, to me it seems kind of sketchy to go, oh, well, since it's not a legal person, I can infringe copyright, I can throw up music NFTs owned by different artists, and RIA can't go after me. It kind of seems like that's just asking for trouble, where it seems like, in the short run, it's a solution, but in the long run, it's just going to lead to actual litigation, full-on litigation with big legal costs. But yeah, do you have comments on that?
Absolutely. So we're distinguishing now between me having intellectual property that I can enforce against other people and me infringing someone else's intellectual property under the cover or non-cover of a DAO in the fog, as you said. And if there's one thing I learned early in my career, I was helping folks that were being targeted by the recording industry and the Motion Picture Association that were using BitTorrent to as part of a swarm to pirate. Pirate only applies if the work in question is copyrighted. You can access public domain things and non-copyrighted issues. But the mechanism that they used here was let's say you use Comcast as your internet service provider. So the recording industry would find that an IP address assigned by Comcast was in this swarm, right? And then they couldn't necessarily tag that to your computer. So what they would do is they would issue a subpoena to Comcast demanding that they turn over that information. And so that's the area where you would fight back against that. And I only bring that up by way of illustrating that these guys will find you. They have their mechanisms. They're willing to use, go through a lot of processes to find you. And, I've gone to a couple crypto conferences. I met a lot of you guys. Your OPSEC is not good. You have bad OPSEC. They will find you. So infringement in the context of a DAO is particularly bad because they can usually point to somebody that is doing the infringing, particularly if you're talking about in a Discord. So it's the questions of who owns IP is much murkier and more interesting, but who's infringing is a much simpler question.
I have so many follow-on questions, but my questions don't matter. Your questions matter. So why don't we move to some questions from the audience?
I think we have time for one question. I wouldn't want you guys to come here, have these guys
I'm
here.
verbose, it's my bad.
Yeah, and not get some free, not legal advice. Go ahead.
The lack of patents in this industry, is it a sign of immaturity or is it a sign of cultural division? Are you guys seeing people doing patents? Do patents protect the members of the DAO? You know what I mean?
So there's a lack of patents in the blockchain space. Is that a sign of maturity or immaturity?
Well, I mean, I actually do have a patent in the space, so I'm kind of unusual with that. Yeah, I think part of it is a sign of philosophy. I really actually, especially because I do work with Creative Commons quite a bit, and I personally err on the side of public domain and spreading light. I kind of like it that people are kind of like, they look at my patent and go, what the hell are you doing? Like, this isn't what we're up to. And so from my perspective of going through the patent process, I also know the knowledge that the patent agent put in there and the ability to put it into a larger context and just make the object much more meaningful. So I really cherish the value that is coming in, but I also recognize that it's an antiquated system that needs to be much more fluid. And so that's one thing I personally hope with my patent is that I can eventually carry it through a DAO and have it be, more public domain than patents have been so far, where if we look at the history of patents, they went towards the troll side of things from when they initially started. I mean, when I went to my agent, he just was like, well, there's never a lone inventor that comes in with a cool patent anymore. Like, that's just like, anyway, it was just surprised. Like, it was just legitimately surprised because it's just giant corporations that do it. Endangered species. That's what it was. So yeah, I don't know if it's a lack of maturity. I really do think it's just a philosophy that just doesn't jive well. And I would like a better harmony because I do see value on both ends. But so maybe in that sense it is maturity, or pardon me, an issue with maturity because we can maybe get to that point where we have it's not trolling when you have a patent, but you also get that amazing knowledge that the Library of Congress has. And so, like, I didn't even know my thing was a von Neumann architecture, and I got to learn so much about von Neumann through it. And that's just, all of us are working, and when we're coding, we're working with von Neumann. It's not just Turing; it's both those guys. And so I'm really appreciative of that.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a cultural thing. That's a huge issue, especially like we've seen how projects that grant copyright to their NFT holders versus ones that try to enforce it, like Larva Labs getting a lot of shit. But when it comes to patents, it's expensive. It is so expensive to get a patent and to go through that process. And there was a major update to the patent law passed during the Obama administration called the America Invents Act, which introduced this concept of inter-parties review where people could sue during the patent review process, which adds the cost of litigation into the patent process as well. So now it's essentially only accessible to large corporations, and they haven't really started making moves in this space. But the other element that I think is going to fluster them if they try is, let's say that you're trying to get a patent in a blockchain protocol, and you upload it, you upload your smart contract or you upload your protocol onto the internet, and someone sues you for infringement. What do you take it down? Like, do they have to go after every single node operator? Like what do they do, right? So usually when we're thinking about intellectual property or copyright, we're thinking a lot more about art. It touches on software. There are software patents, but enforcing against like art, like telling somebody like, hey, like disable this link to your JPEG because it's infringing, is a different question than take down your software protocol.
It's a question of enforceability, basically.
Exactly.
So before we let you guys go, our next panel, which we are going to ask our panelists to come up and get ready for their panel backstage, but it's on digital identity. And with that topic, obviously the blockchain introduces a whole different type of identity and potentially one that's not doxed, an anonymous one. Is there any precedent that you know of in copyright or patent law or patent cases where the inventor was anonymous or in a pseudonymous, perhaps?
Yeah, there's a lot, like, you know, the easy example would be like street artists, right? So Banksy, right? And courts have, because artists have a long tradition of pen names and stage names, right? There is precedent allowing people to sue, to sign contracts and to sue under their stage names. So if you've developed this identity, and if the court in some kind of, you know, if your lawyer petitions the court and says, hey, they have this strong vested interest in their brand, they're identified as Banksy, a big portion of the value of their brand is that they're anonymous, but we can prove to you, judge, in a side panel without revealing any information, you know, writ large, that this person is a legal person who, you know, owns this thing, and we can provide all the proof. Then yeah, there's precedent for artists, you know, proceeding in their cases and acting as legal entities under their pseudonymous identities or anonymous identities.
And then with patents, because it's pretty much only corporations that can patent at this point, you can kind of think of a corporation as a way to make things anonymous, right? This is a giant organization, and so someone, the inventor in the corporation, you don't know who that person is. Someone in 3M, right? Like, that's it. But who is 3M? 3M is an actual human being. And so it really is, patents are actually much more anonymous, and that's the pressure. There's Edison-type individuals aren't really a thing.
Got it. Is the next panel ready, or do we have time for one more question? Great. So let's end on a forward-thinking note. You brought up the example of file sharing and enforceability. How do you enforce, you know, patent protection? You can't take down all the nodes. So we've talked a lot about how the existing paradigm of intellectual property applies to blockchain and DAOs. Do you see, looking forward, do you think that the impracticality of that and the unenforceability of that means that actually DAOs and the way things work in a decentralized world will change the paradigm of intellectual property, and if so, how?
Oh, I mean, I think it already is changing it, yeah. And I mean, one of the things is just people on their own volition deciding to do that second layer licensing, right? So they don't even, it doesn't even start that way. They don't even try to use the straight up statutory method. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is how we win. I think NFTs are superior technology to copyright. And going back to what I said earlier about trade-offs, I think intellectual property is best thought of as a social technology, right? It's something we've agreed to do as a society that violates the normal laws of physics, meaning ideas are zero marginal cost. I just speak them and now they're in your head, right? I don't lose my idea by giving it to you, right? So what we've done is we've imposed a social technology that increases the marginal cost and puts that tax revenue essentially into the hands of creators. NFTs as a vehicle, as a container for assets, allow us to not do that. Creators can get compensated by selling NFTs or by programming their intellectual property into an asset, and then other people viewing it or interacting with it can do that freely. I can, right click and save all the JPEGs I want. But what we've clearly seen is, despite the fact that that's true, NFTs still have tremendous value. And I think as people start building out broader use cases in NFTs, not just like, hey, this is a digital piece of art, but hey, this is, a membership into an exclusive club of, early supporters of this artist that get, access to exclusive galleries that, XYZ, like, there are other ways that don't involve being like, hey, dudes with guns, if this guy doesn't pay me for my, or take down what he's doing, I want you to force him, right? That social technology no longer seems necessary. And I think as more and more artists opt out of that system, using tools like Creative Commons, using NFTs, we will see, the beginnings, I think, of a revolution, especially because it'll feel increasingly bad to sue people to enforce your IP, right? It's going to be a dick move. It's already kind of a dick move, but it's going to be increasingly so. That'll affect the brand of the artist, the brands of the company. They're going to be bad players in the space. And because they don't need to now, because they can make money in this alternative way, we don't need to accept the same trade-offs as before. So I think we're at the beginning of a sea change when it comes to IP rights.
I would just like to add to getting a little bit more esoteric. There's things called compulsory licenses in the music industry. So like my side of the music industry is a music publisher, and that's songwriters and all that. But then there's labels, and that's the artists, so the people actually record it, and the people you listen to, and the people that are celebrities that have major fans. And what happened historically is that labels gained so much power that they put pressure in, kind of like Sonny Bono stuff, to have compulsory licenses for songwriters and all that. So when Neil Young took his music off of Spotify, it's not like you can't listen to Neil Young's music anymore on Spotify. You just can't listen to his music recorded by him, because he's also a songwriter. So you can still listen to the songwriter side of Neil Young on Spotify, just not the artist part of Neil Young. And so even though that was, the label Strong Army Publishers in the historical context, hopefully we can think about compulsory licenses going forward with the NFT context. And so we can just have more of that, where royalties happen, but there's not that monopoly that occurs. So people still get paid, people still have the ability to be artists for a living, but they also don't get to say, rage quit. Though rage quitting is pretty good too. So.
Great. Yet another way blockchain is driving change. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us today. Hopefully it's not protected by IP. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, and thanks, Mark, for such amazing moderation. So up next, we have our recruiter panel from Web 2 roots into Web 3 boots. Please welcome Heather and Saul Thorin. You go. Well, come on up. Okay. That's okay. We'll take one more mic. We have Milena, who was originally on this panel, but we couldn't find her. But she's here.
Hello.
Awesome. Hey. Well, thanks, guys, for joining us today. Really, what I wanted to talk about was how to onboard people from Web 2 companies, people who may be working as coders, perhaps. Perhaps they're doing like PHP or Go or some other kind of programming language. Perhaps they're designers at agencies, HR people at startups. How do we get these people from their Web 2 mentalities and transition them into Web 3 roles, or at least help onboard them so that they can be part of our ecosystem and help our ecosystem grow? You could just go one at a time or just holler.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to go first. Maybe I introduce myself first.
Please.
My name is Malene. I'm one of the co-founders of the Data Union DAO. And basically, we're providing an SDK for builders to onboard their users to Web3. So basically, the SDK allows the users to take ownership of their data and monetize their data. And the idea is that we really want to pull in a lot of Web 2 businesses, existing Web 2 apps, and open the doors for them to explore Web 3, because our mindset is that everyone has data, not everyone has crypto. And by monetizing data and taking ownership of the data, that's how we want to pull people into the space. And yeah,
So how do you monetize them? Is it by selling their information?
Well, you opt in by yourself. So the idea is that the users themselves take ownership and then they can opt in to monetize. If they don't want to monetize their data, that's completely fine as well.
Okay.
So yeah.
That's one way
And
to
then
do
they're
it.
getting paid in crypto for it.
Great.
So.
Heather, why don't you tell us what you do?
My name is Heather. Hello. And I am a hiring manager at Giveth.io, and it's token incentivized charity. And then was I supposed to answer that first question of yours?
If you have an answer, yeah. How do we onboard Web 2 people to Web 3?
I think it's a lot about managing expectations. That Web3 is more of like a startup culture where it's like build fast and break things, or like however that saying goes. So I think it's really being able to thrive in the realm of organized chaos and liking it.
Yeah, I think it's run fast and big.
Run fast, you gotta like adrenaline. Yeah, and I think there's definitely a ton of transferable skills from Web 2 to Web 3, but you gotta have the mentality.
So we have to help people learn the mentality and the flow, and to maybe gauge their expectations a little bit.
Absolutely. And for me, when I'm screening candidates, it's a lot of their mindset. And I'm actually trained as a counselor. So, so most recruiters, I think, come from like a sales background or a communications background. But yeah, I'm really looking for that cultural fit where someone's more like solutions focused. They're self-motivated, they're self-learning, and they are down to say yes and.
Awesome. Sultan, any want to give us an intro on who you are, and then
Sure. Hey everyone. I am actually Renee. I guess I registered under my pseudonym for this particular talk track. So, for those of you who don't know, my name is Saul Thorne. I work at BlockbusterDAO. I have pretty much since day one, and I also started TalentDAO, where we've had to kind of build our own community and find people and onboard them. So my perspective definitely comes from more DAO-centric than even like a Web3 company does. Before I got into this space, I was doing human capital consulting for one of the big fours, so I do have a bit of a background in recruiting. And I've actually designed some selection systems, both personality and interest inventories for different jobs. What I think you need to do, I actually think it starts with very basic DeFi and crypto literacy. And what I mean by that is if you don't feel comfortable using a MetaMask and setting it up and don't have some basic understanding, you're not going to be able to work in this space, especially if you want to go full-time DAO or even part-time DAO. You have to have a basic understanding of what it means to do commerce on chain. So anytime someone wants to get into this space, I usually say, well, you know, does the word MetaMask mean anything to you? Does the word Ethereum mean anything to you? And if the answer is no, then we got to do some basics before we even start talking about your skill set and things like that.
Well, what I'm noticing is that a lot of folks that are joining DAO communities are kind of moonlighting, and maybe this is a result of the pandemic that a lot of people get to work from home. They have some extra time. You know, the side hustle, is that a way to get into Web3? Are you seeing that?
Absolutely. Within our Discord servers, I always try to hire internally before I will go out to other platforms, because trust is a huge thing in Web3. Especially if you're down, especially if you're paying in crypto, trust is huge. And it also makes onboarding a lot easier if someone already knows your community, your product. Yeah, it's just a lot easier.
Yeah, fully agree with that. I think
Yeah.
also when we're trying to like get people to work with us, we're definitely first looking in the Discord and see if there are people in the community directly. And yeah, to your question, I think also over the last year or like over the course of the pandemic, we've really seen like an increasing interest in like sort of the technical solutions we're offering to builders who are coming into the space now. And like when we first launched that SDK we're offering, which can be totally leveraged by any Web 2 builder, we had very little interest and very little understanding from people. I guess it also goes back to what you said about people like not knowing MetaMask or like just basic crypto things. I think everyone had time over the pandemic to experiment with these things now, and so it's kind of nice to like get people active in our communities who really know what they're actually doing. And yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with what has already been said. I would add that I think that most people in this space who are doing well are comfortable in ambiguity and are very entrepreneurial. And those are the type of people we exactly need at this point in time, but it's not the type of people that will help us scale and sustain. So, one of the big challenges I've been thinking about is how do we design the DAO in a way that allows for agency and autonomy, but still has some prescriptive tasks and some direction for people who frankly don't want to have to deal with information overload and do self-directed work all the time, but they do want the freedom to work remotely in a DAO. So I think that right now, the people you're seeing coming into this space are very much like side hustlers, like part-time gig people. I hope that that changes, though, actually. I actually want to see DAO become a fully sustainable way of life and the true future of work, and not just like a really new, cool side hustle.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say it's interesting to hear you say that because a moment ago you were saying that there's this, certain level of literacy that's required, but at the same time, we're trying to find ways to onboard people without them having that hurdle to jump over. So maybe that it's just like, oh, if you're a designer, just design these 5 things, we'll pay you in crypto. Oh, okay, now I have crypto. Oh, well, I have crypto. Okay, what's MetaMask? Let's figure it out, right? Because now you're incentivized and you're learning through the process, but you're actually gaining value in that process.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much also a question of financial incentives for people to actually stick around and not only quickly explore something. And I think like grants are like one really important vehicle for doing that. So if we get like builders into like our community and we see, okay, cool, they're building something useful, and I think it's gonna like leverage kind of the vision we have, then we're able to offer them grants, and then they have like a lot more runway to then really quit their Web 2 jobs, come in full time. And actually, it's really amazing what we've been seeing now over the last year. We had one project, we initially gave them a grant, I think of 20K or 50K, and now they raised money themselves. They raised 20 million US dollars now, so wow. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And also like the other projects are starting to raise now. One yesterday announced they raised 9 million, so I think you can really kind of plant that seed initially by just giving a little bit, and then they can take it by themselves, basically. Yeah.
That's great. I mean, do you see a difference? And I don't know that you all have had the opportunity to see and contrast between people making fiat currency versus crypto. But do you see a difference, from that, from fiat to a native token? Like, if you pay me $50, that's $50, and I can hold that $50 for 2 months, and it's still going to be $50. Whereas if you pay me in 50 native tokens, and I'm contributing to the community and seeing its growth, those 50 tokens are going to gain in value significantly, potentially, and so I want to keep them in the ecosystem, and I don't necessarily want to get rid of them, and that increases the value. Do you see that? Does that play out in people?
Yes, I think it's good to have a mix of paying in stable tokens and then tokens within the project, because I want people to be able to live and pay bills and support themselves. We are humans first, so and I think when you have like your basic needs met, then the incentives work. Also, paying in crypto opens up the global talent. Like I don't have to worry about what your nationality is. I don't have to worry about your work permits. Like I can hire anyone in the world, which is fantastic, meaning I can hire lots of people from places that have high intellectual capital, but their countries have terrible sanctions like Iran, Pakistan, Russia. And a lot of these people are really excited to work and earn crypto and be more in the
global scale. And I think, that's good news and bad news for some. I think if you're an entry-level person with the expectation of an American wage and you want to live in an expensive place, the competition is going to be really steep. Yeah.
Yeah, I think at least the people I've worked with, it tends to be if you have a very high risk tolerance, you would much prefer to get paid in the native governance token. For example, some of the stuff I work on, we have a lot of infrastructure that we pay for ourselves, data analytic type products, and then we get reimbursed at the end of the season. A lot of us could get ETH, but we always ask for the token instead. The negative part of that is it puts a lot of sell pressure on the token, and that's a big problem right now with a lot of these DAOs is there is little buying incentive, but there's an incredible amount of sell pressure because we're treating it like currency when it's really not. The obvious problem is that a lot of DAOs don't have USDC or ETH in their vaults, and the ones that do certainly don't have enough to pay 50 plus people a US wage. I think the previous panel talked about like collateralizing governance tokens, but again, the problem with that is you need to over collateralize. So if I have one token, I need to have 2 ETH behind that token just to be able to borrow half of that token's value, as a simple example. So I think that we're going to see more DAOs actually lean in on traditional business models for revenue generation to add liquidity to their treasury, because you just can't really conduct commerce with a governance token. I don't think it's working well so far.
And it makes sense to diversify in general, right? In any arena. So should it be up to the contributor how they get paid? Should, if you say, okay, well, there's, obviously when we're setting bounties have specific, right? This is a 50 bank bounty. This is 200. Or it could be tied to stable coins or anything like that. But should we be asking contributors, hey, what do you prefer? Like, do you prefer the native token, or do you prefer, the stable coin or some balance?
Yeah, this is probably one of my most favorite subjects right now is compensation structures in DAOs, and I think that you should offer flexibility, but it would just not be scalable to have full autonomy over every single person. But what I've proposed is you have 3 tiers of a low, medium, high risk allocations where you can opt in, say, for a 20-80 favoring ETH or stable, a 50-50, or an 80-20 favoring the token. And I think that would work really well for most people.
Which isn't that different from what companies do with healthcare, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's all about, I think, flexible DAO worker benefits.
Yeah, I think that sounds pretty about right, I would say so. I think what we usually offer is that, so there's so the contributors of the DAO get a stable salary in US dollars or euro, and then we have a vesting option for the token on top of that. But I'm sure that if someone would come around and be like, hey, I only want to be paid in tokens, then that's also an option. But I think at the end of the day, it's great if people have a choice, because I think that opens up the talent pool even more for different people to come on board.
So,
But
final
then your
question.
payroll people might be like, what are you doing?
Right.
That could be true, yeah.
I'm like, I'm sorry.
So final question here is this legit? Is this a real thing for people that are out there and they're like, okay, how many tokens am I going to make? Am I making $4 an hour, $5 an hour? Or can I fill 2-3 hours a week? Or is this a legit thing where people are working full time and getting paid in crypto?
So yeah, you can. I'm not sure how many people you work with, but we have 60 to 70 people, and we're all paid in crypto in a mix of stable coins and our own tokens, and it's very feasible. I know a lot of people from countries where their currency has inflation. I mean, our our USD is also really inflated right now, but they're super grateful to be able to be paid in crypto and not in their original token. So yeah, it's very possible. And as I said, from talent scouting, it opens up your whole world of who you can get. So
Yeah, there is the really well-funded DAOs and the protocol DAOs and some of the financial DAOs. They're paying six-figure salaries for some of these roles. I was just looking at a position for like a research analyst, and the range was like 150 to 200K, which is pretty ridiculous when you think about just the context and immaturity of this industry. During the bull run, the average hourly rate for the bank token at the time was over $100 an hour. And it was very liquid at the time as well. So I definitely think it's real. I quit a really great job, and about 70% of my income has been nothing but DAO tokens for about 7 months now. So my mortgage company thinks it's real, and that is good enough for me.
Nice. Well, that actually does bring up one other question, because you mentioned bank, and I saw that bank did a distribution recently, and looking at the numbers, and I mean, some people are getting paid in their ETH wallet, right? With that's it through ENS, and you can see who it is, and some of these people are making like 250K value off of one distribution. I'm not going to name names, but if you YouTube them, you'll find them. But is this okay that all of our earnings, if we're doxxed or if we're using ENS, that people can see how much we're making? Is that cool?
But I think it depends what kind of wallets you're using, right? And you could also be using something like Tornado Cash or something like this to kind of obfuscate your traces, your financial traces. So I think if you want to be anonymous, then there are definitely ways. But yeah, you're definitely right that it's easier for every person to see everything.
Renee?
So in traditional organizations, I was always under the position that keeping pay secret only benefits the employer. And in the DAO context, I think it's similar. Bankless, actually, we did a community vote a couple seasons ago and pretty much determined with hugely unanimous favor that all level 2 contributor salaries and coordinate rounds would be publicly available. We have a dashboard for it. We review it every season to see if there's inequities or like if something doesn't make sense. And I think that's really important, because while it is a permissionless, decentralized work environment, there has to be some sort of accountability and checks and balances on being paid. So I personally am in favor of full transparency around pay. And then also, just for some context on the big bank drop distribution you're speaking of, so the Genesis team who helped found Bankless DAO, obviously they're making a ton of money off this, and this is, in my opinion, and others share this, is that I think it's totally justified, because we would not be here had they not come up with this idea and perpetuated this bankless culture. It's also really important to underscore that the Genesis proposal, which outlines how they will be paid and when the vesting periods, was a community voted proposal. So the community has allowed for this to happen. It's not like some backdoor deal where they're like, oh yeah, we're going to pay ourselves these tokens every season. This is something the community actually supported. And I think that's a really important precedent to set with these Genesis teams that found DAOs, is as they create kind of their own equity strategy, if they want to be a true DAO in the future, the community should give that strategy a stamp of approval.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for your taking part in this panel. Really do appreciate it. If there's one pressing question, we can take one question. One? No? Going once, going twice? All right. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
So our next panel here, I believe we have a next panel. Hey, Bo, do we have a next panel? They're to the right over there. All right. Hi. How you doing, man? Good, good. Good to meet you finally. So we've got, this panel is, you down with DID? Yeah, you doxed me. You can take a, here. We need one more mic? One more mic.
Okay, cool.
No, it's okay.
I'll sit over here.
We're flush with mics.
This is very
All right.
intimate. This is very intimate. We're all just right over here. How we doing, guys? We all asleep? Still alive? We love the energy. We love DIDs. We love DAOs. Yes?
Test.
Excellent.
The question was, you down with DID?
Woo!
Yeah, so who knows what DID means? Anybody in the audience? Probably one person I know, two people. Decentralized identity. Cool. Great, that means we have a really good audience for what we're going to talk about.
Love it.
So maybe a good starting point is, what is decentralized identity? Anybody want to take that?
I would be happy to. What's
Great.
up, guys?
And introductions, yeah.
Oh,
Introductions.
yes. My name is Evan. I lead an awesome team called Disco, and we are building identity for the metaverse so that you can be the shining center of the party and you can reflect yourself to the world in whatever way you choose. And I think that decentralized identity means the ability to own and control your name in Web3 and all of the data about what you've been up to, and your ability to exercise control, over that information about yourself so that you can enjoy personalized experiences, first in the Web3 digital ecosystem, but very soon in physical spaces as well. So DID means owning yourself.
Very cool. Introductions.
I love it.
Hey guys, I'm Lauren Feld. I'm the head of growth at 3Box Labs. We're the team behind Ceramic Network. Hopefully you've heard about us after today. A lot of big announcements. I think you did a pretty good job of explaining decentralized identity. I usually think about it as like a very high level, just mapping user data to an identifier, like being able to track all of your online digital presence to yourself at like a high level. Obviously, decentralized identity is like pretty charged. There's so many different ways to think about it. So we could take it in a lot of different directions, but that's my high level.
Cool. And I'm Humpty Calderon, head of community at Ontology and core contributor over at Orange Protocol. And yeah, in terms of decentralized identity, the ownership of that digital identity in Web3, I think everyone here is contributing into that space. And with Orange, we're working on owning the reputation, your activity, leveraging that for creating better onboarding experiences into DAOs and just generally Web3. So with that said, I find the title interesting. So I think maybe we could start with that and tackling it. You dox me. So when we're talking about decentralized identity, is that necessarily doxing you? Like what are we talking about there? Like, what is it that we're revealing? What is it that we are keeping private?
Oh, go ahead. So when we think about decentralized identity, our identity in Web3, I think probably where most of your minds are going to go is to NFTs and on-chain transactions, the public actions that we do in Web3 that make up our expression of self. But a lot of those actions can be pretty doxing. Things like your ENS name, if it's got your real name on it, non-transferable NFTs that contain information about you, or even public data that describes actions you've been up to in the real world. And so I personally think that public blockchains are a terrible place for personally identifiable information. And so if you want to have a decentralized identity and you don't want to dox yourself, the best way to do that is to take that data off the blockchain and store it in a way that you own and you control. You decide who gets to see it. But if your DID, if your decentralized identity is composed largely of on-chain activities that include information about you, that means every person on Earth with an internet connection and even the guys in space can also access has this information. So when we think about doxing, releasing your public data to a broad variety of people so they can, interact with you in ways that you perhaps don't want, the answer to this, in my opinion, is autonomy and consent, allowing users to decide who gets to see their data and when, as opposed to publicizing it to the galaxy by default.
Yeah, it's cool. So there's a thing called verifiable credentials, right? I know we can fall really deep in this rabbit hole with terminology, and we're not trying to bore you here, so we're trying to keep this really, lively. So in terms of verifiable credentials, though, the difference between the way that you store that information is that it is privacy preserving, right? So to your point with NFTs, sure, it's fun to have that information publicly available, but it is exactly that, publicly available. So in terms of the technology that's available for retaining that privacy and control of that information, the decentralized identity VCs are the ones that would help you with that. So I guess the next question, because we are at DAODenver, we are talking to people that are maybe parts of DAOs. What are some of the experiences that we've seen in the DAO space or challenges that decentralized identity can potentially solve?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like a couple of different things here. I think one thing obviously that we've seen that's really pervasive in the Web3 space is like the rise of more pseudonymous identities, right? And people not wanting to reveal their real world identity, which I think is pretty cool. There's a lot of reasons behind that we can go into. And I know we had talked a little bit before this about, there's from the outside, that's one reason that a lot of people are very skeptical of Web3, right? Like they have this idea that it's very anonymous, it's hard to track, and that results in all kinds of like fraud and bad actors in the space. But that's not necessarily true. And I think it's really important to break down the difference between being anonymous and being reputationless, right? Because you can actually still build reputation around a pseudonymous account. And so having an identifier that's not your real world name, it's some other string of characters or like some other, nickname that you want to go by in the web, which is awesome. But you can still build up reputation on that over time. And so I think what is really important in the DAO space right now is we're kind of at a tipping point where a lot of DAOs are starting to think about being much more discreet about who they actually onboard into their communities. So a lot of them, they've kind of gotten bloated with a bunch of people that want to contribute, but maybe aren't contributing in a really valuable way. And so I think reputation is so important there, right? Of like actually being able to figure out who do we want to onboard and what have they done in other ecosystems. And we can talk about this a little bit more, but DIDs are a really great framework to start to build that kind of like cross-chain, cross-ecosystem reputation.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
I can also, hop in a little bit. So I love DAOs, and to preface my comments in a moment, I am a canonical signer of a couple DAOs, Inc. DAO and Dow Jones. One's an investment DAO, the other one we have matching tattoos. So there's a broad variety of activities you can do together. But at the end of the day, all of the DAOs that I am part of, even the ones that I'm just a member of, are really just group chats with bank accounts. Because you cannot trustlessly solve more interesting coordination problems right now. If all I know about you is your Ethereum address, let's say, the only thing I can learn about you is how much money you have, which means that the only kind of coordination problems we can solve together are treasury allocations. And the only kind of governance we can enjoy, functionally is plutocracy. Do I have more tokens? Do you have more tokens? Or have, perhaps as a proxy, have I held mine longer than you? So if we want to solve more interesting or complex coordination problems, we need to have more information about one another. Exactly as Lauren was just saying, what do you know? What have you accomplished before? Have you thrown a party for another DAO? Have you written articles for another DAO? What kind of aptitude are you bringing to the table so that you can decide, if we're going to develop a product, let's make sure that we're prioritizing the votes of the product builders and not just the richest people in the room. Because a product designed by the richest people in the room is probably not going to be a great product.
Well, I think you touch on 2 points there, and one of them is the fair and inclusive way that we onboard and facilitate these experiences to everyone, in particular those that don't have capital, right? So in terms of solving problems that have to do with capital, the one thing that I've found in DAOs, at least the ones that I'm a member of, is that there are these people that hold large amounts of a token, but they're inactive when it comes to governance of a DAO. And so when they're trying to activate this community and pass forward proposals, they're nowhere to be found. They're not actively participating in that ecosystem, right? They're just holding a token for whatever purposes. And so when it comes to reputation, to identity, to be able to facilitate, instead of just a token voting mechanism, but a reputation voting mechanism, definitely empowers not just the individual beyond just holding a bunch of tokens, but also empowers the DAO, because they're able to then connect in a real way, in a meaningful way with their community. And then whenever they need to make these changes, these people are the most active, the ones that are really kind of moving forward and creating impact in the space.
Yeah, just to add to that quickly, I think it's super interesting, like the contribution problem that a lot of organizations are seeing right now. I'm very active in Index Coop DAO, and that's something we're really struggling with right now. And I think we've seen this come to life a lot in the last couple of weeks, especially with the ENS Brantley situation that happened. There was a ton of public outcry. Like everyone wanted to kind of jump on the boat on Twitter, but when it actually came to the community taking a stance to move him and like actually take measures to move him away from having this like major stake of governance in the ENS community, there were very few people that actually moved to cast their votes, right? And to actually like have a say of these conversations that were happening on proposals and forums. And so I think it's really interesting, like how I think reputation is a really great way to start to incentivize people to contribute more, because we can start to show reputation over time across ecosystems. And so maybe to put it more granularly or like more tactically, if I'm in Index Coop now and I want to onboard new members or contributors to my pod, and I see that through your DID, your like activity in other communities and forums, and you're not very active from a governance perspective, maybe you're not the kind of contributor that I want to onboard into my community. So I think that reputation can be a very powerful and identity, obviously, a very powerful lever in terms of actually starting to activate those like right now inactive contributor bases.
Yeah, I wonder if we can dig into that a little bit, because I'd be curious to hear how you think, or what type of information or data or activity that we want to surface when it comes to being able to have those cross-DAO bridges or relationships at the individual level, right? So you're talking about like when you're trying to onboard folks over at Index Coop or Co-op?
Index Coop. I call it Coop. I mean, everyone in it calls it the Coop because we have nests. You know, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
So when you're trying to onboard these folks over at Index Coop, like what is it? What type of activity, what type of reputation are we looking to find of these individuals that would be valuable members of that community?
Yeah. And sorry, I mean, do you want to chime in? I feel like I'm going along
No,
here.
go for it.
Okay.
Go for it. Go off.
Yeah, I would just say it will definitely depend on the community, right? Like, what do you think is valuable in your community? I mean, there's a couple of different things you can look at that we're seeing projects right now using Ceramic for to do this, because we provide, obviously, a decentralized data store that's focused on sovereign data, so storing it with the user, and all centered around this DID framework. So, you know, we might want to see, like, what kinds of comments that they have on other proposals. What does their voting history look like? It can start to get very political, right? Like, I can see what kinds of things are they voting for and against in other communities. And, like, I don't know if that's, I'm not saying this is a good or a bad thing, right? But I can start to use that as a basis for whether or not I want to allow you into my community. I can see skills and credentials that you've earned in other communities, or even bringing in places not just from other DAOs, but looking at things like Rabbit Hole or Figment Learn, for example. They're actually both using Ceramic right now to create user profiles and store credentials. So now as a DAO, I can see maybe you don't have experience in another DAO contributing, but you've done all these amazing quests on Rabbit Hole. You clearly have like an aptitude for Web3. You're interested and you're going the extra mile. So I want to onboard you, right? So it's not just like other DAOs and communities. It's being able to port any data related to, you know, you as a person and porting that with you in whatever community you want to join.
I completely agree. I think, you know, proof of participation helps us understand whether someone is going to be down for the adventure when they come to our party, or are they going to sit on the sidelines and just enjoy the free drinks. And so we want, you know, good contributors who are going to be substantial in the way that they participate and meaningful in the way that they show up. But what I want, perhaps selfishly, is like, I would love a proof of chill. Like, can I get a verifiable credential? Or rather, when I think about curating communities, you want people who are value aligned. You want people who are kind to each other.
Who is the arbiter of chillness? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I think we're going to need like a TCR or something for that. But in all seriousness, though, like negative reputation is a real challenge, because Web3 can be all, you know, wag me and fun and games until someone starts acting like a jerk. And we started to see that, you know, because we have assets that can be wholly owned and controlled in a sovereign way. You can't just claw back a bunch of tokens from someone because you don't like something that they said on the internet. And so being able to, qualitatively even start to identify, how do we signal proof of membership in good standing in a community? I think in the future, it is highly unlikely that people will carry around their own credentials. I'm not going to present credentials that say, like, Lauren thinks I'm a jerk. But I think that the absence of positive reputation will start to be the signal that we look for. So in DAOs, thinking about the human dynamics there, I think it'll be really valuable and exciting for us to start to applaud and support, congratulate in the form of these credentials, continued showing up in the way that Lauren described, continued voting, kindness, respect, upholding the values of the DAO, bringing in people who are value aligned, helping to deal with difficult situations in a way that maintains the continuity of the community. And I think that these kinds of contributions, these non-financial, off-chain human coordination contributions, are just as critical to a DAO as the capital that they have in their treasury.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we keep bringing up these bad actors, right? I wonder, maybe not wholly within the scope of what we're trying to talk about, but maybe it is. How do we feel like, okay, let me pose this question a little differently, or maybe start with an introduction. One of the challenges that I've seen DAOs really attack and focus on is onboarding mechanisms, right? But the one thing that I haven't seen worked on a lot is offboarding mechanisms. And so I wonder, how does digital identity, decentralized identity, reputation play into how we offboard people from a DAO as well? Because to the point we're talking about Brantley, there was obviously something that needed to be done. Maybe we couldn't activate the community to participate in that vote, right? But is there a way to leverage identity, reputation to do that? So I'm curious if we can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, I think that it's really interesting, and the whole community, like, we had a team call where we talked about that ENS situation in terms of, there's so much thought right now in the space, just everything being new, of like the first half, right? Like, onboarding is the focus. And like, now we're getting to the point where we're like, oh crap, like there's the second stage we still have to focus on. So I think it's new is what I'm saying, and people are figuring it out. But I think it could be a really interesting mechanism. Like, I don't know, I'd be curious, Evan, what you think. Like, is it like a VC or like something that you issue that's like a proof of firing or something that is like sticks with them? Maybe in that case, actually having something like an NFT, like where I know this is sensitive to you, but something that is like non-transferable, right? That shows proof to someone that you link to this identifier that's publicly verifiable. I'm not sure exactly how it would look, but I definitely think that, reputation goes both ways, in both a positive context and negative.
I completely agree with your assessment there, Lauren, of our love for the first half. I have never heard anyone outside of like Moloch DAO and the rage quit capability, which I think is an awesome way to, anticipate that exit. But like, with social tokens, for example, no one's ever talked about how to sunset a social token when the, musician that it represents has turned 95 and is, retiring. But when we think about the sort of the magic of identity when it comes to the exit from a community, I think verifiable credentials, which are these little trustless units of data that can be revoked or set to expire, I think they are the perfect vessel. So imagine you come and you join Dow Jones, you're an awesome member, you're loving it, and upon joining, we give you a verifiable credential that attests to your membership in good standing. And then let's say something goes awry, you, commit securities fraud and, like set my house on fire, and you can't be part of my DAO anymore. And so as a canonical signer of the DAO, I'll get my other signers together, and we can revoke that credential indicating membership in good standing. And so that sort of standing can be private by default, but the absence of positive reputation can be a really strong signal as well, especially when we think about offboarding. But we also need a lot more than just pulling someone's membership card, because the sort of processing and healing of a community after a disruptive event is just as critical as the day-to-day activities.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I'm taking away from what you said there was there's a real human element to that. Because in real life, we have reputation too, right? And I mean, maybe a little easier to kind of recognize that reputation because we're not necessarily so pseudonymous. Like I know you as a person. There's that reputation that comes with you, and you can earn that. You could also lose that reputation. So there's something to be said about decaying reputation, just generally overall, losing that reputation as well. Yeah. So anything else we want to talk about in terms of like digital identity and DAOs? I know we had a few questions in the channel that we were all in. If y'all give me a minute, I'll pull those up. But anything else we should be talking about right now?
Well, I feel like we could go on this for hours, which is maybe dangerous with Mike. I mean, I guess the only thing I'll just touch on that you just brought up is like the real world identity versus like, again, the pseudonymous identities that people are building in Web3. And I actually think like, I feel like I'm very much being a proponent of this in this panel, but I actually think that they're very cool and powerful. Like a lot of people I think are really afraid of them, even in the space. In some ways, we definitely embrace like some of the better known characters, but I think what's really cool about them is one, I think a lot of people are actually feel much more comfortable and they're more incentivized to participate when they actually have some other like identifier to be behind that's not linked to a real world identity. Two, I think it's really helpful when you're thinking about like underrepresented groups and minorities in Web3 that maybe feel like being able to not show their real identity in every part of who they are will allow them to like, you know, operate in a more open and inclusive space, which I think is really powerful. And three, I think that a lot of times what we're seeing in Web3, especially in the DAO community, people want to operate in multiple different ecosystems, and identity is very contextual. And they might actually want to have very different identities in different ecosystems and communities. And that's very difficult to do, to your point, if it's to a real world identity, right? Like you guys know my face. And when I'm up on this panel, like I am representing Ceramic and IndexCube and all the things I've affiliated myself with because you see my face there, you see my name there. But if I have different identifiers for every community I'm in, I can have completely different personas in all of those communities, which is really powerful, right? Like, and there's pros and cons of that. But I think when we think about this decentralized world and people wanting to show different facets of themselves in different ways, that's like a very powerful new system. And again, you can still build up reputation behind each of them.
All right. Well, are we out of time?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we are out of time, but we really appreciate you guys coming up here and helping.
Absolutely.
Can we have a hand for our... We've got one more session. We've only got 15 minutes. The venue is kicking us out because they're bringing Dead Mouse in. So let's get the hell out of here.
Thank you.
That's an exit. How do we follow? How do they follow us?
I don't know. All right, so our final panel for the night. Funding, crowdfunding for community. How do communities raise money? There are many different options. Please welcome, okay, we'll do Jason Fishman, Bud White, and David Rodman. So 2 of those names are not here. Oh, there you are. All right, Dalton's here. Is that on?
Hello. Thank you for that warm introduction there, Igor. I want to thank the DAODenver team. This has been an amazing conference. Love the venue. Never opened up for Deadmau5 before. This is going to be a fun panel to end the day. My name's Jason Fishman. I'm the host of the Test, Optimize, and Scale podcast. I run an investor and user acquisition marketing agency out of LA. I've worked on over 300 fundraising campaigns and focus on audience building. Thought we'd start with intros, let you know who you're hearing from, why we're all on this panel here today. And we're going to be talking about the power of audience, crowdfunding, leveraging these users towards different milestones. Bud, if you want to kick things off here.
Yeah, sure, thanks. So I'm the Chief Product Officer at Tassin. We're the team that launched the TXA token, so that was 20 million raised. And now we're here, and I think a lot of you, I recognize you from my talk. We're helping token projects launch, whether that's DAOs, utility tokens, or NFTs.
Excellent, excellent.
Hey everybody, I'm Dave Rodman. I'm the managing partner at the Rodman Law Group. We're located right here in Denver. I have been practicing in the blockchain crypto space since late 2016, weathered the whole crypto winter, and watched as our firm kind of pivoted from cannabis to crypto. We are now, by practice area, our biggest practice area is crypto and everything within the blockchain space. So what I do is I try to keep my clients from violating laws and stay out of prison.
The fun stuff.
The fun stuff.
All right, thank you. I'm Dalton Wright. I'm a partner with Kickstart Fund.
active seed investor based out of Utah, but we're one of the most active investors in Colorado as well. So currently investing out of a $110 million Fund 5. And we've made a number of investments over the past few years in, I'd say, Web3 adjacent technologies. And this is the first time really where we have now the full blessing of our investors to start investing in cryptocurrencies and holding tokens. So it's kind of a new age for us as a firm. And I've also been dabbling in student-led investment funds for a number of years, and so helped establish community-led investment vehicles. And so I'm very interested in how DAOs can be the next evolution of our community investment strategy that we've pioneered. So glad to be here. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. I want to talk about strategy and preparation, but to start, why crowdfunding? Why crowd sales? And this comes in many formats. We were talking about regulated crowdfunding and different types of filing there, various types of crowd sales, the crowd funds that are happening for DAOs right now. Why rally up a high volume of individuals versus go after a few larger VCs? There's other methods, airdrops, a few other things. Why should founders in the audience be paying attention to crowdfunding?
I guess I'll take that one. So we did a raise April of last year. We started traditional, right? We're a software company that's building in the decentralized finance space. We went after like regular VCs and actually got a couple to sign on, and then realized there was a lot of interest from crypto VCs. So once we started like putting a community together, getting a Telegram together, going out and seeing like who in the crypto space wants to be a part of a project that meets our mission, it just started to snowball, getting big investors in first, really showing that this thing has legs, and then going after, we call them small check investors, but it's community members that believed in the purpose who might not be actual investors, but people who want to put some money in to be a part of this. We kind of backed into crowdfunding our project, but we raised 15 times more money than we thought we needed to like do the first proof of concept. So it was wildly successful for us, and yeah, we're happy that other people want to go down this road.
Yeah, I'd answer that more from the. Is this on? Can you hear me? No. Okay, what is it? Yeah, I would answer that from the perspective of an investor. Why we're interested in some of the signal that we can get from a community, so crowdsourcing investment decisions. So a couple of years ago, we made this experiment. I went to my investors and I said, hey, I have a really great idea. I want to take some of your money that you've given to us, and I want to give it to unproven students, unproven VCs, and ask them to invest it in other students. So, great idea, right? We're going to invest in unproven VCs, investing in unproven founders. What could go wrong, right? And what we actually did, we proved that there's a lot that can go right here. So I got a lot of pushback from our LPs in the early days. They just said, that seems like a charity, really, what you're doing. I get that you're all about educating the next generation. We support that. But as an investment strategy, why would we do this? And what we found was that the students have a lot better perspective of some of the newer trends than we have as kind of, eventually becoming dinosaur VCs. And we were able to empower students to identify the best students on campus. That strategy has resulted in us in identifying companies. One company's on track to be $1 billion company this year. And these are student-led startups found by other students that we would have never discovered had it not been for students being empowered to go out there and look for great investment opportunities. So I have this belief that we're about to see some disruption of the pre-seed stage by DAOs, because I believe that it's very hard to actually scale a pre-seed investment strategy because you're writing small checks. We would have never been able to we could have never justified spending hundreds of hours on campus in interviewing and meeting with a lot of student entrepreneurs to ultimately write a $20,000 check. There's no reason why we could have done that. But when you actually atomize some of the decision making and the sourcing, give it back to a community that you've empowered and that you trust, they do have the leverage and the bandwidth to actually go out, identify those opportunities. So I think the smaller the checks that you're writing, and the more that you actually have to sort through in order to get the signal on an investment decision, the more it's actually opened up and enabled by a community. We saw that with Campus Founders Fund, the student-run venture fund that I mentioned, and we're going to double down on that strategy because we've already seen that they're making decisions that we would not have made that were the right decisions. there were investment decisions that they made where they came to me and they said, hey, here's this idea that we were told. And in my pattern recognition, I said, here's why I don't think it'll work. They said, that's great, Mr. VC. We're going to go ahead and make the investment anyway. And I said, great, that's what we want you to do. And that particular investment decision that I'm referencing is, valued at $700 million now, and they invested it at $2 million pre or whatever. So that's why I actually think that I'm not focused so much on why an entrepreneur needs to raise from a bunch of investors. I'm interested in how funds like ours can empower communities and provide rewards to that community that also serves our purposes of finding great investment opportunities.
I mean, just to build on that, I think that the venture DAO, if done correctly, really will disrupt the funding, like hands down. Massive caveat if done correctly, because what we're talking about here is securities laws, and securities laws will put you in jail. I have had clients go to jail for the unregistered sale of securities. We didn't represent them when they did those things. We told them not to, but like that's the angle that I come at this from is like, let's keep people out of jail. Let's keep people from incurring massive fines. So like in that venture seed kind of realm, if you do an investment club correctly, you kind of follow the Lao, Metacartel, the DAO, that model is powerful. They manage billions of dollars under what is essentially a 99-person LLC. There's power there. So that's my take on that.
Absolutely. We definitely want to keep people out of jail. Dalton, thanks for that case study. Those are amazing insights. I actually know some market makers that came out of investment clubs in school, and it's amazing the intel you get there. I love how you emphasize the word community as well, too. That's been the commonality I've seen in the most successful projects, is that ability to really rally up the audience, the social sharing. I run a marketing agency. Ultimate marketing is peer-to-peer. So being able to have that stimulated from within the community, understanding by the pulse, hey, this is going somewhere. It really says things in a loud way. And again, want to speak to the teams in the audience that are looking to go down this road. What is required to launch a campaign like this? Tokens that you speak with, legal structuring, while you're on campus. What does the strategy look like? I like to say it all comes from the plan.
Yeah, I can go first on that. I think first is identifying the outcomes that you want to have come from your project. Like I mentioned before with the Web3 token launch playbook, like there is no one linear path for how to like launch a crypto token as a vehicle to raise funds, right? So it comes down to understanding what do you want the token to do, what do you want the capital to do, and who do you want purchasers, where do you want to issue? I mean, just like coming with an idea of the type of business you want to run to someone like Tassin who helps launch tokens, someone who consults on the legal side, just having an understanding of the parameters by which you can work within really helps solidify the strategy to launch a token, build that community around it, and get something launched and eventually listed on an exchange.
Excellent. What about the legal side? And I imagine there's misconceptions at times about, as you said, what's above water, what's not. How do they even go about picking the right vehicle and setting themselves up legally?
Yeah, great question. I think the number one thing that I combat in my day-to-day is the sort of tech view of move fast and break stuff. And like that is fine if you're iterating on software. But at the end of the day, if the underlying is financial in nature, there are three really important laws that you have to follow. The Securities Act of 1933, the Exchange Act of 1934, and the Investment Companies Act of 1940. That one is the scary one, and that's what a lot of these projects don't realize. So managing that and being like, okay, yeah, I know you think you can just iterate and break stuff, but you're going to go to jail if you do that. And I know I've said that a bunch of times now, which is kind of downer and weird, but like, I'm serious about it. So we have like a very, for the space, I think, tried and true model is we use a very specific entity in the Cayman Islands that then owns another entity in the Cayman Islands that then owns an entity in the BVI that issues tokens. And if you do that, you have this incredible wide like blank canvas to paint on. And you can legally make that top entity required to follow the vote with some guide rails of the token holder. So you can create like a synthetic company that actually works and can hold property and can be sued and insulates people from liability. It's an expensive process. It's not a cheap thing. It's not like going to Wyoming and spending $100 and creating an LLC, or here for that matter. it costs much more than that, but it buys you the peace of mind at night and allows you to have some flexibility to raise in a way that you want to raise.
Are we getting yanked off the stage now?
Looks like it.
Should we call it there then? I think we're up against the. I mean, we could share more, but I think what do you say? 2.5 minutes left, or right
Should
now?
we
You
do
wanna
a
call
final
people?
comment, or do you want to pull everyone up now? Okay. Dalton, you want to kick us off? What one last recommendation for anyone looking to go down this road?
I'm actually here as a student, not as a teacher. I'm here to meet people like David to help me stay out of jail, frankly.
There you go.
But what I am trying to do is, I think that if you look around the nation, you'll see a lot of different innovative student-led venture funds. It's been kind of a growing trend, and I think what we're going to see is more of these will evolve to be DAOs. And so what I'm excited about is that I think you can actually, the previous payment to participants in the Campus Founders Fund was, hey, when you graduate, you're going to be years ahead of all of the other people that are trying to get into the venture business. You're going to be ahead of the game trying to start your own company. And what DAOs enable us to do is really hand ownership over to students in a way that they've never had before, and enable a community that is perpetual beyond graduation. So those are a couple of things that I'm really excited about DAOs and why I'm focused on this for our campus investment.
I would just say it doesn't have to be me, but please, for the love of God, talk to an attorney, someone who knows what they're doing in the space. They'll save you. It might seem like an expense up front, but it's so much cheaper than having to undo things, because there's some things you just can't undo legally. And we've got some ideas on how to mitigate some of that stuff, but take the time, talk to a lawyer, and just buy yourself some peace of mind.
My final comment will be a plug for our happy hour. I have a fistful of drink tickets here, 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Tell me your token idea, and I will give you drink tickets. Come find me. Come find my team. We'll hook you up. Thanks.
That's the best pitch I've ever heard.
There you go. And the last thing I'll add is, if you build it, they will come does not apply. I see groups with amazing tech with little to no awareness. Do not undersell your brand. Do not take the risk of holding back on marketing spends, marketing plan, building a massive audience in the pre-launch stages. Talk to experts. Everyone here, I'm sure, would welcome a conversation at any point. So definitely take advantage of those different resources.
All right, guys, thank you. We're out of time. We want to thank our whole team, the whole production team at Denver.
Let's bring the whole production team on stage. I really sorry
whoever
if I didn't
can,
you guys short.
whoever can.
And thank you so much. Thank you, Dalton. Yeah, Steve.
Nice to see you.
Well, let's catch up after this. Okay, everybody. We want to invite everybody over to the party. Tayson is giving out free drink tickets. We actually have more people coming into that from 6 to 9, so it's not just this crowd. So we got to usher in there. We're the warm up for Dead Mouse, as everybody knows, and this is the DAO Planet team. So we want to thank Denver. We want to thank ETH-Denver. We want to do DAODenver again. We're already in conversations about doing DAODenver next year. So come on back. We'll have another DAODenver. We're going to be doing events, maybe quarterly, maybe semi. And just look out, be on the list, and let me pass the mic. I'm Steve, DAO of Steve. Let's go this way, just 2 words and pass it on.
Elijah, Flow Science. Thank you all. Just DAO everything.
Yeah, it's Aaron, Lurie. Thanks, everyone. It's awesome.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
I'm Anukriti. Thank you, and I'm pleasantly surprised we pulled this off.
I'm Eric, GN.
You know who I am.
I'm Damien. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
I'm Eureka John. My head's about to explode.
My name is Nkechi. I'm Pure Joy. What an awesome party last night. Yeah. Woo, woo, woo. And an awesome conference, guys. Thank you so much for enabling us to pull a rabbit out of a hat. And we started with no rabbit and no hat, and look what we have. So we want to continue to build on this. Please help us and support us. Just contribute to our G-Spot fundraiser so we can keep this amazing moment alive in the DAO space. Love you. Blessings.